fine. Good morning and thank you for coming.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Very good morning, everyone. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. I request everybody to please be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everyone doing today? Great. I love how awake you are, because I've personally had 11 shots of espresso, and I feel like my heart is about to pop out of my chest right now. So I want to know how everyone's flight was. Who here is from India? All right. Who here is from the US? No one? Who here is from China? All right, and who here is from General Europe? Perfect. Yes, I have the my education is North American, so Europe is just one big clump for us. All right, everybody, thank you so much for coming. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nora Sadiq, and I will be your host and guide through the exhilarating world of Marketing 2.0. Let's put our hands together and a massive round of applause. And don't worry, this is not a sequel. You did not miss Marketing 1.0. This is just because this is all about what's next, what is on the next level. So I am sure you have stepped into the world where marketing magic happens. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this edition will shape up to be a roller coaster of insight, innovation, and networking unlike you've ever experienced before. So I see that some of you have been sitting together and you've gotten to know each other. I encourage all of you to change seats, like in the next panel, and learn about the next person, okay? This is no time to be shy at all. Okay? Perfect. So I am here to personally learn a lot and engage with a lot of people. Make sure you all have your LinkedIns, and make sure you all keep your social circle in the loop on LinkedIn. So allow me to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen today. This 2.0 marketing experience is going to be all about energy, excitement, and sessions that are guaranteed to leave you inspired. Our speaker lineup is a marketer's dream filled with industry leaders ready to share secrets that will redefine how you engage with your audience. So really, it's a constellation of brilliant minds, and you need to get your hands on every piece of information possible. So don't forget, our panelists will come up, our moderators will be here for a while. Don't forget to chase them down after they stop speaking. You don't have to just engage with them when it comes to questions with the audience. All right, but we also have exhibitors here to showcase the latest and greatest in marketing products and services, ensuring that you have access to the tools you need to succeed. Plus the networking opportunities that will provide you with the perfect platform to mingle with peers, share ideas, and build lasting relationships. I've personally known partnerships that have emerged from conferences like this that have lasted years and years and years. So this is really a wonderful opportunity. Now, as we begin with day one, remember everyone to share your experience using the hashtag marketing2, as in the number 2, conf. Leave the runs out. So marketing2conf. And you gotta keep everyone in the loop. Our very first panel discussion is super exciting, but before that, I have to thank our sponsors and partners because this couldn't have been possible without them. A huge shout out to our bronze sponsor, Accelera, for their unwavering support. Let's buckle up, everybody, and get ready to embark on this journey. We have a very first panel. It speaks about merging compassion and commerce. Purpose-driven marketing transforms brand. It is crafted for innovative marketers who are passionate about leveraging their brands for social good, offering insights into how purpose-driven strategies can not only enhance brand identity, but also drive sustainable business success. So, discover from industry leaders the powers aligning brand values with social responsibility, and learn how to create marketing campaigns that resonate deeply with consumers. So allow me to introduce the moderators and the panelists. We have our moderator. Join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause, Mr. Anand S., the co-founder and brand strategist at TMA Global. Joining him, we will have our panelist, Artemis Dupa, the CEO and founder of Make Academy. And last but certainly not least, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Dario Kulish, Senior Partner and CEO at Sapiens S2P GmbH. Let's all welcome them once more together with a massive round of applause, everybody. Enjoy this panel. I will now give it over to Mr. Anand.
All right, hello. Let me shortly introduce myself. So I'm Dario Kulic and senior partner from Sapiens S2P. We're a consulting company and doing a lot of ERP process improvements and helping actually companies to get rid of their non-value added activities so that they have more time actually to be more creative and do other meaningful things. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Artemis Dupa. I am the founder of a company called Make Academy. We're a coaching business. We specialize in interior and fabric fashion brands founded by members who are looking for clarity, growth, and more time to design. I'm fully knowledgeable on all 8 types of digital fabric printing, and I'm very interested in sustainability. We are working with more than 1,300 brands, such as Alexander McQueen, Dior, Valentino, and I've been in the industry for over 10 years. My best-selling book, Design and Grow, introduces the STORMS method, which is empowering brands to create long-lasting companies. It was born with a need from this fundamental need for companies we saw in our coaching business, which they needed with minimal expense, which also aligns with my aspiration to give as much knowledge as possible. We also working with a charity, which is trying to enable brands to give fabric a second life and increase sustainability. I'm on a mission to eradicate designer poverty and increase sustainability, because design describes who we are as in business, in our world, and in our future.
That's lovely. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Amazing. So my name is Anand Shankar Narayanan. I'm a co-founder and brand strategist at TMA Global. I help businesses to become beloved brands in the category, and I guide and collaborate with entrepreneurs and business leaders in their brand building initiatives by positioning their brand with a purpose. That's what I do. And I work with brands like Nippon Paint, Citibank, Beverly Hills Polo Club, and a bunch of other B2B brands recently. And so part of my initiative is to ensure purpose is deeply seeped into business practices in today's world, and that's what we're going to discuss. And some folks on LinkedIn are kind enough to label me as top brand strategy voice that one should follow. And I also sit on the MMA Smarties Global and North America Marketing Awards Jury Council. So let's start today's discussion. And we'll start with the most fundamental question, right? What is purpose-driven marketing? And why is it important in today's scenario? Dario, you can start that.
Thank you, Anand. I'm not going to define it for you, so I'll tell you what is the definition for me. Yeah? So purpose-driven marketing, if you don't have a product which is unique and you have a monopoly on the market, yeah, so you definitely need to differentiate somehow. So you have a lot of competition today, and if your product is not differentiating in any kind, really on a unique selling point, then it's really difficult to get it sold anyway. But the thing is also how to differentiate then in terms of telling your purpose, your intention, your mission, yeah? So authentically, so that the people, not only the buyers, yeah? So the people, also your employees believe into it. Yeah? For me, this is really important, and authenticity. You know, it's one of the, so authenticity, emotion, your mission and your purpose. It must be real. So this is the important thing. It must be real. It is, people must observe. They must observe and feel that the things you're selling with your product and telling actually that they are really true, so that they can also believe into it. And now there are different aspects how to do it purposely driven. Yeah? So you can do something environmentally good. You can do something against poverty, anything what helps actually mankind. And I actually like this question very much, because we in Sapiens S2P, we are also building our brand at the moment. And we have a unique action chatbot developed, which is unique on the market, and now it comes. Even though there's a monopoly, we have to tell a story, because how will the people know? So how will the people know that it is existing out there and actually can tremendously help them, so companies, to eliminate all the non-value added activities. So up to 90% of all the wasted work you do on your day-to-day job, we are able now to eliminate with our technology and solution. And this will not bring back just cost reductions. It will bring back time to the people, so they can be more creative. They are less frustrated with processes and many other things. Yeah. So which actually go over the pricing. Yeah.
Now imagine stepping into a world where every purchase you make is about your deepest values and what you truly believe in. This is the essence of purpose-driven marketing. It's about the transformation of the act of buying into a statement for your personal identity and a social collective beliefs. We have brands like Patagonia, which is a fashion brand, but they don't just stop there. They're big believers of ethical purchasing, sustainable practices, and giving back to the community. So by buying something from them, buying a jacket from them, that is a statement you're making. Wearing that around is about you caring more about just fashion. You care about their values. You align with them. As Dario said, alignment is super important in these cases. And this is the way to do it. Now, this emotional bond that you create with a brand, this is what makes you go back. This is what gives you trust. And today, there's so much on social media. We have access to everything. And one of the key things is that the customers demand transparency. They want to see what you do, how you do it. And you cannot just talk about sustainability and ethical practices. You need to have evidence. And they hold accountable the brands. And this is the right way to do it. It's not just about a slogan. It's about truly giving, the behind the scenes, really.
That's lovely. I think you both defined what purpose-driven marketing is clearly. To add my perspective towards this, I believe we are in the fourth revolution of business and marketing. Okay? To understand that, let's quickly go back to what are the first three revolutions that happened from the beginning. The first revolution that happened was the Industrial Revolution, right? Businesses, decisions, and everything was stemming from factories, right? How do I get economies of scale? How do I mass produce a particular product so I can sell it at a better price and I can rationalize the cost? Every single decision was taken purely based on the factory and the cost. So business means factory, factory means business. That was the first revolution that happened. The second revolution, where other businesses kind of caught up with the same scenario, you need some bit of differentiation that needed. So then the product marketing came into picture. Then rationalization started coming in, right? So some additional features started adding in that differentiated one product to the other product. That was the second revolution. Then again, things got caught up and everybody was talking the same rational thing and it was saturation that was happening in the market. Then came the third revolution, which is a brand revolution, right? People started adding a layer of emotions towards your business, right? Suddenly, from product-centric marketing, it became consumer-centric marketing, right? How I want to make you feel by using my product, by using my service, right? That's how the whole scenario was building up in the third revolution. And again, in this scenario, brands started building their own identity, their own voice, and added a bit of emotion and kept consumers at the heart of everything that they do. And today's scenario, again, due to democratization of technology, everybody got access to brand building initiatives, and it kind of became like saturation and hygiene in today's marketplace. Then the fourth revolution that's happening today is the purpose-driven marketing, right? Why purpose-driven marketing is, again, going beyond the emotional consideration and doing something that is good for the society, for the community, and for a cause that you can own up. It's not only about the product that you're selling or about what you're going to make consumers feel emotionally related to your brand. It's way beyond that. And why is it important in today's scenario is because consumers' decision-making is extremely different in all these four revolutions, right? The way they decide to buy one brand versus the other is very different in all these four revolutions. And today, consumers don't buy a product or a service. They join a brand, right? I repeat, they don't buy a product or service, they join a brand. There's a huge difference. And that's why in today's scenario, I strongly believe purpose-driven marketing is extremely critical.
Thank you both for these perfect answers, I would say. All right, so let me phrase the next question. Sorry that I'm reading it from the paper, it's a very long question.
Shoot.
So, in what ways can purpose-driven marketing help brands differentiate themselves in a crowded marketplace and build a stronger emotional connection with consumers?
I think the answer to that is by aligning their operations and their communications with a noble cause or with a societal goal. And this is because we're not just buying a product, as Anand mentioned, we're buying into a community. We're looking into what this can bring, how can this change the world. And we have, I will say an example about Ben & Jerry's. And we, for those who don't know, is an ice cream brand, and they're very ethical in their core. They talk about ethical values, and they're very big on racial justice. They even have a flavor called Justice Remix. And by buying that flavor, you're not just buying a daily scoop of ice cream, you're really buying into the ethos, into the beliefs, you're in the community, you're aligning yourself. And the thing is that if somebody sees you, you put it on social, people know what you stand for. And this is, in such a saturated market, this is what will make you stand out in the crowd. This kind of difference is the ethical perspective. And as we know, you always have to find your audience. And what better way to do that than actually standing out and saying, these are my beliefs, this is what I want my community to be all about. And this is really what I think could really make some of the brands stand out. It's not easy, of course. A lot of times we have issues with bigger corporations and smaller, but even trying to get into the purpose-driven branding is really worthwhile.
Thank you. Anand?
Yeah, that's lovely example what you've pulled out on Ben & Jerry's, and even trying to include a flavor that is related to the purpose-driven initiative that you've taken. So this truly stems from the product and the business itself. It's not about just creating a marketing campaign and trying to just keep it at a superficial or a surface level. It is certainly not. It's deep seeped into your product and the core of your business, right? Because today, there is a trust-based revolution that is being driven by consumers, and they demand businesses to be ethical, to be considerate towards the environment and the humanity as a whole. So how do you build this strong emotional connection with the consumers, right, through your purpose-driven initiatives? Like I said, it needs to stem from the business. There are two, there are two brands that come to my mind. There's Tom's and there's Warby Parker, right? Tom's, the shoe brand, and Warby Parker. So they came up with an initiative called 1 for 1, right? So for every pair of shoes that you buy, one pair of shoes will be donated to the underprivileged. And one pair of glasses that you buy from Warby Parker, one pair will be donated to the underprivileged. In the US, specifically, eye care is pretty expensive. And imagine living with an eye deficiency and you don't have the financial means to go and test out and get yourself fixed. You're not even living a basic quality of human life that other folks are living in, right? You've been deprived of what you're supposed to be normal, right? So suddenly, these kind of initiatives from this brand changes the perspective of the audience, right? It's not about audience being fashionable by buying a Tom's pair of shoes or like Warby Parker glasses. It's suddenly about them, their action, trying to address a massive socio-economic divide that is prevalent in the society. That completely changes the perspective on decision making, right? And your consumers will go and advocate about your brand to ensure their network buys this particular product. This is how you build emotional connection and relation to your consumers, not just about doing some superficial marketing campaigns.
Thank you. Thank you. So I will just add, I actually will add a practical example just recently. So we became partners with SAP and have been invited in January to present. So we've been one of 5 awarded consulting companies who were invited to present a unique selling point and the success story actually on the solutions. And here, how we did this actually with our action chatbot is we try to understand the pains of the consumers. So, and here there's a difference. So in our product, it's not a materialized product. It's nothing you can actually touch and feel. Yeah? So you can see it on a computer. It's digital, but it's a solution. It's more like a service. And now, how do you get this actually sold to the people? Huh? I mean, they can't touch it, they can't feel it, but what they can is they feel the pain they are suffering today under, and what we deliver them is actually the ease of pain. So, and here there is the emotional connection already. You know? So understanding the pains and really understanding it authentically. Yeah? So from an on-the-field perspective, not from a high-level perspective, like, yeah, I understand. No, so really deeply empathetic and understanding. And and there we go. So what happened then actually on this and the presentation is the consumers were on one side SAP salespeople, on the other side the end consumers, so the users actually in the companies. And here I actually could get the whole bunch of sales SAP people really cheering on this one, because they could feel that there is a mission behind, there's a real intention, there's a story, and now they can also go out and sell it to their own clients. And yeah.
Right. I'm also going to read the question because it's a very long one. So, what are the first steps a brand should take to authentically integrate purpose-driven strategies into its marketing efforts? Anand, would you like to take that?
Sure. So the very first step the brand should take when they have to inculcate or implement purpose as a cause within the business process is switching the perspective. Right? It's not about what your brand can do, what your company can afford to do. It's not. What your consumers care about, what your community really look for, the change in the market or from you. Right? That's what is very important. That's the very first step. After you identify that, inculcating purpose into the business requires both macro and micro aspects of implementation. First, at a macro view of what is the larger cost that you can own, and then micro aspects of nuances of how can you include and inculcate that into a part of your business operations in every touch point that your consumer comes across, right? It needs to be balanced both. And like I said, keep consumers and your community at the core of what you're going to do. It's not only about the environment, because there is a myth that is kind of going in where purpose-driven marketing is only about environmental awareness, environmental consciousness. No, it's not. It's beyond that, right? Anything beyond what you solely do for business, that is purpose, right? You take up a particular cause. It need not be environmental related. It could be, like, say, implementing ethical trade practices, like fair trade practices, like ensuring that your supply chain is clean, right? Even that becomes a part of your purpose-driven marketing effort. So, over to you.
Thank you. Right, so for me here the most important keyword is authentically. And yeah, it's a big question. How do you start, actually? We in Sapiens S2P, we face the difficulty, actually. We are yet small. We don't have any budgets, actually, for marketing campaigns. We don't even think about it. This would be a dream. So what we are doing is, and I'm a big fan of guerrilla marketing, and do the things on your own. Yeah. So as long as you don't have the budget and the money actually to pay sophisticated marketing campaigns, and I'm also here sometimes not very convinced also from sophisticated marketing campaigns and their results and impacts, actually. Yeah. So what we then started to do is, how do we prove authentically to our future clients that what we do is not just blah blah, what we do actually I mean fancy blah blah, and what we actually do is has a real meaning. Yeah? So there's a real meaning behind, and we are not just talking about it and then showing off. So what we started then to do is, we went to events and conferences and talked to any kind of clients, actually, and talked about all their pains. Yeah? So I know from 17 years of procurement experience the pains of those companies. Yeah? They are almost always the same, using all these ERP systems. And then the catch was here. How do we prove authenticity? We demo it directly. We demo it, it's real, it's existing, it's working, and now it's up to you to buy it or not. Yeah?
I couldn't agree more. Authenticity is very, very important. So I want to stretch out that you cannot just slap a new slogan on and say, now we are all purpose-driven brand. And the 3 points that I would say is authenticity, transparency, and of course, alignment. And I have an example. For example, we have the Lego company who announced that they want to go completely sustainable on their products by 2030. And they pledged that they're going to spend around $1.4 billion on that campaign. They hired over 150 engineers and developers to create that product, or scientists. And over 6 years, they spent more than 400 million. And what came of it, unfortunately, was nothing. And they announced that they can no longer continue with the project. It was an impossible task. But of course, everybody knows about this campaign. It was very big. They used a lot of marketing budget, as you mentioned, but nothing came of it. Then we have brands like Ray, who are more on the authentic side. We talk about the outdoors and nature, and they don't just talk about their slogans. They integrate it in the core of their company, and they have their employees and every part of their business integrating that value. We have brands like Dove, which talks about body positivity for women, and this is again about alignment with your customers. They know what the customers need, and that was one of the first movements about positive image of the body, and that is something that they're really still advocating. It has created a massive movement, and that particular campaign had a lot of marketing, but you can start small and slowly add more to it. And the reason I mentioned the Lego one is because even though it was a failed attempt in the end, they did take the risk. And if you are going down that direction, you need to be prepared to have the budget and the commitment to stick with it. You cannot just try it out and say, oh, okay, we're trying to be more sustainable or want to go towards more ethical practices, and then we're just going to drop it. And the truth is that there's always ways, with minimal cost, as you mentioned. We, in our factory, have the cutouts that we have. We don't send them to wastelands. We pack them up and we give them free to whoever wants them. We have them on our website. We send them to universities and other practices. And this is our part of the charity that I mentioned. It's called Make Less Fabric Waste. And this is absolutely minimal cost to us. Of course, there's a bit of admin and things, but that doesn't stop us. And there are other things like switching your energy into more sustainable sources, and that's something that it might have a small difference, but it makes a big difference to the world. And the way to really show that you are doing these things is by taking little steps every time.
That's lovely. So I love the example of what you said, all the waste is not going to the landfill and you're giving it to the needy and they can do the upcycling and recycling of it. Right? That's a part of including purpose into your business line. So I want to ask this question. So how can brands effectively communicate their purpose-driven initiatives to the consumers without coming across as disingenuous or fake, into the market? So how?
Yeah, so coming back to authenticity and your mission. Yeah? So you must have a mission, not again blah blah. Yeah? So a real mission. Yeah? So a real mission where any type of person in the world can directly relate with this in terms of emotional connection. So it can be also in any language, but it must be just clear, simple, direct, and impacting, hitting it. Yeah? So if you come with a lot of blah blah, you lose people. You lose anyway a lot of people when you do 2 sentences. Yeah? So you know the story with 7 things, and the 7th will fall apart when you drop put the 8th one in. So for me or for us, what we found out is when we explained in our demo calls, and call me crazy, but we had since October, I think, 120 really demo calls, so every demo call 1.5 hours with 120 different clients. So and it turned out that it paid off. Being honest, being transparent, being authentic, not selling them the stars, the moon, and whatever. So, or let's say we are offering you a jumbo jet, and you get a Cessna in the end. Yeah. So also these kind of things. It paid out. That our mission we communicated is to change this world. So not just to change, so for real, yeah? Not just changing the world, but change and help to move and transfer or transition into the new work world. Much more easier, and showing also everybody, you are already in this world. Okay, so we are here to help you, to guide you through through this new space and universe, actually. And I can tell you, after 120 client calls, I've realized that 90% of them, they don't know anything. They don't have a clue what's coming. They don't have even a clue what's already existing. Huh? And here it paid out being authentic and telling them our mission is, yeah, of course, we want to make, everybody wants to make money. But it's not all about money. What it is about is we really want to change this world, because I have run this job before, 70 years long in companies, 12 corporations in procurement, and I know their pains. I felt it myself, and therefore I can relate directly to those people. And then people feel it. They feel that you're not just blah blah.
To add to this authenticity, it's more about the intent, as you mentioned, and this authenticity can come through storytelling. And the storytelling is all about being transparent and really explaining where you're coming from and what you're doing. And this is a way to really show that this is not just about the profit. You're really doing something good. You really do help, and you are following your word. So your community gets more trust. A way to do that is also by partnering with bigger brands, and that will create a lot of credibility and trust around it. You can publish reports or publish certification to show that, yeah, look, really, we are doing what we're doing. We have almost replaced all of our collection of fabrics now with sustainable ones, and we have all the certification online. People can see, and we do educate people about it, where it comes from, and what kind of impact it has in the world. Other ways you can do it is by actually getting your customers to be a lot more involved in the story itself. You can get them to be volunteers to your mission. They can be involved even by buy the product, as you mentioned, with Tom's. You can buy two. One will go to a child in need, or they can physically come and help on whatever needs to be helped. And in that way, they feel a lot more part of that community. They are not anymore just observers. They are active members of what you're doing and what they believe in.
That's lovely. So to make sure your communication is not very inauthentic, or you're doing it solely for a profit-driven, not to come across as, the first step is you need to have some truth in what you're doing. Right? You need to have some insight in what you're going to communicate from your organization. Right? Insight or truth that consumers care about. I love the example that you gave on Dove. Right? I want to just expand that a bit more to explain why Dove is doing what it is doing. Right? So Dove's positioning is about restoring femininity. Right? They positioned it for women who are 30 plus, not for the younger 20 plus crowd, who know that they're starting to age, they cannot stop their aging, but they would like to age gracefully. Right? So at least this brand will help them age gracefully. So our objective, our mission, our positioning is, I'll restore femininity in your life. That's one thing. Their purpose is real beauty. Right? Why they took this purpose in first place is because the beauty industry, unfortunately, has set a fake benchmark on what beauty defined us as. Right? Beauty needs to be only about white and bright, flawless skin. It needs to be in size 0. You need to have this kind of hairstyle. Unfortunately, they've defined an extremely fake standards, which actually deprived a large portion of millions of women around the world on confidence and self-imagery. Right? They actually felt they are good for nothing in the world just because somebody has set a fake agenda on marketing from the beauty industry. Dove wants to break that. See, there is an insight, there is a truth in why Dove did what they did, right? They want to restore confidence among the women and say hey, you don't have to be in this particular size or in this particular color to be beautiful. Everybody is beauty in our own right. That's why we are here to make you feel beautiful and restore your confidence, right? They're not saying that, use Dove, you will probably pass the next interview, get the big job that you love. No, it's not. It's you can be yourself. That's all Dove did, nothing else, right? So that's one example why and how you can come across authentically, right? By having an insight or truth. Say, let's take a B2B example, right? Imagine if there is a business which is into medical technology, right? And if they have kind of identified a device which is going to detect say, life-threatening diseases like cancer or any other diseases, say 10 steps ahead of what today's medical tests can do, right? Then your positioning or purpose need not be about AI-driven technology that's going to change the world. No, it's not, right? You are helping humanity live a better quality of life. That's the purpose that the brand should take, because they need to be an insight. You're going to help humans reduce their suffering by detecting something a lot earlier, so you are physically saved from the harassment, you are financially saved from the cost that you're going to incur, right? And you're like mentally saved, your family is at peace, right? And you're also restoring faith in the medical fraternity and the doctors. That's how that needs to be positioned. That's why the very first step in this process is truth and insight. If you take that, you will come across as real and authentic, and people won't see you as you're doing something for profit-driven. Thank you.
Great. But we're not
Thank
finished
you.
yet. But Anand, I'm impressed by this answer. And even more what I'm impressed about is you used marketing technique and nobody even has seen and heard it. Because you know what you said? You said gracefully aging. There's no gracefully aging. You're aging like anybody else. Yeah? This is marketing, right? This is how you sell a product. Great. Anand, very good. Okay, let's get to the next question. Sorry, I have to read it again. Digital storytelling. What role does digital storytelling play in purpose-driven marketing? And how can brands use it to connect more deeply with their audience?
Now imagine you're scrolling through your feed, and on Instagram or wherever you go for your media, and you stumble across a brand that you know and you like and you follow, and suddenly you see a video that they're doing a water project, a clean water project in a village, and you see the smiles on the kids' faces, you see the way they open the tap for the first time and the water flows everywhere. You have the team of the brand talking about what they've done, how they've done it. They talk about the process, and more importantly, they talk about the failures and the struggles they had to get there. And that authenticity and that narrative creates an emotional bond. And we all know that in marketing, the urge to buy is usually through an emotional connection to the product, or a need we have is about the pain points you spoke about earlier. And this is through storytelling. It's the most powerful tool for me in the marketing world, and this is the way to actually get your clients really involved. It's tangible, it's relatable, it's heartfelt and personal, and that's really what makes it unique and what makes it stand out for everyone. By sharing a story, you're weaving the narrative into people's lives. You're getting them to relate, to worry, to care, to laugh. And those emotions are what's going to make them remember your brand and actually want them to be part of that community. Then you stay, you watch the whole thing, you say to a friend, it will play into your mind later on. These are the things that we use, I suppose, in marketing. And in purpose-driven brands is a great way to really put your mark in there and make your brand stand out in the crowd.
Yeah, that's lovely. Agree with you. I have a different view on this particular topic or question. Okay, so there's a saying that people read what interests them. Right? Sometimes it's an ad. Sometimes, like not all the time. Right? Digital as a medium is extremely powerful. Right? It has democratized any company or business in the world to connect with consumers and directly communicate what you want to say and what you want to stand for. But unfortunately, it's being exploited mercilessly by businesses. It's been murdered mercilessly by businesses, right? There's a reason for it. Imagine if you have to communicate about what your company stand for, what your brand is doing, through print or through television or through outdoor or any other medium, where you have to spend through your nose to communicate. You have to think twice and thrice before you do something. And whatever that you're going to communicate, you have to put your heart and soul and ensure that it moves people. That's the kind of effort that you put in crafting the messaging of storytelling when you're going to release it in other mediums, right? When it comes to digital, just because it is free, like people don't care about what they want to put. Okay, it's quantity that is unfortunately being prioritized over quality. Right? What are we going to post today? We didn't post it for like 2 hours now. What are we doing now? I was like, why? Why do you have to post so many times a day or so many days a week, first of all? That's the very first question. 2, whenever you're going to post the digital storytelling, let it be authentic and real that people stop the scroll and make notice of it, right? Just because you feel the FOMO that, oh, I haven't posted it, people are not going to remember me. Just because you're going to post every day is the same scenario, people are not going to remember you, right? Over a period of time, it becomes a blind spot. Nothing gets registered in their mind. They just like scroll over. You're like one of the micro fraction second that they just scroll over you. That's about it, nothing else, right? So what Patagonia did, like from one of your earlier examples that I quoted on purpose-driven marketing, they said like, don't buy this jacket. That's the messaging that they did. It's very counterintuitive for any business to say, don't buy this jacket unless you really need it, right? Because there is an environmental impact that goes when you buy a particular product. We all know it's an unfortunate truth that consumerism is actually trying to deplete the environment, right? We try to hoard so many things which we may not even need it. That's what Patagonia did. It actually like shocked people and they took notice of it, right? Try to come up with some messaging which is very unique and real and authentic. Prioritize quality of communication and narrative than quantity. That's my view on this topic. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. So I can't be always the nice guy, so I agree to disagree to agree.
Please.
So the thing with storytelling, especially digital, we have not yet established it. I'm actually after this one since half a year. I yet don't have the solution how to go for it. There are solutions, there are companies who can help on this, but the best storytelling is shown in pictures. Yeah? Show it in pictures, simple, direct, easy. Yeah? So that everybody can, you don't even need to use languages or any words. Yeah? So you can just let the cartoon run and let the cartoon explain what is the mission, what is the problem, and what is the benefit actually in the end, what they are getting from buying it. And I, from myself, know it's capturing me as well. Yeah? So if I see things like this and I'm even not interested in the product, I still look at it because it's easily just explaining me something what I previously would have to read through text and pages. And also with the posts. Yeah, the problem today with digital is it's oversaturated. There is a certain oversaturation on the net. It doesn't matter if it's social media platform. Yeah? So I see it on LinkedIn, for example. Yeah, why do we have to post every day? Yeah, otherwise you're getting lost in all this masses of posts every day. Yeah? So this oversaturation. And here again, I think the differentiation will come when you post a lot. Don't post so much text. Post something easy, simple, so people directly see, understand it, and when they want to, they can look into it more in detail. Yeah? But just from the post, it must be something what is catchy, what identifies directly with your product, but also identifies with the pains of the clients, customers, how you want to see it. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you. We have one last question. We should go for it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. Go for it. Yes. So, in the realm of purpose-driven marketing, how do brands balance profit-making with ethical considerations and sustainability?
Yeah. This has always been a paradox. That's what people think, right? If you have purpose, you cannot make profits. If you have profits, you cannot probably be purpose-driven or stand for something. I think you don't have to forego one for the other. I strongly believe in that, and data says so. There's a study by Deloitte, which they closely monitored the financial performance of purpose-driven companies, and they found two interesting outcomes. Right? So purpose-driven companies exhibit 30% higher levels of innovation in their business operations. Right? So you know what happens when you're more innovative than your other competitors? You're obviously going to have a direct impact on the bottom line and profits. And it also found that these purpose-driven companies have 40% higher levels of talent retention in the organization. Right? Business is nothing without its people. Right? When you have the best talent that is working for you, again, you're going to help accelerate your growth and profit and bottom line. That's like very important point, right? And the other study, there's an interesting book called Firms of Endearment, right? They study financial performance of purpose-driven companies. They took 18 companies in the US and they closely monitored the financial performance for 10 years after they inculcated purpose into their business. And they found that all these 18 companies on an average has given a return of additional 11% return on equity than an average S&P 500 company. And these 18 companies put together in general have actually yielded 10 times more returns than S&P 500 itself. Right? That clearly shows that you don't have to forego one for the other. You have to prioritize purpose first. The profits will automatically follow. Yeah?
Great answer. So I will make it short so that we have enough time also for some questions for the audience.
Sure. Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll just give you one practical example from my own. Ethics, sustainability, balanced profit making. Actually, the last 6 months I've worked for 0 salary in order to actually invest from my own as a partner and actually also managing director, and the same like the CEO and founder. So we invested all our private money. Yeah? And we even did not have enough money to make marketing campaigns. Yeah? So, but again, there's a lot of other costs you have to pay. And why did we do this? Just for one simple reason, because we believe in this, what we are doing. We believe that our mission is part of the new future and it is sustainable because we are actually helping everybody and corporations to stop wasting their time so that they can use their time for more, not just create creative stuff. No, they can use the time now to save the world, for example. Questions?
Anyone? Oh, yeah. Please.
So hi, and I'm Adhishri. I'm from Mumbai, India. Very enlightening panel views. So there's a brand, and my question can go to Anand or any one of you. Anand, there's a brand of Unilever called Fair and Lovely, which is now Glow and Lovely. Yes. 1975 old, like 1975 year was the starting point, I think, of this brand. Somewhere, because of the fact that it said fair and lovely, it was taken as a racial discrimination. What would be your suggestion to a brand like this, which is like a lineage, went into Glow and Lovely, and if they had to take some step to infuse and suggest that it is not only a change in name, but somewhere they felt for it and they have changed the purpose. Any views?
Yeah, that's a lovely example. I think Unilever's had a very, they realized that they've done a wrong thing in their conscience. So what damage that they created with one brand on Fair and Lovely, they tried balancing it with Dove on the other side, unfortunately. So ideally, they would have shut the business. They should have shut the business or shut the brand, ideally. That would have been an ideal scenario because they've actually, I mean, that's one of the brands that actually drove grave injustice to millions of women out there on confidence and self-esteem, to be very honest, right? And of course, Unilever, being a global company, listed company, on one side you also are answerable to shareholders. They said they can't take an extreme risk of shutting the brand down. What is the minimal thing that they can do to reduce the damage that they've done? And they just changed the name to Glow and Lovely. Yet it truly doesn't negate the damages that they've done, to be very honest. So ideal thing is they would have shut something and they would have started something else. They can easily make money through so many other innovations that they can do. They should have shut down. I don't know why they're still keeping it. It's still a black dot on their portfolio, unfortunately.
Sure, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Hi, Malia. I'm from Pakistan. That was a lovely discussion. Just 2 points. You've very clearly mentioned that there are certain points that purpose-driven brands, and you'll have to excuse my voice, it's too early in the morning, but anyways, I honestly feel, and that's part of my humble experience, that another point that you need to add is ownership and accountability. Because if you own a purpose for a brand, the results are quite different. And also, like you mentioned, Lego and the fact that it was a failed experiment, there was still accountability for it, but not reprimanding the fact that they took that risk. So that was point number one. And the other comment I want to make to the two of you regarding Fair and Lovely and Glow and Lovely is that even when they changed the name, I don't know whether you guys read that or not, but obviously social media is an open book. Somebody actually wrote that Glow is a synonym for fair, so wasn't really doing the job. Exactly. So I don't know, but there is a very thin line that brands have between a backlash, between shutting them, and hurting sentiments. And I think as marketers, we should all be aware of that. Thank you very much.
I'll start with the Lego, and then you can.
Still 3 minutes, no?
Yeah, of course. Oh, okay. Yeah, so quickly, about the Lego is very interesting because it's quite recent, and we don't really know how the public will react because the problem has not really been resolved. It's still, polluting, it's still the plastic, and the people are still outraged of the amounts that are there. It could be, they might approach the topic in a different way. They could recycle them. You could have these things where you can take them back to the shop, get a little bit of money, and then they can reorganize them, wash them, etc. So, of course, accountability is absolutely a very good point. And I think what I mentioned earlier is that you should talk about the failures as much as the successes. And what is nice and authentic about them is that they had no choice. They had to come out and say, sorry, we tried. And the truth is, this is the money. That's what we spent. OK, we pledged more, but we just can't do it.
Yeah, so maybe just 2 words from us. It sounds to me like fancy blah, blah. Yeah, but it is, yeah. So the thing is, in the past, I think it was Ford who said with public relations, do something good and talk about it. Yeah, in this case, it's actually talk about something good you've never done, actually. Yeah, and convince the people of something what's not real. Yep. And how are you doing it, actually? I heard it's a big company. Yeah, they have a lot of marketing campaign money. So it's the same also with the pharmaceutical companies. I've worked for a couple of them. I will not name any one of them, but the thing is, yeah, there's a lot of things which are told, but the truth is different. Yeah, so
that's very true. That's very true.
Do we have time?
Sorry.
No.
Sorry. Question? Yes, please go ahead.
So yeah, if you want to continue the answer.
No, you made a very valid point on the ownership part on for purpose-driven brands. Yeah, not many brands actually do that, right? When it comes to some bad PR, they just back off, unfortunately, right? So the brand that we discussed about, the Patagonia one, nobody can actually compete them on having that sense of ownership. I think they've done something which is unimaginable by any other brand, like going and suing the President of the United States for what they've done to the environment. And on top of that, they have the audacity and the guts to include a message in the small label. I don't know how many of you know that. During the election time, they said, vote the assholes out. Yes. They said that officially in the product. That comes only when you take the ownership into your hands completely.
But
good
why
point.
not?
Thank you.
I like that one. Yeah? And by the way, a president is also just a human being, like anybody else. So why shouldn't be he sued for anything? Welcome to the new world. Yeah? So
exactly.
Okay, just a last question maybe, small one. So great session. Thanks Anand, Artemis and Dario. I'm Amit from Hyderabad, India. My question here is, we have all been talking about purpose and brands and everything. What I feel, most of the companies fail at the base point of defining what is the purpose. So how do you help companies, create a better vision, a clearer, well-written mission, vision, purpose? That is where they fail. And we all start talking about we are an, AI-driven or, all those fancy blah blah words that we have been talking about. I love that phrase, by the way. I'm going to keep using it. But
the same like the gracefully aging. Eh?
So how do you, what do you suggest? What can help companies create that purpose?
Yeah, so I make it very quick and simple. I think every company should first think about it, what their product is bringing as a value. What is the value your product brings? So if your product doesn't bring really a value, yeah, forget it, okay? So forget to start fabricating something what is not real. So you really need to think about what value bring. I mean, in the end, any product brings any value to somebody. Okay, so but this is what you have to find out, and this is that's not mathematics. That's something you really have to think about with certain people who have a lot of knowledge and expertise and also know about what they're talking. So the mission again, yeah, so you must come together to a vision which leads to the mission, and yeah, without this you don't even need to go out.
Can I add to this? I think what is very important is consistency. So if you want to have your mission written, it has to start from the company, from your employees. You need to have all these values laid out. We have them actually printed and stuck on the wall. Everybody who is hired has to align with them. And then it goes back to your packaging, your product, what you do in your premises, how do you buy things. And a lot of brands miss out on this consistency. They focus on one thing, and then they leave everything else out. And that is where it gets confusing. And it's not about writing endless papers of missions and what to do and how this is done. It's about truly understanding. And I think the most successful ones are the ones where the leaders have a true belief and a true, honest mission towards that goal. Or it's something that really means something to them. And it's not just something they picked up out of a hat and say, okay, now let's do less of that. And the way we did our brand is that we only print on demand, so we're really against fast fashion, and before we opened, we said, okay, this is not going to work. We only print as much as someone needs, when they need it. We're introducing new ways for pattern making so that people will use less fabric, and then it won't just become, an endless landscape of rubbish everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Everyone, can we put our hands together in a massive round of applause?
Thank you so much, everyone, for
these
coming.
Lovely, lovely panelists. And we've learned a lot. Can I ask you something? Would you like to take a photo with the audience?
With the audience?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. We'd love to. Can you do a selfie with the audience?
Oh, selfie. Sorry to...
Yes. That would be really cute. When the topic of aging gracefully and those products came up, there's implicit marketing where even 25-year-olds, 11-year-olds now are using retinol. Cheese, audience. Everyone say cheese. All right. Thank you so much. What an enlightening discussion. A heartfelt thank you to all of our experts for paving the pathway for us to follow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, who is familiar with augmented reality? Anyone? You're familiar with augmented reality? I personally augment my reality every single day. Delusion is the solution. Okay, so everybody, now we are about to go into a very, very special discussion. It is a keynote on the topic of navigating the augmented horizon, building valuable connections with audiences across extended reality platforms. Now, everyone, get ready to explore how we can connect with audiences in new and exciting ways using extended reality technology. Together, I want you all to give a massive warm welcome to Jan Ozarowski, the creative strategist and partner at LensThat. Put your hands together, everyone, in a massive round of applause. Now, Mr. Jan Ozarowski is a creative strategist, and he has an engaging conversation for us, and he's about to open our eyes, right, to a lot of possibilities. So enjoy this panel, everybody.
Thanks so much. My name is Jan Ozarowski. I come from a company called LensThat. What we do at LensThat is we create extended reality experiences. Now, it may sound pretty gimmicky, but I hope what I have to tell you here today is going to be interesting and is going to eventually translate into your marketing campaigns being more meaningful, impactful, engaging, and maybe a little bit fun. So this is the topic of my presentation here. We at LensThat, we already did over 600 projects on over 60 markets. We have over 6 years of experience in designing extended reality experiences. We're a team of over 30 people. We do everything in-house. We've worked with clients all across industries, verticals, and all across markets. And this is not to flex and boast. This is to show you that every industry, every brand, every company can find its own space in the extended reality ecosystem, which I will show later on. We are also official partners of the biggest names out there as far as extended reality and augmented reality. What is this extended reality that I'm going to talk about here? Well, basically, it's what you consider, what comes to mind first is social augmented reality effects. All those funny little filters that change you into a dog or make you puke a rainbow or something like this. This is augmented reality. But social AR can also be distributed as a web browser experience. So directly from a web browser without the need for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or Snapchat, you can just fire an extended reality effect right on your mobile browser. But also, extended reality includes virtual destinations, so closed-off worlds, dreamlike scenarios of spaces, exhibition, events happening in a virtual space. You put your headwear goggles on and enter a completely different space. This is part of extended reality as well. And the sort of a byproduct of designing extended reality experiences is us designing 3D models and 3D animations that can serve as, you know, premium visuals for your marketing campaigns, for your e-commerce stores, and so on. So extended reality are all things that have to do with augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and everything in between. When we work with clients, I think it is pretty important that what we do fits their campaigns and answers their needs precisely and pinpoint and helps deliver actual results. We don't just want to do gimmicky, funny stuff that someone smiles about, but it doesn't translate into any business goals. So we work with the client right from the beginning. Even when they want a simple TikTok filter, we first analyze their needs, their goals, what they want to achieve, what their target audience is. We come up with a strategy of how to use this little funny TikTok filter within their larger strategy. We come up with creative ideas, we do mock-ups, we do prototypes, then we create the whole content for it, we develop it, we program it, and then we help to distribute it. All in mind, everything that we have in mind is to translate into actual results, not just be something funny and memorable, but not translating into meaningful, impactful campaigns. So why would brands use extended reality in their brand communication? I'm going to show you a lot of hard data now to back up my points here, and then I'm going to move into a more fun part, showing you actual examples and success stories of different brands. Now, this is pretty important to show you some hard data, because again, I want to stress this really hard. Extended reality isn't just those funny, gimmicky filters that you see on TikTok or Snapchat. It can be a valuable communication channel for every brand from any industry, really. Well, let's take a look at the extended reality from 3 dimensions. The first dimension is the technological one. There's tons of signals out there when you look at the market that signal that we're on a verge of entering a new communication platform. We've had our computers, we've had our smartphones, now we're moving into something that's going to be called spatial computing, so using extended reality, adding an extra layer to something that's in front of our eyes, to the existing reality. With the emergence of Apple Vision Pro, for example, that add additional layer of information, entertainment into your own reality. So from the technological standpoint, extended reality is not only about gaming and funny filters anymore. It's an actual usable thing that can be used for education, that can be used for healthcare and other services. It's also, the technology is also closer to people. You know, the big word of extended reality, all you need to launch it is your smartphone. This is all you need. So it's really accessible. You know, the speed of developing extended reality solutions is incredible at this point, especially with the emergence of generative AI tools. You know, we can write so much code and deliver so much content at incredible speeds. So launching an extended reality experience some time ago took us 2, 3, 4 months. Now it takes 2, 3 weeks to design the whole thing. So accessibility, agility, utility, this all comes together to show you that extended reality is the next big thing. Right. From another dimension, human dimension, the interest is there. People want something new, always. So at the level of how many searches there are online about extended reality, metaverse, virtual reality, the increase in size of groups in the Facebook ecosystem that are about AR and VR. So the creative community is already behind the extended reality hype. The number of posts that people post in the Meta ecosystem is increasing more and more each week, each month. Also from the human perspective, tons of consumers are already interested in using AR before buying a product. And it's not just about trying on makeup in a filter, not just about trying on digital clothes in a Snapchat filter, but you know, also home appliances, trying on how a furniture fits in your space, use cases like this. Consumers also declare that they want brands to deliver them augmented reality experiences, and brands don't actually deliver them. So for things like interactive maps, people would want to see some cool map with an extra layer of information, not just a flat screen Google map on your smartphone screen. People want to learn in new immersive ways. People want to scan some additional product info. They want to see, you know, product instructions, how to operate your new washing machine with augmented reality, not just a, you know, flat paper instruction. So consumers already expect it, brands don't yet deliver it, and hey, why are you not doing it yet, you know? The need is already out there, you don't need to create a need. A couple of flashy numbers to back up my points. You know, on Roblox, the virtual realities space, 60 billion messages are sent each day between users. That's a massive number. In the Meta ecosystem, 1 billion users use AR effects already every month. On Snapchat, it's 200 million, but it's daily. 200 million people daily play with augmented reality. And it is estimated that already today, 100 million consumers worldwide already use augmented reality in one form or another while shopping. And you know, of course, the COVID pandemic speeded things up when it comes to technology. Things that we didn't think would become part of our everyday life are now part of our daily life. I don't need to mention Zoom calls, I hope, but you know, something that we thought was not going to be part of our everyday life, it is now. You know, drone deliveries and so on and so on. So COVID helped in, you know, speeding up things technologically, and actually, you know, that whole notion of metaverse, so virtual and augmented spaces, even though it's not yet out there, and I don't think it should be mentioned too much, you know, it shouldn't be too big of a buzzword, the metaverse, but it actually does fulfill on that promise of creating a space for free expression, expressing yourself, the diversity, democratizing access to information, and so on and so on. We used to have chats, we used to have internet forums, we used to have MySpace, we used to have emoticons, now we have emojis, and more often now we have bitmojis or our virtual avatars. So everything pushes towards this space where your digital self meets your, you know, physical self. And another important dimension, and then we move to more interesting parts, is the business dimension, because, you know, I believe, and I think you will agree with me, that the businesses will be definitely a driving force behind pushing that style of communication for brands into the extended reality. Now these are some older data, because now we're in 2024, obviously, but some time ago, brands declared that they would spend more money on virtual spaces, on augmented spaces, and so on. And brands did declare that they would want augmented reality in their brand communication. Now, from our own little perspective of our own company, we see that the interest is already there, that the companies really are looking forward for new ways to communicate with customers and potential consumers. So I think extended reality delivered on the promise expressed in those numbers. E-commerce brands, they already use augmented reality in their communication. Around 60% of brands do. And super important thing here is that augmented reality does have a power to drive action, to serve different purposes, to serve different functions within campaigns. It's not just about flat, empty engagement with a funny filter on TikTok. You can build awareness, you can build brand equity, you can build brand purpose, you can give a consumer a chance for a trial, even though it's an online digital trial, but it's hyper real. I don't know if you ever tried makeup filters on Snapchat, for example, but it's a hyper real try-on experience. And then with one click, it can translate into a conversion because it happens online. So various goals that augmented reality, extended reality can serve in campaigns. Yeah, we'll skip on that. All right, now the interesting part. So what are those extended reality experiences that I talk about? I'm going to walk you through tons of examples that we've produced in our little studio to show you that really brands from all across verticals, all across the world can already use augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality in their communication. Now the first most obvious use that you probably saw so many times are face filters. We're able to recognize facial features, facial movements to attach a virtual digital layer to the camera feed that's looking at you. So, it can be used for brand awareness. It can be used for building some brand equity. It can be used for building engagement, to voice some communication that's attached within a campaign. And of course, face filters are great for doing all kinds of makeup try-ons, jewelry try-ons, changing hair colors to see if that hair dye matches your style or not. More examples. Since we can recognize facial features and facial gestures, we can use those as controllers for mini games. Open your mouth to jump over an obstacle, and it's a game that helps launch. It's a premiere of a new sneaker model for Puma, or a funny Christmas game for Coca-Cola. You just turn your head left and right to avoid obstacles and collect gifts, or for Easter, a balancing game. You have a virtual egg on a spoon in your mouth, and you have to keep your head straight, not to make it fall. It builds a positive experience with the brand among consumers. More examples. Digital try-ons that I mentioned. Digital try-ons don't only end at your face, because we can also recognize bodies and where the hands are, where the feet are, and have people try on clothes virtually, some other fashion accessories, shoes, or a whole fashion collection consisting of many elements. Starting from hats, jackets, to, like I mentioned, jewelry, T-shirts, and so on. There's also those effects that we call target tracking effects. We sort of teach the smartphone camera to recognize a particular shape, and when the camera recognizes this shape, it activates the whole virtual layer. So it can be called digital product or you can use the physical product and turn it into a whole augmented experience built around it. Or here, this one is a pretty beautiful thing that we did for Bloomingdale's here in Dubai. You just had to scan a postcard that was part of a box after you made shopping with Bloomingdale's, and when you scanned that postcard, it activated the whole animation of a origami Christmas tree. And additionally, you could just put your hand in front of the camera to place a star on top of the tree. It all happens digitally, but in order to access it, you have to first buy product from Bloomingdale's. Otherwise, you don't have access to the experience. So tying it in, something fun with an actual purchase first. This one I'm going to skip because it's too long, but it's an example of target tracking. Okay, plane tracking effects are those that recognize flat surfaces around the user. And when we recognize flat surfaces around the user using the back camera of the smartphone, not the front camera facing your face, it allows us to place 3D animated scenes into user space. For example, to show some technologies behind Skoda cars, assisted parking, detecting a pedestrian crossing. We've built, 5 or 6 scenes like this, 3-dimensional, and you were able, just using your phone, place it on your table, place it on the pavement, place it wherever, and be immersed in a 3-dimensional scene. Another example of Bloomingdale's here, for Christmas, they worked with a local artist to create really cool sculptures of a camel and an oryx that were placed in a store, and we made those animals into digital forms so everyone could play with them on their phone without visiting the store. And you were able to just anchor them in your space, walk around, and again, just show your hand to feed the animal with a virtual apple. Another example of a plane tracking effect, so something that detects the space around you and lets you anchor some 3D animated scene to it, is a celebration effect for the latest soccer World Cup. Just a super immersive, interesting animation that all you needed to do to use it was your smartphone. And like I mentioned earlier, plane tracking effects also let us do things like trying on home appliances and furniture in your own home, just to check, if this is the color of the chair that I want to buy, this is the couch I want to buy, how it's going to fit in my space. Plane tracking effects also let us do things like immersive storytelling. So, for example, we used an Instagram effect to show our clients what our workflow is and how the process of creating a project with us works. We created a little guy that appeared on your table and did a whole narration of what are the steps of working with us. For a French TV, Arte TV, we did a series of animated episodes of a series about money. It was called Fortune. A couple of people told their stories about how they made their fortunes. We turned them into animated movies. Each mini animated movie was a snapshot lens that you could place in your own space, look around it from all angles, come closer, move further. So instead of just watching it on a flat screen, we turned it into like a whole 3D experience that you could watch from all angles. That's plane tracking effects. Something new that we're launching this year is called on-site AR mirrors. If you go upstairs, we have an exhibition there upstairs with a couple of examples of those. AR mirrors are basically just mirrors with additional layer of information. You stand in front of a mirror to try something on, to play a game, to have a nice experience, immersive experience with the brand. It can be heavily branded or can be more artistic, but with the rise of all things experiential, and how brands want to deliver experiences now. Going to a store isn't called shopping anymore. Going to a store is called a shopping experience. because, you know, the brand has to maximize that time spent with a potential consumer. It has to do something eye-catching. It has to do something that stays in a person's mind. So mirrors are one place or one way of doing this. It's just super nice to be able to see you on a huge mirror with a virtual layer of creative. Actually, you should go upstairs and try after this presentation, because it's really nice. But this is augmented reality too. We're not only talking about phones, we're not only talking about headsets that let you enter VR spaces. These are, AR mirrors are something that we place in physical space, so it's really something tangible. Okay, virtual destinations, something that I mentioned, is another example of extended reality experience, so like the whole virtual islands, exhibitions, events that you access by either putting on a headset on your head and entering this space in a super immersive way, but this can be done right from your smartphone screen as well, and it's a pretty cool experience as well. You can showcase your fashion collection in a virtual space. You can let people participate in events online together. You know, it all sounds. We really want to be down to earth, so it all sounds, you know, far-fetched and gimmicky, unless you give it, you know, a lot of thought, and unless you make sure it fits within a wider campaign that you're doing as a brand. It's not just doing a virtual space for the sake of doing a virtual space and making a couple of headlines in the press. It doesn't make sense. It needs to fit in your larger strategy. AR can also be used in existing mobile apps. For a client in our homeland, we did an AR for their. It's a chain of drugstores, so it's a pretty boring, you know, shopping app in which you collect coupons and so on. And they wanted to cater to a bit younger crowd. So we said, hey, let's gamify it. Let's make it possible for every young user to create their own avatar, their own self in the existing app, and then using this personalized version of me, I'm able to play games right in every store, right in every drugstore, using my little avatar running through the shelves and collecting products. And it doesn't require a separate app. We worked within an existing client app. So this is another place of distributing extended reality and making good use of it. And speaking of distribution, something that I mentioned a few times during this presentation, you know, it's not just about developing something and being able to, you know, tap your team on the shoulders and say, hey, good job. You need to make sure that people that are supposed to see it, use it, and it drives some impact. So, you know, every simple Instagram effect you can link to it through a QR code. You know, place that QR code on your product. So when people buy your product, they scan the QR code, they get taken to a branded game that you have built for them on Instagram. You can use all kinds of dedicated ads, augmented reality ads in the existing social media platforms. On Meta, on Snapchat, on TikTok, they have whole dedicated ads for AR, for distributing AR. As experienced marketers, you probably very much know that without the media spend, nothing's gonna happen. So even if we come up with a super nice and interesting AR effect that's funny and that's engaging, if you don't spend money on distributing it, no one's gonna find out about it. You know, of course, use brand ambassadors, use influencers. You know, they are the faces that validate your brand. And if you're doing an AR face effect, you know, what better face to use than a face of your brand ambassador and influencer and their huge social media following. You know, but your consumers can be your influencers as well. You know, they will record content with your augmented reality effect. Use that content, you know, give everyone their 5 seconds of fame on your social media social media profile. They'll be super happy to see their face, and you know, their friends saw the branded content that they placed in their stories. So find multiple ways to distribute content, find multiple ways to make sure that your augmented reality experience gets to the consumers. And most importantly, keep it all visually coherent. It's all about augmented reality, extended reality, virtual reality being a logical puzzle in your whole marketing mix. It cannot be something separate. Even on the visual level, it has to speak the same code as the rest of the campaign. So when someone sees your augmented reality effect, oh, they know it comes from this or that campaign. So keep it visually coherent at all times for it to make sense to your consumers. Showing a couple of creatives from different campaigns and the augmented reality effects that we've built to them to match their style. Okay, 3 minutes to go. A couple of success stories that I have to show you. We've worked with a cultural institution lately. It was an art museum locally in Warsaw, Poland. They did an art exhibition of a painter who would normally be perceived as yet another super boring guy who no one cares about unless you're into art. And so they came to us and they said, hey, make it interesting, make it so people get excited about this art exhibition. So we took 3 styles of this artist portrait styles. We turned them into Instagram effects. Each Instagram effect was a different style of portrait painting of this painter. And hey, guess what? Without any media spend, without any media support, half of the users of Instagram in Poland used this effect. It was a huge success, and the turnout at the exhibition was a record-breaking number. Of course, a local story, not a huge global one, but it shows you that even a cultural institution, not a brand with a huge budget, can use augmented reality in their communication. Another example. Oh, sorry. Another example. This is that furniture try-on that I mentioned earlier. It was a UK brand. This one is an example of something that actually we didn't do, but a different company. But just by giving the consumer an option to try on virtually a piece of furniture in their own space, they noticed 2.5 times higher conversion rate when someone used the AR, 3 times higher add to cart rate, 40% lift in ad recall. So pretty hard results to back up using augmented reality for a furniture brand. Jaguar, another example of giving consumers a way to try on their new product. Let's use the plane tracking capability of anchoring an object in your own space to see what that Jaguar is going to look like in my driveway or in my garage, in a hyper-realistic way. And I'm going to change the colors of it too to see what I want to buy. Ice cream and TikTok, I'm going to skip that. Shoes try-ons. There's tons of hard data to back up that using augmented reality makes sense for brands. Be it a Snapchat effect, being a filter on Instagram, being a virtual space, or a use case for a mobile app. For beauty brands, an obvious choice, I think, to give consumers a trial so they can try on something digitally to see what fits them best. And it is hyper realistic. It matches your face, super precisely. The colors that are shown are the actual colors that you're going to get with the product, with the makeup, with the hair color change. The technology is super advanced by now. Gucci, that's one I'm gonna skip, but it shows you that a high fashion brand for a bit older, more mature crowd can also build a presence in a virtual space like Roblox, and they're getting amazing results as well. Hair try-ons, Johnny Walker, Okay. Pizza Hut, McDonald's. You know, there's tons of brands, tons of industries that can use augmented reality. Apologies for skipping it over so quickly, but the time is apparently up. Again, we have I invite you to go upstairs to try on our augmented reality mirror upstairs. It's a really fun experience. If there is time for questions, I'll take some. If there is no time, okay, I believe there is time for questions. So thank you very much for your attention. Apologies for a bit hectic presentation, but it was a lot. Thank you.
All right, everybody, who has some questions? Okay.
Hi, my name is Daria. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was lovely. I have a question. Why do you think in the sport and fitness experience, it didn't go like so quickly, the boom of augmented reality? Because remember the first Miro, I think it was one of the USA producer who produced it and who was supposed to replace like the fitness instructor. It was such a great idea, but it's still not in each of our homes.
That's a great question. I think with every new technology, before it can be widely adopted, it needs to meet particular criteria. You know, it's simple criteria sometimes. If we won't use headsets, mixed reality headsets on our heads, unless they're cool, lightweight, and their battery power is strong enough. Because people aren't gonna find it useful. It's gonna be something terrible, that you won't enjoy using. So I think with the adoption of technology, a lot of criteria have to be met for people to adopt it. Simple as that. I think when Apple first introduced a phone without a keyboard, people were hesitant about it, but it proved really quickly that it's a useful thing and it works really nice, and it doesn't mess up your emails and your texts. So technology needs to prove that it's useful for people to adopt it. It cannot be just a far-fetched concept, because it sounds great. We'll have your virtual trainer assistant instead of a personal trainer. Make it actually useful and meaningful and easy to use for everyone, and that cannot be any technological barriers. It cannot be too expensive, and only then people will adopt it.
Thank you for your response. And just a quick second question. Have you ever studied the cons of augmented reality, especially for the kids and for the brains, and how it influences like their life?
No, I'm afraid not. We haven't yet.
Anybody else? All right.
Hi, my name is Yash. Just wanted to ask that, for an everyday marketer who is, in the industry and been marketing for other companies, and if we have customers, so there are multiple tools out there, thanks to the artificial intelligence. So for the AR, such lenses or maybe such products that we have, do we have any tool that, we can use without the knowledge of coding? Like, I mean, you know coding, right? So if we do not want to use coding, like, directly be able to generate or maybe, use something basic, do we have any tools out there like that?
Thank you, Yash, for the question. If I understand the question correctly, my answer is going to be there is so much different frameworks and technologies to work with that, like I said, any brand can work with augmented reality. If you don't have a Instagram profile, obviously you're not going to build an Instagram AR effect, but you can make it a web browser experience. So all a consumer needs is a web browser. So there's tons of technologies that we can use, and I think we can cater for every need. Not just us. I'm not saying me as a company, but like-minded professionals that do the same thing. So many technologies is out there, and you just have to put it to a right use.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, everyone, please join me in giving a massive round of applause for Mr. John Ozarowski. How phenomenal was that presentation? Truly, truly amazing. Do you want to take a selfie with the crowd? That's always my favorite thing to do. Yeah, quick. Everybody, cheese. And don't forget to tag us. All right, everyone. That was absolutely enlightening, and I personally am very interested in augmented reality because as a younger generation and the current generation, we are daily bombarded with so much stimulation that it really needs to be immersive in order to catch our attention. And that is also how I bought my couch. So it was great. All right, up next, everyone, we have a very, very interesting panel. Now, I have a general question for all of you. Who here started out their career in marketing? Like from day one? From day one, you started out your career in marketing, right? All right, who here sort of just fell into marketing? I like that it's actually more people that sort of transitioned into marketing rather than started out with their career. And that's what's so beautiful about marketing. It's agile. So in the spirit of that, let's dive into the dynamic world of embracing agility in marketing. How marketers thrive in a constantly shifting go-to-market environment. And what innovative strategies ensure success amidst uncertainty. Everyone, please welcome on stage the moderator, Mr. Harish Patel, CEO and founder at BTB Venture Group. Joined by Maliha Farouk, the Secretary General of the American Business Council of Pakistan. Ms. Daria Kashurina, the co-founder and CMO of 8B.World. Ms. Anna Suvorova, the business agility consultant and corporate trainer at Earnest International Business Solutions. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ahmed Khan, the head of marketing and strategy advisor at Next Generation Corporate Services. What a phenomenal panel we have. Grab onto your seats and enjoy, everybody.
Just a small correction, it's Harshal Patil.
Harshal Patel?
Yeah. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In Dubai, I'm glad that you are sharp here at 11 a.m. for the panel. So let me just start with a very quick question. So how many of you know or have handled the go-to-market strategies within your organization? If you can raise the hand. Okay, great. How many of you know the RevOps, revenue operations? Wonderful. So this topic is going to be pretty interesting because we are going to discuss about how to get the agility into architecting the go-to-market strategy, and that too dynamically. It's actually like changing your punctured tires while driving a car. You might meet with an accident, but it could be heroic as well. If you're able to do that, you will be able to scale quite rapidly. So we have great panelists with us today. Maybe we'll just start off with a quick introduction, and then we'll set off for the further.
Hi, good morning, everyone. A lot of people look a bit dull, down. Can we have a cheers, smile, laughing? Yes, that's better. So, it's start of the day. I mean, we've started for quite long, and I think we've lost our touch for education. Anyway, so my name is Ahmed. I represent a company called Next Generation Corporate Services. I've been in this industry, into corporate services and consulting, where we do go-to-market strategies for people entering into the UAE market when they want to set up a business. And I've been associated with marketing for the last 7-8 years, and mostly into B2B marketing, where I've worked with agencies, I've worked with corporates, I've helped local brands grow and helped some of them get funding as well. So that's my little introduction. I pass it on to Anna. She'll have a better introduction.
By the way, with Ahmed, we met in some business event in Dubai, and also already each other for last 2 years. Yeah, my name is Anna. I'm a business agility consultant, and I support for last 5 years. I support companies during the agile transformation. I'm working with teams beyond IT. I don't have IT background, but by the way, I worked, I think, most of my life in IT industry. Yeah, that's why for me this topic is very interesting, and I hope our panel discussion will be not about blah, blah, blah. Was nice comment from the previous one, and I hope you will smile, yeah, during our panel discussion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daria. I've met quite a few of you today, and we found good synergies together. It's great to be here, and it's great to network, and I encourage everyone to take this opportunity. I'm the head of various marketing strategies for various projects and companies, but my true baby now began when I met my partner, who is a true visionary leader in the real-time payments. So what we do, imagine if any of you would come today and pay for the hotel, taxi, any other experiences through your preferred payment method in your country. If you are from India, you would pay through PhonePe or Paytm. If you are from Spain, you would pay by Bizum, and so on. So what we try to do is to bring the local payment method on the cross-border rails and allow it on a cross-border international level. And the company name was actually born when the 8 billion person was born. So that's why it's 8B World. We want financial inclusion for everyone around the globe.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maliha. My reputation actually precedes me because I have been associated with the Marketing 2.0 conference, so I know most of you here. But for those who are new, I'm a marketer. I've been a marketer for the last 16 years. I've worked with all sorts of organizations, legacy and startups. I've helped them develop their marketing strategies, their go-to-market strategies as well. I'm a certified director. I am an Amazon featured writer. I've recently, written a book on digital marketing and the next steps. So do have a look at that. And I'm very, very happy to have this discussion with all of you today. I would also like you to smile a little bit and give me a cheer, because I feel that, we desperately need that kind of energy. So thank you. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thank you.
So thank you so much, guys. I am the only one who will talk a little technical here. So, when it comes to defining the go-to-market strategy, there are 3 parameters which are playing very crucial role. One is, getting the agility. Second one is the speed to market. And third one is a huge dynamism. So, Malia, you have been working around go-to-market strategies for a long time. So, for the audience, if you could just define agility in the context of marketing and why it is crucial actually to adjust it dynamically.
So before I start answering that question, and I'm going to not keep it very technical, agility and marketing agility are not 2 different things. They're probably different sides of the same coin, because when you talk about agility, you talk about an organization's ability to react to either consumer behavior changes, market changes, internal competition, or things like that. When you talk about marketing agility, it's the same thing, but it's in the context of marketing, How agile and how proactive your marketing function is to understand those challenges, and secondly, to adapt to them. The second part that I want to actually mention is that not everything requires agility. So we have to draw a line on what to respond to and how to respond to, because some things, they just pass by, especially in a business life cycle. So you have to understand that. Why is it necessary? We know that there have been market changes, right? So responding to those market changes require you to be agile. For instance, we all saw what COVID-19 did to us, right? So when you look at restaurants, especially when they just did away with their dine-in sections and looked at takeaways and deliveries. Also loungewear, Marks & Spencer started their own comfortable loungewear for people who are working extended hours at home. then secondly, it is very important to keep up with competitors as well. And here I'd like to mention two very great brands, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. If you all remember the Coca-Cola campaign, Share a Coke, with those personalized bottles with their names, that was a reaction and that was a part of an agile marketing strategy, because earlier on that year, Pepsi took out some very successful personalized campaign as well. So this was a way of sort of trying getting on the bandwagon. The second thing is that agile marketing is very important when you want to seize opportunities and when you want to maximize them. Do you all remember the 2013 Super Bowl when there was a power blackout? How many of you remember it? You do? Do you remember what Oreo did? What they did was that they came up with a campaign, power out, don't worry, you can dunk in the dark. Excellent example of trying to seize an opportunity and maximizing it. Then, the second part of it is when you want customer engagement. As marketeers, what we want to do now is that we want to have the highest ROI in terms of engagement, right? Agile marketing helps you get that. I'll give you an example of Airbnb. When it started, and the reason why it picked up was because they were really coordinating with the customer in terms of answering their queries, their feedback in real time, and that led to customer engagement. So to answer this question in a nutshell, why is it important? It is very important to stay ahead, but then you also have to understand that jumping on a bandwagon just to have that label of being an agile business is not enough. Like the panel before me mentioned, it has to be purpose-driven, and you have to understand why you're doing it, and will it even yield the results?
Absolutely. So I think, as you rightly said, just would like to add something that, it cannot be only done with the help of Gen AI generated reports or with the secondary research reports. Actually, we really need to hit the ground and analyze that what is exactly our go-to-market strategy. So speaking about consumers, Daria, you have been building a fintech product, and Web3 is actually influencing a lot of consumer behavior. So if we talk about that, what are the specific outcomes, and from a go-to-market strategy, what are the outcomes that you have generally seen? If you could, help us, please.
So adding up to what Malika just mentioned, let's look at the Temu case. Have any of you tried shopping on the new Temu Raising Star app? It's like Amazon, but it's a new platform, and it's been very popular and just out of a sudden. No? Yes? So you've seen how great it is in terms of agile experience. It's like their slogan is shop as a billionaire, but then at the end of the day, it's not about billionaire, but it's about normal Amazon platform shopping or any other marketplaces. But it does create urgency. It gives you an effect that you're in a game or in a casino experience, so you have to urgently go and shop and buy something, otherwise it will disappear. And that's experience that I see also on other marketplaces in CIS. And then they give you a lot of coupons, they rush you, and they make it feel as it is a game. And that's exactly about like customer engagement into your product, and being straightforward, creating a gaming effect, and give you value at the end. Because if it doesn't create value at the end when you buy the goods, then you will be disappointed and you will go back to the traditional marketplaces. So agility is fantastic for hooking up the customers. It's fantastic into the momentum experience, but in long term, you need to look at it from different angles as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think to maintain, this agility, you actually need to have a very strong collaboration, which is actually a revenue operations, where there is no perennial disconnection between sales, marketing, and customer success, if we talk about. So, Anna, my question to you is how, this collaboration across multiple departments is quite essential. And what are some of the tactics that you have chosen in order to approach this, cohesive go-to-market strategies? If you could just elaborate, that will be a good help.
I just want to make sure to check up. Guys, do you understand what does it mean to be agile? Because our panel discussion about this and we use this word much often, but do you understand? Can you raise your hand who really understand what does it mean? Yeah, was my question first. Because when we talk about agility, yeah, it's like it sounds really great, but in practice, what to do? And for me, because I'm working with people behavior all my life, it's like it's my desire. We need to change the system to create a new people behavior inside. That's why usually what I see, it's a huge conflict between marketing and sales. Who has the same in their company? Raise your hand.
All of us, I think.
Yeah, because always what the sales telling, oh, they gave us not correct leads. Yeah, we can't work with them. Marketing tell us, oh, no, we provided for you really great leads. You just didn't make calls. Yeah, done. That's why when we speak about agility, for me, the most important thing is collaboration. When we are working together. That's why it's very traditional things to have a common goal. Forget about your KPIs. Yes, because KPIs create really huge conflict between your departments. That's why usually with all companies with whom I'm working, we start from the top. We change leadership behavior. Our leader starts to work with sprints, 1 week, common goals, because you can't imagine when I facilitated a session with a French insurance company. It was 2 days quarter planning, and for second day, 5 top managers who took part in this session, 2 of them, they just stopped any communication with each other. CEO called me to his room, and he said, Anna, I don't know what you did, but all my top managers, they said they don't want to work with each other. And other 25 team leaders were in the room. They were working on this session. And he said, I don't know what to do. Like, we need to stop all the procedure. I said, okay, guys, I think you are not kids. Yeah, let's discuss. 1 hour we spent for mediating their conflict. And after that, they came back to session. They joined other 25 people who work hard during this time. And this is the most important topic, because we can bring all technologies. We can talk about AI, digital transformation. We're talking, I think, last 5 or 10 years maybe already. But all about people. If you will not create a system with the trust, with the communication, collaboration between your teams, you will do nothing. This is my approach.
Ahmed, just a controversial one to you. So if not KPI, then what? And you have been involved in crafting the actual go-to-market strategy. So what has been your experience so far? How you maintain the agility, if you could just...
Right, so I'll give you the best example that we can think of right now in today's world. And it's something that we all love. It's a place we all love. And we call it home. You guys call it Dubai. So for us, agility, marketing, it's about leadership and a well-thought vision that we have seen in this country laid out. So you think of Dubai as a place to just visit. That was a couple of years ago. Okay, people want to visit visit Dubai. What do they want? Okay, they need beaches. They give us clean beaches. You need shopping, a shopping destination. They give you the biggest shopping mall ever. They give you the tallest building. It's too hot. They give you an ice rink in the middle of the desert. Then, people wanted more. They wanted this is a place where you want to live. They built you communities all across there. They're making the weather tolerable. That is agility through leadership. And that's what we define in our go-to-market strategies. When you're entering this market, you need to enter as a leader. You need to show that you have that substance to bring in what you're bringing as a company. And when it comes to marketing, Marketing is the second process after go-to-market. So once you've entered, you need to make people known. And so probably by the time we start a go-to-market study, say it takes 4 weeks, and the time when a business is being launched or a product is being launched, the trend has changed. We have a new hashtag, we have a new filter, we have a new situation. Like, I mean, imagine we have a conflict going on in the Middle East that's changed the consumer sentiment, all along. So agility is where, you can take decisions on the spot and be ready for that change, and you have those resources in place, and you prepare to deploy those resources to make that impact. So that is my take on it, and I take Dubai. We take Dubai as an example, and we take pride in it, which is why we're able to offer our services for setting up your businesses and moving and expanding your businesses to Dubai with sheer confidence. So we are here.
Yes.
To live in Dubai, you need to be agile.
Yes. So with this particular context, Maliha, so Anna mentioned that for the collaboration to establish a revenue operations framework, KPI is something that can be diluted. But having said that, from your expertise of working around marketing, do you specifically track any KPIs for your campaigns, or in terms of incubating them quite quickly, quite rapidly, as Ahmed mentioned? What are some of the tactics?
So absolutely, I completely agree with Ahmed and Anna. KPIs, well, not really diluted because I spend half the time trying to track them. But when you talk about agile marketing, the usual KPIs don't work. And I'll tell you why. Because usually what we track are a wide range. And if you Google, and I challenge you all right now, if you just Google and write KPIs for agile marketing, it'll give you a list of KPIs. One size does not fit all, that's for sure. So what I've done, I've divided into certain categories. Speed and efficiency. I've also divided into customer satisfaction, net promoter scores, and also the fact that at the end of it, we are all marketeers because we want some return on our investment, right? So when I talk about, speed and efficiency, the kind of KPIs that I usually track are the real-time KPIs. For instance, how long does it actually take for an idea to get executed? Do you do A/B testing? This is something that I definitely look at. At the same time, how important is the fact that, like Anna mentioned, collaboration, because we are very, as marketing people, codependent on a lot of other functions as well, right? So we can churn out a very nice marketing campaign that gives us a KPI, but can that actually be delivered by the other sales team as well? The other then definitely are iterative KPIs. Like for instance, I think that Netflix and Amazon does this. They do their sprint reviews. They also do their backlog health check. And then marketing, KPIs. What is your return on ad spend? What is your return on investment? And also something that I feel that is very, very underestimated is the customer lifetime value. Because we are relationship builders, right? We don't just do a sale or don't do a campaign for a one-time engagement, one-time virality. We want to have a lasting relationship. So what I definitely look at is the cost per acquisition, and I also look at the customer lifetime value. And mind you, sometimes those figures are not very favorable, but that is the beauty of agile marketing, is where you track these KPIs in real time. You make those fixes and you try and make it work. Yes, sometimes things don't work out, but you have to understand what your business stands for and how in the long term those KPIs can actually measure. And just to add something, I also feel that we really, really overcomplicate the topic of KPIs, and we sort of, get very fixated at setting them and then tracking them, which is absolutely okay. I have nothing against them. But what I do also understand is that, those KPIs have to be real time, especially in terms of agile marketing. And secondly, it has to be an action. It cannot be a reaction. For instance, if my competitor is doing something, half of the time I need to proactively understand what they are going to do. That is part of a comm scan as well. And the third thing that businesses do not do in terms of KPIs is that they do not celebrate their milestones and small successes. They are also very, very important because it gives you a vision into what you've actually achieved and where you have to go. So that is what I want to tell everyone, that KPI tracking is great, but I think we as marketers need to change our focus on how we set them, how we target them, and how we celebrate them.
In alignment with what Maliha just mentioned, there are some of the prominent tech use cases which are coming up. There is world's leading bank who have developed a predictive analytics solution so that the credit card frauds can be reduced. And using that solution, they are defining in a dynamic way that who are their potential users. So as Daria, you are in the fintech space, how technology development is actually supporting this entire go-to-market strategy. So do you have any use cases of it, if you can just explain?
Yes, because of the nature of 8B world, I have to see lots and lots of different UXs, the payment UXs. And so I see them for the past 18 months or even longer, and I could see how they start to be implemented and how they are executed and how the best practices from one country to another merge. And it's very simple. So for instance, the QR payment before, you would have to copy your deep link and to put it into your bank account. And here you would lose your user. But once you are redirected with the technology help, you will not lose him and it will not be abandoned. The former payment solution would be you will have to press like 5 to 8 buttons to get to the payment, to the final step. And now you could have your payment done with 3 or 4 steps, so even like 2 clicks, and it will still be open banking or the digital wallet and not the credit card, which is cheaper and so on. So the user experience, it does influence a lot the final result, final aim of it. Otherwise, you don't really need this agility. And what I would also mention to the KPI topic and to agility marketing is that I completely agree with my colleagues today that a lot of time you don't need to look into numbers, but you really need to look on like how the user experience is driven. You just try it yourself, even though I'm not a big fan of saying that it was not comfortable for me, so it's not comfortable for another like millions of people. But you need to try it yourself. You need to feel the user experience. Then you can give the best marketing out of it. And also, if you've done the marketing campaign, you could see great numbers. Let's imagine a post on LinkedIn with like 500 impressions. But going into this post, seeing the comments, see who commented, would give you a much better overview and much better results. And this is your KPI, not just the 500 impressions. And that's how you tackle it. And also, it's interesting enough, we were speaking this morning with my colleague, and we mentioned that a marketing job, at the end of the day, it's not even to give great like SEO optimization or big marketing campaigns. If it doesn't work, you just stop, you go and you research, you go into news, you find your customers, you speak with them again, you adapt your storytelling, and you just go back to the ground and you forget about all the technology and all the tools you have in mind, even though some of us are very successful into it.
I just want to add something to what Daria said. This is absolutely the way it's supposed to be, because sometimes as marketers we get into a comfort zone and we feel that whatever we are doing is going to yield results. We should not shy away from the fact that sometimes things do not work out the way we've planned, and that is part of this discussion right now, right? Being agile and being open and having that mindset to understanding how you can tweak things. And sometimes when they don't go as per plan, probably even shelve them and then go back to the mood board and start all over again. Because at the end of the day, I cannot overemphasize on the fact that it is only customer relationships that we are working for, and lasting customer relationships. And if a user experience is not good, and like you mentioned in terms of having 500 likes on a LinkedIn post, if I've made a comment and if somebody has not answered it or my query or just resonated with what I'm saying, there is a tendency for customers to feel left out and for them to know that they are not being heard, which is something that brands really need to look at.
Yes. And I think, with this, actually, consumer behavior is also changing every day. Today, they prefer cat. Tomorrow, they will prefer dog. And we really need to analyze why they prefer dog over cats, actually. So, Anna, from your experience, how this consumer behavior is actually evolving rapidly, and how can we really incubate it into make a very resilient, concrete, and solid, go-to-market strategy. So what is your experience on that? If you can also give us the use case, it's wonderful.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Again, just fast checkup. Guys, please raise your hand who are using for your company brand Instagram every day. Not has just account, but you are promoting your brand on Instagram. Mm-hmm. I'm shy to ask who are using TikTok. 4, okay. Just for your understanding, yeah, about people behavior. The problem, what I see when I'm working with companies, they're thinking what our customer need right now. And they start a project to create a new product, and they will launch it after 6 months or after 1 year. But they don't think what will be after 1 year. And this is the problem. Right now, everywhere, if you will post on social media something, and I did the same just with AI, it will be crazy. Everyone discuss AI, how to use mask and everything, but we don't talk about human behavior, customers' behavior after 1 year when we will use this AI. Who are using ChatGPT every day as me? I can't survive without it, honestly. I don't know how I will live without ChatGPT if something will happen. It's really helpful. And we just need to understand how all these technologies, they will change our behavior in 1 year. And this is what we need to do. The second, right now, today it was a huge discussion about the, let's say, social equality, yeah, that we need to think about nature, some eco things. But do you know this is desire? And some people, they have a strong desire in idealism. Some of them, they have weak desire in idealism. And if we don't understand our target audience needs, it's basic, it's a big, huge research, risk motivation profile. It's a professor from US. And it was researched during 20 years in all over the world in more than 80 countries. If we will speak in different language with our customers, we will promote them these eco things, but the most of our target audience, they have weak desire in idealism, it will not work. We can use AI, we can use all technologies, but it will not work. And come back to my conclusion, first conclusion about teams, the same about our consumers, because it's just about people behavior. And all technologies, agile practices, this is tools which support us to create an environment where our customers will buy or not buy, will choose our brand or not choose. That's why I don't know, once I visited Brands for Less, and this is amazing. I don't know, who are following on TikTok their CEO? Okay, some people. Just after this conference, I hope you will open your account on TikTok and will follow him. He is amazing. He has a lot of followers on TikTok. And I was inside their warehouse. They're using technology to recognize the face in the warehouse. They don't use cards. And at the same time, I spoke with the #1 e-commerce company in Russia. They're just trying to create this technology. And yeah, they will spend 1 more year, maybe 2 years to apply, to change all these things. Brands for example, they do online streams on Instagram, in TikTok, to showcase their collections and to buy online very fast, because they know their consumers. That's why when we speak about agility, just understand where is your customers. If you're still not on Instagram, not using TikTok, yeah, how we can speak about any masks, where we will bring it if we don't have account, yeah, on TikTok. Yeah, this is true.
Yes, absolutely. And I think one more important aspect that I would love to add here is, the roles where, we have seen huge attrition is in the business development and sales. Roughly 1.2 years of experience is what leaders have served as per the survey actually. And this is happening because there is a huge dynamism which have been pushed by the management teams of different companies. So now over there, due to this agility, due to this dynamism, or abrupt changes in the go-to-market strategies, sales team doesn't get a lot of time to even prepare themselves before they laid off, because they are sticking to the KPIs. So which requires the leadership skills as well. If you want to maintain the agility, then you need leadership skills. So Ahmed, as you are involved in handling the overall go-to-market operations, what leadership skills you think are pivotal and crucial to balance the sales team from a leadership aspect actually, so that the agility can be managed quite efficiently?
See, am I audible? Yeah. So many times, when we're scrolling through social media, we see this, what do you call, a quote that leaders are not made, they're born. No, nobody's born. You're made into a leader. So if you are a leader and if you want to grow your company, you need to empower your people so they take up leadership positions. You need to push them and you need to support them as well. Holding them accountable is good. KPIs are good, we mentioned, I think I completely agree with Malia. KPIs are there, yeah, to track your performances as per your, whatever description of job that you're brought in to do. But they're not the end of the role, You need to give ownership to your people so they take up these roles. Apart from that, allow them to be humans. Yeah, we're using too much AI, we have so much technology. Let them be human, they will have a breakdown, they will be, going through something. There might be bad days, and we all have them, People having, losing a loved one, going through breakups, divorces, and marriage troubles, wars. I mean, people from, Russia.
Or just having a bad day.
Or just
when
having
you
a
don't
bad
feel
day.
like working.
Yeah, I mean, we should be, we should be open to discussion. We need to have that human element in organizations where people can come and talk. Look, yeah, somebody passed away, I need to just vent out or cry or, talk about it. I had a bad day at home, I woke up, there was I spilled some water, I slipped, I bumped my head, I went to the shower, there was cold water. I mean, everything, let people talk, let's be humans. And then push them, and then like, okay, fine, your human element is there. Now get your line out and go and roar in the world and make the change happen and see what's happening. And also, one more thing I'd like to add is other tools. Data is, again, it's the gold these days. Make it accessible for your teams to have that data and make it accessible for them to understand data. Having data, having just numbers isn't going to be any useful if they're not translated for common non-number people or people who just don't understand how to interpret data. So invest in those tools that are that are into data analytics, that are translating data, or hire somebody. I mean, we need to get more people on board as well. Grow your strength and empower your people. That's what I would say.
Absolutely.
Can I just add to something? Yes. I just want to add to what Ahmed said. I have a team of fairly young marketeers. Yeah. So because
are they young? How old?
Sorry.
very young cold.
No, I don't want to mention that, but I just want to say that, as someone who's leading a team, it's actually a challenge now to lead a young team. Because what used to work when I was an assistant brand manager or a brand manager does not work for them anymore. So as a leader, one has to understand, like for instance, if even 10 years or 5 years back, someone would have told me that, there'll be a possibility of working from home, I probably would have thought twice. But the team that I lead, they feel that it's their right to have 2 days a week as a remote and hybrid working thing. And they don't think that there is anything wrong with the fact that they have a work-life balance, which I completely agree with, because I feel that we, and people from India and Pakistan are going to absolutely agree with me. We've completely slogged in marketing when we've risen up the ranks, because we believed that 9 to 5 working was productive. We believed that leaving after the boss was the best thing that you could do. Do you agree with me, Anand? That is exactly how it was. And God forbid, if the boss was late some days, you would obviously cancel all your plans to be there. So as a leader, leading these teams of people who are actually now going to take on, which I call the next generation of marketeers, the leadership traits are also very different. And the other thing is that the leader has to be very secure in their own position in the organization. When you are secure enough to know that, okay, your team, if your team member is talking to the managing director or the CEO, he's not complaining about you, he's talking about certain things that the managing director wants to know. And you're not required. And the last thing that I would like to say is break these silos. We honestly work in a lot of silos where sales, Anna, you will believe that sales does not talk to marketing, marketing does not talk to business development, and at the end of the day, everybody wants a customer and everybody wants a bottom line. It does not work that way. So I urge all of you to break those silos and understand that leadership has evolved, teams have evolved, and we need to now take on like Marketing 2.0, I think there should be a Leadership 2.0 conference as well, where we need to understand how to manage those teams.
Malia has given a new business idea to the 2.0 conference people. Yeah. I'll add to that. So for our team in our office, for us, or for I say as a marketer, I'm like, if you're staying late, unless you're not making TikToks, go home, right? So we need that content out there. We need daily content out there. I think somebody was mentioning earlier that why do we need to push out content? We need to push out content. It's something new, because every day something new is dropping in town, especially a place like Dubai, where it's dynamic. So much is happening every single day. Like we have this conference, we've got so many other conferences happening right now, big, small, different industries. We need to push out content. And for us, a business like us that is serving corporates and entrepreneurs from various different walks of life, we need to target them all. So we don't have enough people to create content. That's our struggle. So we're hiring interns with that mindset who like to play and all.
Probably do a much better job than, because they do that.
They're born into it, yeah. They're born into it. Like how we use slides and sheets. Excel and PowerPoint. That's how they use TikTok and Instagram. They're way better than us.
For us, it's work. For them,
it's yeah. It's paid holiday.
Yeah. In my team, I did this experiment. We hired like a professional SMM agency to get the team exposure to LinkedIn, because we work business to business. So I'm much bigger fan in LinkedIn than Instagram and TikTok and so on. But out of like almost 20 people in the team, only 2 get the true profit of it, of the true exposure. Right, yeah. And for the others, even though the content was from us, from the marketing team, I was running after them, saying like, what do you do after work? What are your hobbies? What could we tell about you? And trying to connect it to the business content and so on. But it's just a different mindset. So
I'll just add one last thing. Yes. And for the benefit of all. No, just one last thing. For the benefit of all, right? Facebook came and, businesses were not on Facebook when initially it was for college students to connect with other college students and, probably go on a date or something, Then it turned into a completely different business model. Now we have Meta that owns Instagram, that owns WhatsApp, and even, I don't know if a lot of people know, WhatsApp has a business function to it as well, which you can completely automate. Going into that is kind of agility. But then came TikTok. It became the daddy of all platforms, and it surpassed users, combined all of the other platforms.
So has TikTok actually also.
Yeah, exactly, TikTok. And then now we probably might have something else. For you, marketeers, leaders, agility is to jump onto that platform, right?
Correct.
Don't think anything can be small. What's the worst can be? I mean, it's gonna get deleted. Your account's gonna get deleted. That's it. Your ad money is gonna go to waste. Fine. You'll be wasting so much money on other ad spend as well. So that's my advice and final thing.
Absolutely. Let me just add a little fire into this conversation. There are, bunch of geeks I see on Instagram, usually come with, $5 course where, in 1 hour they will teach you how to craft the go-to-market strategy in 1 hour. I mean, there are a bunch of it. But is it that easy that, we can define the go-to-market strategy within 1 hour after attending a short course? It's not that easy actually. And it's happening. Every day I'm seeing those feeds. So it's pretty important to also go on the ground, talk to the customers, and get the right feedback, which is a primary research. And using that, actually, we'll be able to, actually understand that who is our target audience. So from that perspective, Daria, my question to you is, from a B2B standpoint, I think we had a lot of conversation on B2C side of it, but from a B2B standpoint, what are some of the channels that you have used in order to bring in agility, or be it, email marketing, digital ads, whatever it may be, but what channels you have used and which were the most efficient one from your experience?
So, of course, nothing could replace a networking, in-person handshake. That's always like the first thing you do. If you have a chance and you do like a meeting, you meet with a person. We all now on Zooms, right? But if you have a simple 10 minutes coffee together that will stay in your heart, you will remember the person, and it's much better than a Zoom call, right? From other methods, I'm a big fan of LinkedIn. I mentioned it already. I think not a superstar profile where you do like videos and entertainment content, but just a simple, keep going profile with like all your experiences, some posts, some news, could give you anyone in the world within like maximum of 2 handshakes. If you can't connect to the right person, you ask his colleague or friend to connect, and within 2 handshakes, you reach anyone. And this saves a lot of time to yourself because you don't need to research whether this particular person is still in the company. A LinkedIn profiles are always updated, and it saves your it saves your vis-a-vis a lot of time because you tell him straight away what business you want to do together, and if there is any interest, you just use agility. You just jump into it and you do it. So LinkedIn is my biggest suggestion for everyone.
You don't think that it's boring? Really, for me, I use LinkedIn all the time, but it's no life. Just, it's like, this, in our parents' age, it was like when you're posting on the wall, you're bored with these pictures and applause and these awards. That's it, no life. We need to change it somehow.
It depends what content you post. I know a young lady, and she lives in Middle East, and she did it on purpose. She posted herself in a bathrobe on LinkedIn.
Oh my God.
Yes. And she suddenly got like so many followers. So, okay.
We need to try.
That's not my recommendation, but it really depends on the content.
I just want to add that, just posting on LinkedIn to get followers that usually most of us do, or connections. In fact, I'm not going to take a name, but I was sitting with someone yesterday where they mentioned, and I'm fairly new on LinkedIn. I never really used it that much. And they said that, Malia, we, and they agreed to meet me because I came to Dubai and I wanted to meet them. And they said that we don't really meet a lot of people because what they really do is that they approach us for either a product or a service, and There's no relationship. And with me, what I do is I post content. I do not post frequently. I post things that are close to my heart, topics that would resonate with other people as well. And not just topics that, oh my God, I went to this conference and I sat with Harshal and I took a picture, but also what my takeaway was, and why do you, as it's a kind of digital mentoring, if I may put it that way, where you ask and you tell people, oh, this experience was not good, please don't go there or go here or do something. And I think that has I started off with about 1,000 followers. I think I'm above to 5 or 6 at the moment. I'm pretty choosy about who I follow. But I think the pace with which organically the followers have grown is content, and one needs to also understand that, that's very important. I'm sorry, are you saying something? Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think one last pretty quick question, only one-liner, so that, we will be satisfied that, we ended it on the topic. I mean, we stick to the topic actually. So one last question, one-liner. If you want to give one advice to the leaders that how they can really embrace the agility, maybe, just one last comment if you guys have.
For me, it's very obvious. Follow the leaders of the UAE, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the rulers of UAE. Agility is what they've defined in the last couple of years.
Yes.
Post-COVID, nobody has bounced back.
Yes,
No country
thank you.
has bounced back.
One-liner.
And
One-liner.
yeah, sorry. So can we have a round of applause for Dubai? We love it here. Can we not?
Honestly, just I mentioned two things. You need to understand that the most of the leaders, this is the research, have a strong desire in social status or in power. That's why they want to lead. And they will be unhappy if they will lose this leadership role. If you are curious about basic desires, just text me on LinkedIn.
Yes.
I will share my article about this and website for risk motivation profile. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Daria? Okay.
Just stop underestimating the customer, please. That's my takeaway for everything. We sometimes we think they know too much and we don't give enough information. Sometimes we think that we have to handhold them. So just stop underestimating. Do a lot of customer research. Understand your customer. Whether you want Agile to do agility marketing or any other marketing, just understand customers have evolved and you need to do that too.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I'll just maybe conclude it with last 5 lines. I'll just read it because I felt it is quite important and we shouldn't miss anything. So it's clear that sticking to a rigid marketing blueprint is outdated now. It is going to be ineffective. The constantly evolving consumer preferences and market conditions demands agility and foresight. Particularly, it is very crucial for the middle market companies eyeing for the growth and funding. Agile marketing is not at all about making decisions quickly, but it is about making them smartly, with a little speed into it, with data-driven insights. It's about adapting swiftly to the market shifts, aligning marketing strategies with the sales objectives, and driving growth by responding proactively to the customer and market changes. The key elements which I feel are involved that we discussed today include sense-making, iteration, speed, and accurate data. These are not just the strategies, but these are very essential tools in order to embrace the agility. In a summary, blending dynamism and agility in go-to-market strategy might seems like asking a cat to do a dog's job. A bit confusing at first, but surprisingly effective. Our panelists have brilliantly demonstrated how this approach will work and will be a game changer. So I thank you, and we'll just open it for the question and answer.
All right, who has some questions? Okay.
So first of all, hi everybody. My name is Shimalin from beautiful St. Lucia. Thank you for such an enriching discussion. And as a key takeaway, I would say, the topic is embracing agility and how marketing adapts to dynamic go-to-market. But I think an interesting twist based on everything you've discussed here, is embracing agility, how marketers adapt to the dynamic go-to-market career environment. Reason why I'm saying that is because Malia, you said that the dynamics of leadership has changed, and it's becoming increasingly more difficult to manage those future marketers and so on. But the thing is, as marketing leaders, they need to see themselves through us. And if we continue to be invisible as leaders, what do they have to aspire to? Now, you spoke to being able to get go-to-marketing strategies online. And yes, you know, that's very possible. But I think as future leaders, what they want to learn is your unique perspective on how to develop a go-to-marketing strategy. I could say with extraordinary confidence, my best lessons in marketing has been when my CMO, when my VP of marketing brought me into those war rooms if we're getting ready to launch a campaign for, say, HBO or for BET. These were the real lessons. That's where we learned. So if we are able to package that unique knowledge that we have and share it with those future marketers, they will see ourselves through us. Now, going back to LinkedIn, this is how you could make LinkedIn interesting, by building your personal brand as a leader. Gone are the days, the dynamics on LinkedIn has changed tremendously. I initially was a little intimidated because I thought initially it was a bit boring, but that has changed. I have totally brought me, Shumalin, as a brand, as a leader to LinkedIn, and like Malia, this has grown my engagement and my following with marketers that I mentor from around the world. So my uniqueness of being from a tiny but mighty island called St. Lucia, and how I've been able to use my knowledge in brand building and marketing and transfer that into me becoming an influential leader, impacting the organization that I currently lead, right, and future leaders. And that is how you stand out on LinkedIn. That's how you stand out as a leader, and that's how you attract, retain future marketers. Thank you.
All right, who's next? Okay. We'll do it by order. Here you go.
Hey everyone, it's a fantastic discussion. I must say it's quite enlightening and very lively, I must say that. I want to highlight a couple of points that you have tabled. I don't have a question, but those are very critical points that I've highlighted that the audience should take away, you know, those messages with them. And Ahmed, I'll start with one key important point that you've highlighted, that agility starts from the leadership of the organization. It's extremely critical. Of course, we all look up to how Dubai is kind of grown. And I've seen one of the interview the ruler of Dubai gave to a BBC reporter when he asked, why are you in such a hurry, right, in doing what you're doing? And that's agility, right? I don't want I have to improve the quality of life of the people today and not 20 years from now, right? I want to build a better life today and not 20 years from now. That's agility. Correct. Why not be number one? Correct, exactly. So the agility starts from leadership, so that actually drives down the whole organization. So that's an extremely important point. I love that takeaway, and I love you quoted a live example that people can all relate to. Right? And Malia, I love your point on you need to balance when to slow down and when to buckle up and fly, right? You really can't take agility on its face value and just like drive like crazy, agile, let's keep changing things every day. It doesn't matter, it doesn't work like that, right?
It will never work like this
Exactly.
because you see at the end of the day, why are we doing this? Why are we agile? Exactly. It's because of a good customer experience, right? And if you have a bad customer experience because you've rushed it, the backlash is going to just,
Correct.
you know,
exactly.
you know how
so
it
you
is.
need to know when to really slow down and you need to know when to act fast. It's all about marketing is again all about common sense, right? You have to apply that common sense. You know what to do, when, and how to do it right. I love that point. And of course, I connect with you on the next generation of marketers. So while we are being agile on understanding a consumer mindset and the market, I think all important is like as leaders, you have to understand the next generation who are coming into our workforce, being agile in terms of leadership abilities as well.
Because Anand, you also mentioned retention of people, right? Exactly. If you don't know how to retain that talent, then you can be as agile as you want, and they'll probably be agile in another organization. So we've got to be careful about that, right?
What we went through 10 years back or 15 years back, if we're going to apply that to the next generation, it's not going to work.
They won't let us apply that to them, trust me.
Exactly. We don't have a choice, right? Thank you, guys. It was a good show. Thank you.
As part of the next generation, I have to agree, we won't let you. All right, everyone. Next.
Thank you. Actually, I don't have really a question. I'm disagreeing to this leadership polarization, actually. And in my opinion, the leader who will succeed in the future is empathetic. So a leader without empathy, forget it. It's not working anymore like this. Yeah, and also the polarization, like either this or that, I also disagree because I'm different.
And not just claimed empathy, you know. You have to feel it.
No blah blah.
I can't say that you're empathetic as a leader and I should be. I need to feel it as well.
No, I agree with you. No fancy blah blah. Yeah? So.
I agree with you as well.
Empathy have KPIs? No, right?
Thankfully not. Thankfully not. I think there's a question at the back. This gentleman has been...
I'm happy to pass the baton.
Hi, Malia. Thank you for this amazing session. I have a quick question for you based on the conversation what you had with Anand as well. So let's say we are in a situation where we are promoting an event or promoting a restaurant, and we are agile. We are promoting a theater, and we show a really good ambience on all the social media channels. But when a customer visits a place, it isn't exactly what we are promoting. As a leader, how would you tweak your go-to-market strategy so that we can improve our customer satisfaction and net promoter scores?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You see, I want to tweak this question a little bit, okay? I agree with you that we have to tweak it, but also at the same time, if you are launching, let's say, a new product or a new restaurant or a new service, I'm a strong proponent of doing your customer research before that, right? Before you get into something of an investment like a restaurant or whatever. You have to understand, and I'm also now a student of neuromarketing where we study that, you don't have to really use very expensive techniques to understand what's your name, sorry? Rakesh, I don't really need, a brain imaging facility to understand what you would like in a restaurant. I do realize that it's food you come for, quality, and obviously you want to have a good time, so the ambience matters, right? Now, just to answer your question, what you would prefer in an ambience could be quite different to, let's say, what Anand prefers. So one has to have that balance again into what you bring out. That is the first part of your question. Secondly, if I've not done my research and I've opened and I've done that investment and customers are not ready, I still have a lot of options to make them happy. And this is where brands suffer because they feel all is lost, okay? I can always go up to you. I can ask you what your problems are with the ambience. For instance, is it dim lighting on the table? Is it the fact that you don't like the color scheme on the walls? Obviously, some things I can change, but some things I can't, right? And also at the same time, probably give you another chance to come back and visit the restaurant in a better mood because someone from the leadership has actually looked at your pain point and tried to give you a solution to that as well, right? So there are multiple things that marketeers can do, but at the same time, it just boils down to taking ownership and just looking at customer experience and coming up with ways. And believe me, when you do that, there are multiple ways that you can actually excite the customer, even if they're angry.
May I add just one point to it?
They're calling the security? I knew I shouldn't speak the truth.
Just one point to add, because before FinTech, I was working for 15 years in hospitality. And in hospitality sector, when you have to invest a lot into the infrastructure, when you're building hotels, when you're building recreational facilities, restaurants, it's important not to be in the momentum, but to step back and realize that you're building this hotel and it will be only in place in 4 years or 5 years. And it's important to look in the social trends that happens, like the last resort that I was constructing 2 or 3 years ago, I was doing the pre-architectural job. I was convincing the investors that you need to invest a lot into sport facilities and like wellness, detoxification, like clinics, or at least reserve a plot of land for it, and you can do it later when you see that I'm right. But he was like, no, 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 I want traditional architectural buildings like business, family, mice, all traditional. What I see now, 2.5 years past, and already all the competitors around his area are kind of transforming the buildings, and he already did all the plans without like my recommendations. And we spoke like a few months ago, and he said, okay, Daria, you were right, I'll implement it, let's take a part of the building, let's redo the architectural job, you were completely right about it. So it's really like step back, what you mentioned, and before today, what we emphasized today, and predict the 5 years, 10 years trends, and to be during the right time with the right product as well on the bigger picture.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Thank you, panelists, for such an insightful and engaging session. Absolutely love how you have differing opinions. And I have a lot of opinions on LinkedIn as well that I will share later with you. Thank you so much. As we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to those who made today's event a resounding success. As we move forward, it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to those who have made today's event a resounding success. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Shubhanshu Yadav, the consultant at DKI Health, to present the certificate to our sponsors. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. And also, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Mohammed Al-Sayed, the founder and CEO of Accelera, our esteemed bronze sponsor. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause, everybody. Mr. Mohammed, your support has been a cornerstone of this event's success, providing us with the resources needed to create a platform for meaningful dialogue, as you all saw, and connection. Thank you so much. Please welcome them both on stage with a warm round of applause. Mr. Mohammed? Ah, there you go.
I'm personally very honored to be here. It's been a great conference so far, and it's just the beginning. It's not even the first half of the first day. I'll be speaking tomorrow, but I just wanted to say hi to everyone and hope I get a chance to meet most of you throughout the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our recognition session. Let's celebrate the industry's trendsetters for their exceptional commitment to making a difference in education. Mr. Yadav, please, you'll be doing the honors with me right over here, and we will be calling all the winners on stage. Now, everyone, today's theme, as we have seen repeated throughout the day, is exposure, right? And I'm somebody who deeply believes in LinkedIn. So we want to make LinkedIn more fun, right? Let's make it more fun. And this is what I would like all of the winners to do. As you come on stage, create a video I almost left the mic. Create a video as the crowd cheers behind you with your award, post it, and hashtag marketing to conf, not conference, conf. And definitely so other people attending the conference can connect with you and see you. And so I hope you all have some great videography skills. All right, let's start with the first award. The Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award goes to Mr. Harsha Patil. Currently running a $1 million startup to help companies improve their sales, customer acquisition, and marketing with over 560 clients. According to CEO Insight, Mr. Harshal is the most inspiring marketing guru of 2020. The World Marketing Conference recognized Mr. Harshal as Asia's top marketing leader and invite him as a keynote speaker. Do you have your phone on you? I don't have my phone, unfortunately. All right, let me show you. Only that, okay. So you're gonna go like this, right? Where's your phone? Yeah, show your award. We'll start cheering on 3, okay? Okay. Do you want me to do it for you? 1, 2, 3. Now that we've taken the pictures, oh, not so fast. Please come back. Do you have anything to say to our audience today?
So this one is the third one in a row. First one was in 2019, when I think it was the first conference, and we were quite young company during that time. But we served Asia's top cloud solutions company during that time. The second one was in 2022, which was actually a validation that we can do something great in the industry. In 22, we had almost 600 plus customers. And this third one is for actually creating an influence, because we have offices in US, Czech Republic, Dubai, and India. 150 people team, 600 plus partners. All those people joined us not because of the, we have great coffee machine. They joined us because they serve for the mission that we have, we are on actually. And I dedicate this award for the Marketing Capability Center that we have recently built, a very nice infrastructure premise, 4-story building, which is our headquarter office. So thank you so much, guys, and thank you for being a wonderful audience.
And make sure you publish that video with the hashtag marketing2conf, because that is how you'll connect with all these lovely people. All right, the next award is the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to, everyone put your hands together for Ariane Esmeralda. As an accountant director, Ariane leads Elevar growth with her strategic and data-driven brand narratives. Her mastery of marketing strategy and consultancy has resonated with giants like Galadari Group and Mercedes-Benz. With seasoned expertise in brand guardianship, she excels at tailoring existing social media strategies to emerging platforms. Everyone, once again, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. All right, you got your phone on you? Yes, fantastic. I will do the honors. Okay, I'd like to see your award.
All right. Here you go. Do you have something to say to the audience today?
Hello, everyone. This is a heavy block. Yes, thank you so much. I just have a very short few words to say. Thank you, especially on behalf of my incredible team at Elevar. I accept this award. My journey began a decade ago during my time in university, crafting stories for local organizations in Bangalore and charities. And today, as account director at Elevar Growth, I have the privilege of leading a team fueled by the same powerful ideology. Genuine human connection is what lies at the heart of effective marketing. Leadership for me isn't a singular voice. It is the confidence and willfulness of a team that decides to create something impactful every day. It's about fostering the collaborative spirit, empowering individuals, and setting the standard by example. At Elevar, we promote autonomy, committed to personal growth and excellence. We equip our team with the right resources and tools to create meaningful change. Because in the end, the work you do is measured in the lives you impact. And this stands testament to us as a new agency. Within 8 short months of launching Elevar, we achieved the remarkable as a team. One of our notable achievements, we've become the sole marketing agency for the team hosting the inaugural Adidas Next Generation tournament. For the first time, the EuroLeague will be hosted in Dubai. This success is the result of our team's dedication, leveraging our in-house media team, our media buying teams, and our researchers. My deepest gratitude goes to my team. Each member inspires me with their talent and dedication. My co-founders, Mr. Muhammad Al-Ramahi and Saeed Al-Nabuda, their unwavering support and trust is what propels us as a team to move ahead. And the Marketing 2.0 conference, thank you for recognizing the leadership. I congratulate each one of my fellow, the recipients. I don't know if I'm the only one here. Maybe there are a couple of us here. But congrats and lovely to meet all of you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words. And now the next Marketing 2.0 conference award goes to Outstanding Leadership, Mr. Divyanshu Oberoi. Put your hands together, everybody. Mr. Oberoi is the creative force behind Kahania. It is a versatile professional with a deep Kahania, perfect. Kahania, he's a versatile professional with a deep passion for branding, social media, finance, photography, and storytelling. He brings a unique blend of artistic vision and strategic prowess to the table. Basically, a Swiss Army knife of professionals. His dedication to branding and storytelling shines through the ability to craft captivating stories and memorable brand identities. Mr. Oberoi is a creative thinker who's always coming up with new ideas, and his work shows that he's committed to doing a great job in everything he does. Everyone, put your hands together. Everyone on 3, 1, 2. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, as Herschel mentioned, this is my first, but not the last. And this is not a recognition of my efforts, but of my team. and everyone who believed in my vision. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, the Marketing 2.0 Conference Award goes to Outstanding Leadership. Everyone put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Ms. Gina Alkar. Passionate and creative senior HR visionary with proven experience establishing and overseeing the best practices in HR digital transformation with employee experience, engagement, rewards and recognition, future of work, L&D, DIB, and driving a sustainable work culture. Recently, she embarked on a journey of her own independent consulting as CEO and founder of Marble HR consulting firm after earning global qualifications as a chartered FCIPD. She is a collaborative thought leader, entrepreneur, and art enthusiast. Please put your hands together for her in another massive round of applause. Alrighty. All right, crowd on 3, 1, 2. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for this award and for the recognition. This award came at the right time of me embarking on my entrepreneurial path after quitting the corporate world and starting my own HR consultancy. Why marketing? I think marketing is important for employer branding or even personal branding, and I agree with you. I like LinkedIn because I believe the conference, they found me on LinkedIn and they assessed my profile accordingly. So I need to give them credit for that. But most importantly, it's a good platform for professional communication and marketing, but we need to make it lively, like your suggestion. That's a good one. I think that's it for me, but I do believe in marketing, applying it in every aspect, not just as a corporation, like I mentioned, but also in enhancing the employee experience and the employee engagement, using the right tools and communications. That helps a lot. Thank you so much, and congratulations for everyone else.
A huge hats off, kudos, and congratulations to all of our winners thus far. Up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Ms. Julia Dos Santos. Julia has over 10 years of experience in the music and media industry, beginning her career as a music interviewer for one of Switzerland's top private TV stations. She toured around festivals, asking red-hot questions to world-renowned musicians. Julia's career has taken her through Switzerland, London, Berlin, and the Middle East. Across her journey, she forged her skill set and branding expertise at some, including prominent brands such as McCain, Ericsson, Nestle, and CNN, before joining Massive Music Dubai at the beginning of 2023. And now, would you like to take a video? Okay, no problem. Okay, come here. There's nowhere to escape the glare. No. Wait, I have a better idea. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We're having fun. It's fine. We're exercising. All right, everyone on 3. 1, 2. Would you like to say a few words?
That's so classic that like when it's my turn, there's a whole like situation. Thank you so much. You're a great MC, by the way. I want to, dedicate this first of all to Jesus. Honestly, like I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. I think in a world where there's so much darkness out there, he is light, he's healing, he's a savior, he's coming back. So I always have to give honor and glory to him. He's the greatest example of a leader to me. And I think the greatest things we can learn is for leadership, we need to have empathy, as was said here earlier, know what questions to ask, and have a vision as well. And I'm here also representing Massive Music. We're the leading global music creative agency that we've been trailblazing out here in the Middle East. We've come from Amsterdam. So if you want to talk sonic branding, music activations, come talk to us. If you're not using music in your marketing, you're missing out big time. I want to thank also, I think leadership comes under great leadership. So I want to thank our managing director, Pierre Carnet, who's here as well, who is a true example also of how to be a compassionate and supportive leader as well. So thanks, everyone.
A huge kudos and congratulations. Coming up next, everyone, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leader Award to Mr. Khalil Rahman Aziz. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. As a Managing Director of Marine Apps and Marine Solutions, Mr. Khalil is always thinking one step forward. Since the maritime digital sector is very volatile, he always has to think a few steps ahead. Everyone, please, he is not joining us? Unfortunately, I will be taking that home. All right. Now, coming up, another Marketing 2.0 Conferencing Outstanding Leadership Award goes to El Khaja Nizamuddin. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Mr. Nizam is a seasoned professional with over 3 decades of exemplary experience in supply chain operations, finance, operational excellence, and continuous improvement. With a passion for driving operational efficiency and a keen eye for detail, Mr. Nizam has consistently delivered outstanding results throughout his career. Mr. Khaja, do you have your phone? Yes, perfect. There. Everyone, in 1, 2, 3. Here you go. Would you like to say a few words? Of course, right here.
Hi, everyone. It's good afternoon now. So thank you to Marketing 2.0 for recognition of my leadership skills and my career in operations. Basically, now for last 3 decades, have been great, working with a lot of people, a lot of ups and downs, which actually made me a good leader. Before I leave the stage, just wanted to keep you all apprised. We become leaders only when we have people who follow us, who come to us to learn, understand, and who believe in us that they will get some kind of, the options and recognitions that they expect from us. Otherwise, we ourselves are not leaders. They get solutions from us, and they put that into their perspective areas of work. And that's one point which I would like to live with as a leader here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. El Khaja. And now, coming up next, allow me to introduce another Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Everyone put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Maliha Farouk! Maliha Farouk has over 16 years of professional experience with a focus on digital marketing and corporate affairs. She presently serves as a Secretary General at the American Business Council of Pakistan. As a distinguished graduate of Warwick Business School and a Cornell University alumni, Maliha's exposure to international best practices and a leveraged network keeps her abreast of global initiatives and trends.
It is a bit heavy, right? Absolutely. Let's go over there and escape the glare, and then we'll come back center stage. Who needs augmented reality exercise trainers? I'm here. Okay. Perfect. Everyone on 1, 2. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, everyone. That was a good cheer. I loved it. 16 years ago, when I embarked on my marketing journey, my aspirations were very simple. I wanted recognition for my work. I wanted recognition for my country, Pakistan, but I also wanted recognition for all the South Asian marketeers. And most of you are here, so clap for yourselves first. Thank you. As I, accept this award with a lot of gratitude and humility, thanks to Marketing 2.0, a thought comes to mind. And that is that beyond achievements and accolades, what matters is the legacy that we leave behind. So for all those sitting in this room and for all marketers, I urge all of you to collaborate together and work with brands across the world that champion causes like humanity, climate change, sustainability, because that threat is real. Empowering our next generation of marketeers to dream big, achieve great heights, and above all, not to take the marketing impact for granted. So I accept this award on behalf of every marketer who's dreamed of excellence that transcends beyond boundaries and culture. And to end, I'd just like to quote a famous person who said that there have been moments in my life where I have wanted to come up on stage and be appreciated for the work that I've done, and times like these make it easier for me to look at myself in the mirror and say, yes, yes, I have achieved a part of it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the conference.
A huge congratulations and a beautiful point, well put. We have to leave this world a better place than we found it. Coming up next, everybody, allow me to introduce another Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Mr. Nobuyuki Tomioka. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. He is the CEO of GMO Play Ad Inc. and provides the commercial video verification tool for Play Ads with the mission of creating valuable advertisements for everyone. His hobby is participating in Ironman triathlon races around the world, and he is truly somebody who is an industry leader in his own right. Everybody, 1, 2, 3. would you like to say a few words?
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Nobuyuki, GMO Playado CEO. I'm truly honored to receive this award. My company is marketing research tool company. We have 50 million research panels. Our mission is creating a barrier advertising for everyone. I'm looking forward to participating in the panel discussion, this conference. Thank you.
A huge, heartfelt congratulations to all of our winners so far. And now, coming up next, everyone, please put your hands in a massive round of applause for Ms. Pallavi Tinkar for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Pallavi Tinkar is a senior marketing communication professional with over 20 years of experience in communications and reputation management for large IT MNCs, SMEs, entities, and early-stage startup technology companies. Mr. Pallavi has led successful corporate communication programs in India and the APG region with CA Technologies, now Broadcom, with the key objective of building the brand in the region and enabling sales for various business units. Everyone put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Congratulations, everyone, in a 1, 2. You are a wonderful, wonderful crowd. Thank you for keeping up the energy. And a huge congratulations, a huge heartfelt congratulations. And now, coming up, allow me to introduce the last 2 awards. For the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Ramya Bengali. Based in Toronto, Canada, Ramya Pingali, the founder of the Email Studio Inc., with a rich background spanning 11 years in email and lifecycle marketing. She's built her company on a foundation of innovation and deep industry expertise. Originally from Hyderabad, India, her journey reflects a blend of multicultural insights and a relentless drive for excellence. All right, everyone on 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everybody. A huge heartfelt congratulations, kudos, and hats off. And now, coming up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award for Miss, and I hope I say this very, very correctly, Namita Srivastava. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Ms. Namita leads the Strategic Business Unit for Avon UAE at Al Habtour Group with over 16 years in marketing, including a successful campaign at Sterling Perfume Industries. Her efforts have earned her the Being She Excellence Icon Award. Put your hands together one more time in a massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I promise to buy everyone hand cream after this. Your hands hurt from clapping? All right. Up next, everyone, please. Oh. Everyone on 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. By the way, that was possibly the best pronunciation my name could have been said in the first go. So thank you for that. And you've been amazing. I know this is the last set of award for the day today, so you possibly have heard everything every panelist has to say, every possible word that everyone had to say. But I have to say one thing. Being here in this room with individuals such as yourself, achievers such as yourselves, and the marketers, especially as a woman marketer when I first started out, is my honor and a privilege. So thank you for making me a part of this. And I'd also like to dedicate this, and this is for the recording on my camera for my proud husband out there. This award comes as a testament and a hard work that a woman has to do, a marketer has to do, across all of her career span, when especially she's running a family, as well as having to do with all the global exposure that she gets. And I thank all of the senior leadership, the owners of all the wonderful companies I've been a part of. I also want to equally thank all the people who do not believe in me. So it was your passion that fueled my passion. So today, I take this equally and thank you equally for that. You're most welcome. I thank each and every one for being part of my life, even though it was not a movie that was made for you. And so this dedication, and a humble dedication, goes to my family, my husband, who's sitting proudly recording me right now, and a mini version of him waiting at home. Thank you so much.
A huge, heartfelt congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award to Mr. Mahmoud Baraj. Everyone, on 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank the organizing committee, Marketing 2.0, and the larger team at Internet 2.0 and what have you. And I dedicate this award to my MD of Saudi Arabia. First of all, just a brief about NDS. Neural Design Studios is a very much futuristic, from the name of it, Neural Design Studios. It's a very much futuristic design / advertising company. Last but not least, dedication to our chairman, Mr. Nasser Al-Qahtani, and the rest of the team. Thank you so much.
Huge, huge, heartfelt congratulations to all of our winners. And to you, you have to be one of the best audiences that I've ever had in my entire life. Put your hands together for yourselves. Kudos to all of our winners. We can't wait to witness your future accomplishments. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you will be thrilled to know that our upcoming editions in Las Vegas and Dubai are already abuzz with top-notch speakers and exhibitors. So if you're ready to be part of the action, reserve your spot today, visit our exhibit booth near the registration desk, or contact Jatin Sindhu from the 2.0 conference. And now, as we break for lunch, I would like to remind everyone the hashtag is marketing. You're amazing. All right. We're going to break for lunch, and I encourage you to take this time to reflect on the morning's insight, engage with fellow attendees, and enjoy the culinary delights prepared for all of you here today. Please return to this room promptly at 1 p.m. as we have a fun-filled networking session awaiting you. Oh, yes. What's the time? After 80 minutes, everyone. Yes, 80 minutes. Don't worry, we'll let you know. I'll go around. All right. Can all the awardees please come on stage for a group photo? Yes, can all the awardees please come on stage for a group photo with your award? A huge heartfelt congratulations to all of our awardees. And don't forget to post your videos with the hashtag marketing2conf so all these wonderful people in the room can connect with you. Thank you. Enjoy your networking lunch, everyone. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How was your lunch? It was great? You liked it? Okay, I'm glad. I know sometimes we feel like you just want to sleep afterwards, little snooze, but I hope that the next session will truly wake you up. And I hope you all exchanged cards. Did you? You did? Okay, fantastic. I do encourage you to sit next to somebody new that you haven't sat next to the previous sessions, so you can get to know each other a bit more. And now we have an invigorating session to wake us all up after our lunch. So everyone, let us dive into this exciting session that is dedicated to the perfect opportunity to make connections. And I really, really hope that you are making connections, because this is one of the most important aspects of the conference. All right, everyone's settled down? Okay. Our next topic, everybody, is navigating the digital horizon, ChatGPT, data sharing, and the future of marketing in 2024 and beyond, where our keynote speaker will be talking about how AI, ChatGPT, and the data sharing are all changing the game for marketers. She'll uncover how these advancements are shaping marketing, making it more personal, interactive, and powerful. Everyone, let's give a massive, massive warm welcome to Malika Kennedy, Chief Business Development Officer of Yadex Ads MEA. Put your hands together and get ready for an enlightening session.
Thank you very much, everyone. How are you doing today? I'm glad to be here with you on the stage and taking you through some of the recent developments and how can we adapt it in our day-to-day life, okay? My name is Malika, and I come from Yandex Ads. Yandex is a huge corporation that started back in Russia at the back of the search engine, and now we are a huge ecosystem of different apps and services. So we care really much about data. We care really much about AI, and therefore we feel we have a good grounds to speak about it. So before we dive into the future, I think it is important to kind of take a step back and look at where it all started. And when it comes to the first type of advertising, it was very simple. Back in the ancient Greece, at the market, people attracting users and customers to buy their product. Then it evolved a bit, and you started seeing some emerging brands. People having their names, having their label, and they started advertising with it. And what happens next? As a first official branding, where it spoke of quality. That was a trademark. And here you can see very simple ones. The first optician with a clear sign of what the trade and service person was doing. Then you have the first baker, moneylender, and so on. And what happened next? The print revolution. And when the print revolution happened, the exchange of information and distribution became very different. The data became accessible with newspapers, advertisers started to evolve, and after this, it was becoming even faster, the mass media revolution. And by the way, I love that era. If any of you are fans of Mad Men like me, I really much adore all of the references to great characters of the past, where people love to see advertising, and the advertising on TV was an art filled with creativity, innovation, and a single ad could really double the revenue of a company. But then, of course, the 20th century also marks the dawn of radio and television advertising, because next comes the internet revolution. And here, by the way, is the first ad that was placed on internet network. Very simple, very straightforward, just saying, hey, why don't you click here? And you will, right? And as ads have changed, so did the users. from the first type of interest looking for the products and looking for the service providers, it became less interesting, and people started looking and saying, that's nothing new coming up in the announcement section today, to where we are now, where we bombarded with thousands of messages that come into our mailbox, that comes into our day-to-day interactions on internet, on TV, on social networks, and make it very hard for advertisers to cut through the noise. Because consumers, they don't want to watch ads anymore. What they want is value. So how do we deliver value to the advertiser, to our users today as an advertisers, is by using some of the new technology. And now what we want to uncover is what are the best uses, but before we start, it's important to know that even today, 80% of the marketers throughout the world said that some sort of AI is already part of their marketing activities. 88% of the marketers said that AI really enhanced and personalized their customer experience across different channels, because it all comes down to three main pillars. It's human centricity, it's nativity, making sure that the ad is within the context. It's all about the right moment, right audience kind of stuff. But most importantly, it's all about personalization. Because currently, what we do, we already, all of us, engage with AI in one form or another. 70%, for example, what we see on the index of different campaigns have been managed by AI. And this is your bidding strategies, this is your budget optimization as such. When it comes to the production of assets and creative materials, you can see that we already use it for different headlines, slogans, descriptions, images, and sometimes music and videos. So it all comes down of using AI to have database analysis, to distill this huge amount of different touch points, attributes, interactions of our users, merge it with predictive analytics, and give it out as personalized advertisers. And here you can see a simple example of how an ad is dynamically generated based on different users' preferences. Because for user 1, they care to see a video with a short description, whilst user 3 is really interested to know what are the ratings. So all of this would not have been possible without AI. And the personalized approach generally takes time. Time is the biggest resource. So AI helps us save it. So 90% of all internet content is predicted to be generated by AI in 2026. And currently, under 3 hours per day, which is a huge cost savings. It's like 30% of your day is saved by creating content using AI. So now comes the more exciting part of this presentation. What's next? And when it comes to future for advertisers, let's think about what is the most valuable for us. It's time. We want to buy it back. We want to use it to become creative. We want to strategize. We want to be innovative. And to do that, we can use AI already today to make presentations and reports, to use it for data analysis and research, and of course, automate tasks and coordination. And here you can see some simple examples how AI can generate analysis and pick up on trends. Here is just for demonstration purposes to see how easy it is with a click of a button to generate a pretty report that's based on the analysis, and you can distribute it to your stakeholders and your clients. But then another interesting way to use AI is to gather knowledge. the internet is vast. There is so much information. And to find the right information and to save time by shuffling through thousands of pages of research, you can use technologies like this, Yandex 300. What it does is basically distills the main point of each of the page and gives you a short paragraph so that you can absorb it quickly, take the actionable insights instead of wasting hours and hours shuffling through different articles and pages. And now, another use of it comes even more advanced. Use AI to be your virtual assistant, your PA, because at this point of time, there's already logic. It's properly thinking, almost like human-like. You can already integrate voice commanding, and it has generative memory. And I put this little snapshot of an article because it's personally impressed me that even today, ChatGPT passed the medical licensing test. So imagine using AI to give you snap requests, similar how we see it in all of the Marvel studios with Iron Man when he uses his computer to give him information on the snap, right? So this is how we save time. Now, what do we do with AI within the advertising realm? And it all comes down to personalization and scale. That leads us to the cost saving per production and a completely new level of localization. So just not so long ago, right, we've seen the evolution of generative functions of media journeys that's displayed here today, where with a simple description of a woman with red hair behind some Statue of Liberty, you see the first attempts on the left to what we happy to and could use today on the right. We can generate new images, and you can see an interesting version of Last Supper in cyberpunk style, and we can even modify the old ones. And here you can see another example of chef-d'oeuvre of a matched streetcar on a street at night. But where it becomes even more exciting is production of video, right? Remember, back in the day, and still today, we need to hire a director, you need to write a script, you need to find actors. It's a big project for a 30-second video that obviously will cost a lot of money if you want to make sure that you deliver it with quality. But now, what we can do, oh, sorry. Oh. I'm trying to go back, and the technology is failing me. Okay, so but what we can do already with OpenAI launch of Sora, text-to-video tools, you can see this. Oh, why is it not working for me? Anyways, the point of this is that we can see ultra-realistic videos generated by simple sentence. And I honestly love this example because I don't think that was ever shot, like 2 golden retrievers podcasting on the top of the mountains. How random is that, right? So the truth is, AI is not just a future, it's the current reality, and we can see 2 examples of ads, first generated of both human AI, and second is just only AI. That makes it obviously much easier to personalize and scale, and that important progress also really kind of sets the ground up for all of the aspiring entrepreneurs, for all of the SMBs who can now really start using advertising in a more powerful way, whereas they can really generate personalization without having to have huge teams, huge production costs. And in Yandex, we see that it's not just effective, it's also efficient, because we see up to 5% more conversions were generated because of the use of AI. And generating visuals have never been that easy. It's not just the dynamic ads that you have distributed on your programmatic, on your social media, and it's also could be used in your website and so on. Here you can see some of the examples of assets generated for a flower shop. And now, when it comes to Yandex, we see that already 25% of all impressions have been generated by AI, and we see that 2/3 of all the budgets have been consumed and managed by AI. This is because we might not even realize it today that we all use AI in one form or shape, and here you can see some of the examples. All of us already do Facebook advertising, Instagram advertising, Google advertising, and all of that comes down to the simple things that make our life easier. And when it comes to the entire ecosystem of Yandex, you can see a lot of different apps here on the screen, and we use AI almost in every app and service that we provide to our clientele. And now comes another interesting trend that I personally love, because at some point when I was managing performance of global Etihad Airways campaigns, we had those 24-hour sales where we've got the briefs just the night before, because commercial teams have to define the prices very late. And we had to stay, and I remember it was 2012, all night till lunch ads in 19 different languages, because it had to be accurate. But now you have technology for it. And for example, here you see a beautiful technology that we have developed, which basically takes an audio of a video, transcripts it into the text, cleans up the text, translates it, and then uses Visualizer to translate it on the fly. It's as good as a real-life interpreter. And I actually been part of
For nearly 60 years, astronauts have been looking
на Землю из космоса, и все это время делают фотографии.
They've been shooting photos.
Они делают это почти ежедневно с ноября 2000 года, когда Международная космическая станция стала постоянным домом для астронавтов.
Yeah, I found it personally super impressive, because I come from Kazakhstan. My husband is Irish. And what happens is, when there is a family gathering, I became a live interpreter, and I have to, while everyone is enjoying their food and eating, talk instead of everyone translating every sentence from Russian to English. So next time I'm gonna just bring this and say, Mom, please use this, because I'm gonna have another gathering today where I'll have to entertain. So I'm happy to bring this onto the table and say, guys, here you go. Please let me enjoy my dinner. And when it comes to other trends in voice, you would be surprised, but 27% of all of the transactions started from a voice search in the US. And it's estimated that 30 billion will be the value of the global speech recognition market. And why is that, you may ask, right? You don't realize, but there's a lot of voice in our day-to-day lives today. So you have mobile app integration, it's your Siris, it's your Alexas, it's all of those assistants that we use in our day-to-day life. It's voice in the gaming industry that making experiences more immersive. It's the smart displays, it's the individualized experiences where it's no longer just in the realm of digital, where we interact digitally with our clienteles, but it moves to offline as well, where that transition between offline and online is completely seamless. So here on the screen, you see an example of our virtual assistant powered by Yandex AI. And here we're just testing her under the name of Yasmina. She speaks Khaliji Arabic. understands all of the major dialects, also understands English, of course. But back in Russia, her name is Alice, and she is brilliant. I actually made my husband to bring her all the way from Kazakhstan as a present for the 8th of March. 8th of March is a big deal in CIS countries. And why I did this? Because I needed another Russian speaker in the house so my children can learn it too. And it worked. And the funniest thing about her is that she's very witty. She is making jokes like a woman. The other day, I was just saying to Alice, why don't you repeat the pronunciations of these words? Because I wanted a secondary kind of support for my 3 and 2 years old. And her response really took me into shock. She's like, no, I'm not gonna fall for this. You're gonna rhyme it with something nasty. I don't believe you. And she kind of started cracking jokes with me. So we don't realize how much voice affects it because the search and the ways that we interact with technology and how we look for information becomes so much easier because now AI helps us to define the real intent behind the meaning. I'm not sure if you picked on this, but the first one is a dwarf carrying to volcano kind of movie, and everyone knows which one is it. Another one is even funny, is Jack Nicholson Gets Wild, right? So having to understand how users are interacting and what ways they're researching really shapes the way forward for the voice, because it's no longer just typing, it's all about speaking to the different technologies. And another cool example that I want to reference is this completely AI-generated NPS character that you can have conversations with. So in the game, you go to, let's say, a bar, or in this case, it's a ramen shop, and you started to have a conversation with AI-based character. And this kind of experience, making gaming industry even more immersive, even more personalized. And now, what I want to highlight is another interesting trend that we see is a future of vision. Everyone has been probably exposed to the hype of Apple Pro Vision, but now, how will it help us? Is it a threat? Is it opportunity? How do we deal with this? What are the next steps and implications? And personally, I believe that soon those wearable devices become lighter and easier so that we can have experience like no other in our day-to-day lives. So, for example, in the implications of e-commerce, you can have immersive experience at home where you can try different garments, style it, see how it looks, instead of what I do now, which is like I order 5 different dresses and send 3 back. And because I don't know, will they work with my skin tone? Will they work with my complexion? But here I can try them out, at least virtually. And another way to integrate is obviously interior design and all of the furniture types shops where you can come to your new place in Dubai, they all come empty. There is no furniture whatsoever. And you come in and you can start styling it and see all of the items like the table and sofa in real dimensions and see if it fits, actually. Because otherwise, what you would have to do is to read the dimensions, measure it with a meter, and see if it will work. But here, with the help of AI, you can actually play almost like a Sims game. I don't know if any of you play Sims. I was a big fan of it back when I was a kid. And what I loved the most was decorating the houses. So now we can do it in real life. That brings shopper the experience of the showroom back at their house. So now after all of this, a very legitimate question arises. So what about the data privacy? What about our protection? And recently, there are a few emerging trends that we, as marketeers, as corporations, have to really take with care, because there will be even more confinement and stricter enforcements when it comes to privacy regulations. A lot of the corporations have to rethink the business models in response to that. There's a lot of concerning quests to make sure that internet is a safe space for children, making sure that our generations that are born with internet and have been growing up in it have the right protection, because they are not like us, where we've grew up and then emerged and evolved into the internet era. So it is important to constantly keep track on this, make sure that we treat our data with utmost responsibility and care, because it is very important for users and corporations, because now the world is changing. How do we, as marketeers, navigate it? How can I make an effective advertising when the cookie is gone? And the truth is, it is not, first of all, fully gone. There is some element that we didn't expect when this first cookieless world emerged, that happened, is that users, they want to have relevant advertisers. Some of them do opt in to share their data. And another way to see this is using a lot of technology to merge the data, so it will still be anonymous. The user is protected, while you can still have the signals important for us as advertisers and marketers to address the user in the right way. And another very important trend that comes from it is the fact that the data is a new gold, right? So what it will lead to, and it's already happening today, that there will be more and more data partnerships between non-competing industries and organizations, as well as mergers and acquisitions driven by the data value. Because who has the data? That organization obviously has an immense advantage to the rest of the market. And we, for example, in Yandex, you've seen just like 100+ ads, apps and services that we have within our ecosystem are already following this trend. And therefore, you've seen that some of the businesses has been added through the portfolio over the years, because we understand that it's only first-party data that can give us the full advantage to really know the users and to really give the value to them and to give the value to our clients and advertisers. So next question that I want to raise here is like, what about us? Is AI helping or replacing humans? And the truth is, it's helping. We are emerging from just Homo sapiens, Homo smartphones that we are now, to Homo copilotus, because AI is not to replace it, it is to help it, because it's all us and AI. And here's the list go on of all of the different professions and functions and different aspects of the business that AI can help us with. Because we know the work, we know the processes, we know the business, we know the clients, and how we can make it better is by ingesting the right data, setting up the right algorithms, and make sure that the neural networks work for us. So this is it. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the talk today. And I still have 2 minutes, so in case you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Anyone have a question? Oh, okay.
All righty. Of course, what's your question?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm okay. I just want to say hi, and I'm so great. I'm so proud of Yandex here. It was great presentation. Thank you so much. And tell me, please, right now, Yandex in UAE?
Yeah, we have established offices in UAE in 2021. I think it was May. I've joined May last year, so our story kind of connects in May, but I've been here in the region for the past 17 years now.
Okay, I'm proud of really. Yeah, thank you so much.
I really thank you. I really thank you.
Thank
it
you.
was a good presentation. Anyhow, Saudi Arabia is a big market. So do you think Yandex will work beyond the cultures for Saudi Arabia in the future? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. In fact, we have a big drive of partnering with Saudi Arabia in a lot of different aspects of the business. And just to give you a little bit reference, you may have not heard about Yandex, but you probably seen something from Yango, because Yango is Yandex. Yango is our international brand for Yandex products. We launched Yasmina in Saudi Arabia. We launched Yango Play, which is our video-on-demand music streaming and games platform. And it's Arabic first. And now it's officially been launched just last week. It was being tested in beta. And we, for example, already work with some of the organizations in Saudi Arabia's Yandex Ads, like Saudi Tourism Authority. So I believe there is a long road ahead of us in terms of future partnerships. We have a lot of different products, and we're really looking forward to properly bring it to the market of Saudi Arabia.
Hi, good afternoon. Over here in the back.
Oh, I see you.
Good afternoon. Thanks. It was a very interesting presentation, and I think AI is playing an increasingly major role, particularly for us in the agency side of things. You touched upon data privacy and user data and how that can be managed. How about on the IP side of things in terms of content that's being generated by AI, particularly video and graphic content? How does the intellectual property and copyright aspect of those things get managed, and how is that changing in your experience?
Thank you. It is a very good question, very complex question, because it's an ongoing effort from all of the rising image and video generated companies to make sure that all of it is being protected. I don't think I'm the rightest person, because I'm not coming from legal to really answer this question, but if we can exchange details, I'm happy to look into it and make sure you get your right answer.
Anyone else? Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands together in a massive, massive round of applause. That was an absolutely wonderful presentation. And now I want to hear a little bit more about all of you. So, give me a minute. All right. Now, ChatGPT and AI is something that really, I always thought as the current generation I would highly enjoy, but it terrifies me. It genuinely terrifies me, because I used to be a copywriter, And now I can't do that anymore, so I'm terrified. Another reason it terrifies me is because who here has their Siri set up? Who here has their Hey Siri set up? Everyone? You see the way she replies? How does she reply to you? Someone go, Hey Siri, real quick. Uh-huh. It's very like, what do you want? It's very like, I feel like the robots are already like, you know, they're already developing a mind of their own. And it's not, how can I help you? It's, what do you need? So right now, I want to go see somebody who has their Siri set up. Who has their Siri set up? Real quick. Anyone? You have your Siri set up? Not on this one? You have? Yeah, but you do know. Okay, perfect. Have you ever tried insulting Siri? Have you ever tried insulting Siri? No. Try.
I will let you do this.
You will. It won't recognize my voice.
It will.
Siri, you are stupid. I'm just trying to do my job. If there's anything else I can help you with, just let me know. I'm just trying to do my job. Please tell us more about yourself. What's your name? Why are you here? Yeah. What did you learn from the conference so far?
My name is Anna. I will speak right now in the panel. Yeah, I'm a communications director of Input PR. We are based in Dubai, so I will speak a little bit more about brand fails right now.
Perfect. A little warm up. All right. Who's next? Who has their Siri set up? Really? No one? How do you set your alarms? No one has their Siri set up? Do you have it? Try, Hey Siri. In French, yes, please. Ooh, I want to hear French Siri. I feel like French Siri would be very sassy, right? Like, I feel like it wouldn't say anything. I feel like it would just do this gesture. What do you want? All right. Perfect. Please tell me a little bit more about yourself. Why are you here? What really attracted you to Marketing 2.0? What have you learned that was really interesting today?
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Gregory. I'm a founder of a global marketing agency in France, but also we are in Switzerland and Belgium now. And I'm here. It's my second time here because I was here last year. And I'm here. We would listen to me on Thursday because I have a panel discussion with Nizam. It's close to me. And Zuer, I don't know where is it. Yeah, I'm here because you inspire me this morning, and I want to enjoy with you and just listen to all your tendency and trend in marketing.
Amazing. Thank you so much. What's your LinkedIn?
My?
Your LinkedIn.
LinkedIn? Oh, my LinkedIn. Gregory Munier. It's a French name. It's really complicated for you, maybe. Mugnier. And my first name is Gregory. The
first person to connect is who I'm going to next. You have connected already? Anyone new? No? It's a French, I chose a French name, I know. I'm very sorry, guys. No. It's very beautiful, but it's very difficult to write down. All right, who else? Who else has their Siri set up? Okay, perfect. I want you to try and stump Siri. Say something to her that she can't answer.
Okay. Hey Siri, you there? I don't like you being stupid most of the Okay. So I don't like you, Siri. You've been stupid most of the time, and I don't like your answers too.
That's not nice.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
Would you like to ask?
I have nothing to say to her, no. Please tell us, what do you think about AI, ChatGPT, that future in marketing itself? And tell us a bit more about yourself and your company as well.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Nitin, and I'm from India. So I think ChatGPT, it's one of the phenomenal thing where everyone is taking a leverage, and that's how they are growing their business. They are getting better every single day. Even somebody don't know anything, they just search and they get the very precise information, and which I also like the most, because most of the time, when I search something and I get it so great, and even I can optimize, based on my requirements. So I think it's one of the best thing I can, ever learn from ChatGPT, and can ease the task so easily. And the best thing I like about this conference, I really like connecting with people, entrepreneurs, and I myself as an emerged entrepreneur, although for me, it's like a quick start for me. Being as a PMP certified project manager, I have recently started agency. You can just hear me on growwithaurora.com, where you'll find my all social media websites. It's there. It's complicated. I don't recall. It's like a kind of underscore in between, but I'm not sure it's mid of the name or at the last of the name.
We could project it on the screen.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. All right, the last person, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. I have a question. I do think that AI and ChatGPT will definitely replace us in some way or the other. Now, who here thinks, how will because over the years, as technology went on, what happens is a labor shift. The labor shift, how do you think, especially in marketing with ChatGPT and AI, how do you think the labor will shift?
Yeah, because many years I worked in HR department, and I saw different shifts. I believe that all technologies, they will allow people to do some interesting job. I don't believe that a lot of people, they will lose their job. It's not true, because this is our ability to find something else. I don't know. I changed, I think, my career already 3 times during my life. Different roles, of course, based on my previous experience, but it's nothing to worry, for sure. And I believe it will support us to reduce the working hours. It will be normal for new generation to work 3 days, maybe 2 days per week, and to be very productive. They will do really a nice job. And other things, robots, AI, they will just support. Yeah, I believe in it. I don't know, some people, they're really scared. But I'm enjoying with this time, and I believe we will have a really fantastic future.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
So just speaking about, how it's going to shift, I just realized you said that you're a content writer. I have a content writer in the team as well. What he's done is not left his job, but he's taken a course in prompt engineering for ChatGPT. So, this is an example of upskilling, because he knows now whatever he is supposed to do is going to be through ChatGPT. So he wants to now use it properly and get certified in it. So that day I saw on his computer that he was doing this course. So, rather than just shying away and saying that, it'll probably replace us, why don't we just join hands? And that's exactly what he's done.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Maybe I will take that course. But actually, I am a pharmacist by degree. So I like to say that I am a licensed drug dealer. And I think that's really most of the reason why I went to pharmacy school. But exactly as you said, you switch careers just like you switch degrees. A lot of people fell into marketing. They didn't study marketing or started their career off as marketing but fall into it. And that's definitely part of the labor shift as well. Please, go ahead.
So I strongly believe AI is not going to completely replace human beings. So as the technology evolves, I think as human beings, we have to be even more, like we can't compete with AI. We have to be even more human beings, understanding the rest of the human beings to do marketing very well, right? AI at best can be an amazing assistant to help you do research stuff or like a basic mundane non-productive task or something. But finally, like the keynote speaker said, it's AI and human being that's going to create magic in the world of business. AI alone may not understand fully about human beings and consumer behavior. It cannot tell you why a particular person buys one brand versus the other, why this brand is better than the other, or why this business might probably do well than the other. As human beings, it's even more important for us to stay close to human connection and understand the consumer behavior. That's going to make a big difference. We cannot compete with AI. AI is good in certain kind of activities. Utilize it to your advantage, save your time, and save your mind space to do what you're intended to do. Yeah.
100%. Would you like to add something?
Hi, I'll add to that. Very interesting. I think that AI also is going to give us generic answers. So what happens, what I've noticed, I mean, I'm in financial services. I can see immediately when a blog or a white paper comes to us from AI. And it's quite embarrassing, actually. So, you know, AI pulls from a database. So it only knows what is there available. So if 10 companies write about the same topic, it will give you 10 of the same answers, just written differently. So that's why your job is still safe, because it's going to take some form of human intuition to try and take what that research is and put it into a story that tells your proposition and your USP. So I think, yes, use it, but just I think now it's very primitive still. So maybe in 10 years' time, it will have evolved to a point where it can think a little bit better. But right now, your job is still safe. And both. And because soon we'll be able to be told how to make our own drugs. So I think that just be very careful that you don't just become generic. And generic drugs.
Okay, cool. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Gareth Cameron. I'm Chief Marketing Officer of Davies.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Everyone, very easy name. Please connect with him on LinkedIn. All right, here you go.
First thing, everyone, I don't think a lot of us know her name. She's Nora. And as I told her, like, I think she is one of the most interesting pharmacists that I have ever seen on the stage anchoring a show. Great job. Big round of applause for her, please. Okay. In the terms of the whole AI and ChatGPT thing, right? I definitely feel none of our jobs are in danger, right? The only thing that is required is that, as she also said, we need to keep on understanding what we want to do, keep on upskilling and learning, relearning newer things, right? See, for example, we all love our smartphones, but I am sure we also remember the times when we used to have our landline phones. During those days, I am sure all of us remembered at least 15 to 20 of our friends' phone numbers by heart. Today, I can be embarrassed also. Sometimes I forget my wife's number. No, she knows that. I mean, so I have to search and, like, you know, if I have to fill the form. She knows my number very well because she has to fill the credit card so many times. So she knows the number very well. Same when we are talking about the blogs and white papers, right? ChatGPT is definitely making our lives a lot more easier if we ask the right prompts. What kind of topics are people looking for? What kind of areas are people interested in or trending? Earlier, we used to spend hours altogether just to find the best topic to write a white paper or a blog on, right? Because that is a very critical task to find the right topic. ChatGPT is definitely helping us all to give us an idea of, okay, these are the 5 or 10 topics that you can talk about. After that, it is totally on us, and like I always tell my team, please take the ideas of the topics, but write your own content. Otherwise, the day we start to become lazy in writing our own stuff, that day we will lose our fight to AI. That's it.
About your team writing your own content, please also tell them that when they copy paste from ChatGPT, it says ChatGPT on top with a green line. At least delete that, please. I face that with my team all the time because and they paste it in a Word document, by the way, to make sure that I don't understand that it's ChatGPT based, but the line still remains. Please tell them that.
So for anyone who wants to check whether a content has been written by ChatGPT, you will also find the words like in the realm of. That is a giveaway that it is a ChatGPT generated content. The last paragraph will always begin with in essence. Okay, and this is, so it'll be like that. And then of course, like we have so many plagiarism checkers, we also have a plagiarism checker for ChatGPT already in place. So be safe, don't copy.
And in essence, basically, everyone, thank you so much for participating. And now we are going to dive into the realm of our next session. But before that, I want to do something with everyone that I do with all the crowds that all of my audiences. So I am just going to make a little video. Can you actually come with me on stage? And I'm just going to introduce you as the marketing geniuses, the masterminds behind the narratives that you are, and then I want to hear a big cheer, okay? Okay, from here. I'll stand there. That's where the glare is not there, okay. Yeah, you can move it around. Good afternoon. My name is Noura Siddiq, your resident pharmaceutical MC, and right now I am here at Marketing 2.0 conference with the masterminds behind the narrative. Genius marketeers, make some noise! Thank you, everyone. That was wonderful. I'm going to try to tag all of you. So now we move on to our next session. First and foremost, it is something very important to all of us because for a marketing team, the most important thing is the pitch, right? One of the most important thing is the pitch. So this session is all about pitching for the stars, how to create an impactful agency pitch deck to land your dream clients. Our speakers are here to unlock the secrets of crafting stellar agency pitch decks that dazzle and win over dream clients. With expert strategies from them to elevate your pitch and shoot for the stars. Please welcome our speakers. First and foremost, we have Kajol Peda, the founder of Scribble Social. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause, everybody. And then we have Pallavi Tinkar, the vice president of Concept PR. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause.
Hi, hello everyone. So Pallavi, do you want to first start by introducing yourself and then I'll go next?
Sure, thanks. Kajol, is this on? Is it? No? Yeah. All right. I hope everybody's alive and kicking after that great lunch. All right. So folks, I'm Pallavi. I'm from Mumbai. I work with an agency called Concept Communications. I take care a lot of technology mandates. I'm not a by chance PR person. I dived straight into this world of PR and communications. Also, 2 decades of very, very specific enterprise communications in tech, which means that right from the earlier days of servers, cloud, etc., to now anything under the sun for tech. That's me. And there's Kajol.
Hello. So I don't have as much experience as Pallavi does. My agency, my digital marketing agency, my creative agency is about 4 years old only. We started in mid-pandemic, so we started in 2020 when we definitely saw a gap in the market, and especially for healthcare. We started with healthcare marketing, and now we do, again, everything under the sun when it comes to marketing. But yeah, it's been a fun 4 years. I was in marketing before that, not particularly with an agency background, but I did, however, I was on the brand side of it, and I definitely knew I wanted to be on the agency side of it, so here I am. So yeah, I think we've got some fun questions to answer today, which we'll take, I think, one after the other. And we're saving the questions till the end, I'm assuming.
Oh, sure.
Brilliant. Okay. So Pallavi, can I ask you the first one?
Sure.
How do you differentiate a good pitch from a great one?
A good pitch from a great one. All right. So, a lot of times, a lot of my colleagues and my industry folks, they want to know, what do we do better than others? And I take solace in a few things that I generally do, and they can be brass tacks in terms of what you will do, right from, understanding soft skills, understanding the client, looking into their eyes, and actually, a firm handshake. It starts from there. But when it comes to the real, content, etc., a real thing is, and I think a lot of my, folks here in the session have previously also discussed, research goes a long way. And as they say, preparation is the key, and that's not, something which is cliche. It goes, if you do that like every day, 24 hours, that's still not enough. So preparation is something that needs to be done. Even if you're bored, tired, it doesn't matter. You continue to do that. When, one day an author was actually getting awarded about something, and his friend actually said that, what, boss, you got an award that's an overnight success. I'm sure you know this story. Someone said, oh yeah, this overnight success actually lasted 12 years, right? So preparation is something that you will come with, and that's ingrained in all of us, because we are the king makers. We want to make kings of our clients, our customers, our spokespeople, and that is something that you cannot undermine.
No, I agree. I completely agree. It's all about also understanding what your client wants out of you, what your potential client wants out of you. Yeah. Like, they definitely want to save on time. They want to save on costs. They want to stay ahead of trends. They want you to preempt opportunity for them. And it's all about how you do that smartly. And there are obviously hacks. Like, something we do is we work with insights. So if we're creating a pitch for any client, let's say in education, right, we will first talk about an important insight in the last 5 years in the education sector. We'll tell them, let's say, dash out of dash people use edtech in India, just as an example. Again, this is very vague, but we try picking up on those insights. So then from there, we can give them information or solutions or our execution point, so they understand that better. Apart from this, we also give them competitor analysis markers, or we call them comp analysis markers, which is you can't only do your competitor analysis when you're pitching to your client. Right. It has to be month on from there. It has to go with your reports per month, for example. And I think the last and the least is, and this is something extremely simple that a lot of people miss out on, and this is, I think, the last thing that you need to make a great pitch, is describe a day in their audience's life. If you have 5 TGs, do it for all 5 of them. Dive into psychographics, right? Dive into what happens when they wake up. What phone are they shutting their alarm on? Are they using their alarm app? Are they using another app?
I agree.
What app do they open first? What coffee do they drink in the morning? Which brand do they use? From that to what happens till they sleep? When they sleep, are they using a particular type of pillow? Are they, do they have one of those apps that hears what you say when you're sleeping, or marks how many hours you've slept? Right. So I think it's very important to at least dive into these points.
Sure. So at the cost of not sounding psycho, towards the end, but always have a reflection of, maybe put yourself in their shoes, see what goes best with them, for their business. There are greater things to be done. You may not achieve it in a day or not on one slide, but please be patient while you get to that role, because patience is often undermined. We want to get to the bottom of everything within, just because we had tools, right, to our access. We want to get to there faster than we even imagined, but I think patience is something that will come absolutely very, very helpful. And while we will give you some hard data in terms of how it works, I want to definitely make sure that you really keep the soft skills to your credit. We always undermine the effect of them, but that is something that comes to our rescue each and every time. So,
what do you think are the key elements that every pitch should include?
A couple of things, actually. So one is when there's a client or a customer who's trying to tell you their problem, right? Understanding their problem is going to be key to this whole thing. And the problem could be anything, right? They could come to you in several different paragraphs, but it is for you to understand what their key statement could be. And that is something that will come from on the top of what storytelling they did to help you understand their problem. The other thing, we very well straight away jump into the strategy. But for strategy, again, as I said, there's a lot of prep that needs to be done. There's a lot of questions that need to be asked. Was your client clear enough in their brief? Were they able to themselves get to the bottom of their own problem? Or were they just skimming on the top and then asking you to understand what their problem was? It happens to us a lot of times, right? So you may be required to define their problem because they probably did not understand what their problem was. So that's one. You'll have to be very clear on that. And because there is a problem statement, of course there will be a strategy, but strategy is done to death. The current situation is where people want to know what's the outcome. Yeah. Because that is straight away linked to the question, the problem statement. So, in what PR used to be earlier, and even the kind of transition that we've seen, we used to, especially in India, we've seen, I want 2 kgs of coverage. I'm not kidding. So there used to be, end of month dossiers where we used to, take each clip and, measure the square centimeters and the ad coverage, etc., and count them and then say, oh, because you paid me 100 rupees, I'm giving you 6,000 worth of coverage. Right? Simple scenario. And that has now kind of, come to a point where we are now actually calculating impact. There's a different kind of measurement. So do not forget what outcome you will define at the end of it, because the real question, 30 minutes after and into the pitch, what is in it for me? You don't want to ask, or you don't want to face that question, because that happens a lot of times. It's not just money, you're going to charge me 2 lakh rupees. No, what am I going to get out of this 2 lakh retainer? Right? So 3 things.
I also think it's very important, and that's obviously step 1. But step 2 is you need to know the brand's vision or the founder's vision. What are they looking at? And this is something that I used to teach, in fact, for a very long time, which is how do you define your vision? Mm-hmm. It depends on the industry you're in. If I'm in marketing today, it's an ever-changing industry and an ever-evolving industry. So if I need to think of my vision, it's probably only going to be 2 years from now. When you're in automobiles, it's probably going to be 10 years. If you're in, again, I can't think of industries, med tech, it's going to be a year. Because there's so many new things coming up constantly. So you need to make sure that you at least have a vision, and a very, very strong vision for that period of time. Obviously, having said that, that's something you need to jot down there, because everything that you do is going to be working towards that. Number 2 is you find out whether they have one mission or multiple. Then you figure out what all strategies they've already used to kind of get there. If they're a startup, again, that's redundant, and if they're, you're probably the first agency that they're going ahead with. But it's so important to audit all of their channels before you begin. Audit all of their strategies, so they also understand where you're coming from. Sure. It's very important for the client to understand what you think is right, wrong, what you think is white, black, and gray. Agree. So I think all of that also needs to be put into the pitch. Obviously not as directly as I'm saying it should, but it should definitely come up in conversation during the pitch. Sure. So that I think is really important. Okay. And that actually brings us to our next point, which is what we were talking about. Storytelling is really important, right? Yep. When you're giving a pitch. And I have now come to realize after, after all of the pitches that I've given, is that you need to build a narrative when you're speaking to a client. And again, how you do that is, number one, you start with insights. Sure. You go insight, conclusion. Okay. How you start with insights also is you start with a very generic one and then dive into deeper insights. Because all of us today like to consume short form content as opposed to long form. People today read in shorts more than they read any other long articles, and that's also because that's mainly because you get a summary of the article that you're going to read before you actually dive into it or invest your time into it. So what's really important is you always show them a glimpse of what they're about to see and then dive into the real thing. You will also automatically be able to see if the client is interested in what you're saying or in the insight that you're giving. And that helps you with how much time you need to spend on it.
That actually gets me to another thought. In your line of business, Kajol, how do you reach, insights to actually develop maybe a strat or a plan?
So, number one, we have people on the team. We have researchers on the team that are very, very aware of the industries that we're already working with. Sure. So that helps. But apart from that, the research bit, if it's something, and I think I was going to bring this up a little bit later in conversation, but what really helps us is we have primary and secondary insights. We very recently gave a pitch to, I wouldn't like to disclose who, but a great brand. And we held a focus group for them before we actually pitched to them. Sure. And this focus group helped us with all of the insights that we needed because they had, and we've done this a couple of times in the past, but the recent one that we did was the most effective. Because we had a small focus group, we asked them definitive questions, we took that to the clients, and they instantly knew what the audience or what their ideal audience thought of them. We've done this online as well, but obviously offline is a lot more effective. And I think that's a very, very smart place to start. Apart from that, there are so many marketing consultancies that will help you with, just research. You can always outsource to them.
Sure, this actually reminds me of a time when, we were actually looking to pitch to Microsoft in India and, data privacy, early 2011, 2012, very hot topic. And if you are aware of this place in Delhi called Nehru Place, a lot of that time used to be, a place to sell software which was unacceptable. People would use duplicate, software platforms, this and that. So how do you actually inculcate something like a data privacy to the minds of a regular consumer, right? Nehru Place is a place where people would frequent, buying CDs, music, movies, etc. And you will collect all of those resellers, ask them, actually educate them, run a campaign to, tell them the perils of data privacy, collect all their CDs, DVDs, etc., and actually ask them to break it in front of them. We've done that, right? So while data privacy may not be a very, if I may use the word succulent for the media at the time, because even they are kind of, struggling to understand what this concept would be, there's a tactic that we used, right? And that had actually gone in the pitch as well. So when you are looking to address a problem statement, think of even those ideas which may sound very small at the time, but they can actually generate, huge eyeball, get you, great amount of, coverage. And at the time there was not so much social media usage, but the generation was, amazing. So thank you for that point. That actually helped me get an idea.
I take offense to the generation was amazing.
Not generation. Generation of coverage.
Oh, thank God. I thought you meant the generation that was dealing with that. My bad. Sorry. Okay. How did you deal with the digital transformation of PR? Because you've been doing this for a very long time. how did you deal with PR going digital instantly overnight? Because again, I'm telling you, we don't particularly deal with PR, but it's so interesting to see our clients that do. They assume that one offline article is maybe equivalent to 2 or 3 online articles or publish points. So how has that switch been? And has it impacted your relationships with people in the field, with publish houses, with magazines, newspapers?
So actually intriguing question. We did not see that as, digital transformation within the industry, especially, when we were dealing with sending people with hard copies of press releases to the media publication houses, right? We would send them as emails, we would, fax them, etc. Those were the times. But right now, the whole point is, especially during the post-pandemic period, where a lot of publications and media houses are dependent so much on marketing monies, you're not able to organically get that kind of space in the publications you would want, right? So that is when you would look at other forms of digital rather than, just transforming yourself. There's also the use of AI tools. We've spoken a lot about, these in our previous conversations. So anything that makes a conversation interesting, so that could probably fall into that category, but not so much. We can use different formats, etc., to make a pitch, right? And we sometimes also have experimented with different form factors because it kind of takes away from the boredom of showing slides.
Makes sense. Right? Yeah, that makes sense. Once a pitch is out, or while you're giving a pitch, how do you measure its success?
Okay. So, generally, as part of the process, we determine right from step 1 to step 100, there's a phase-wise approach to the entire plan. Now, if you are able to stick to the plan, if the client has signed you, right, you are going to do quarter reviews or monthly reviews or, a few assessments on your way. And I think that's your easiest way to get to your assessments in place. But if not, if, for example, there were other things that got in the way, your plans did not get materialized, there are, several other ways to, get things done. And then you will look at other channels such as social or non-social media to achieve those numbers. But that is a conversation that will have to happen on the ground.
So for me, to be honest, it's defined while I'm giving the pitch, because it depends on what kind of questions come to me, how quickly they ask for a proposal, how many questions, let's say, their team as a whole has to ask us, not only the person that we're pitching to or the group that we're pitching to. I love when they actually take the pitch back to their team and they come back with a lot more insights, when they come back with a lot more questions, when they're all curious about how we're going to function. That, to me, is what defines whether it's going to be successful or not. And obviously, there may be a few more pointers where, I may be missing out on. But yeah, during a pitch is when I feel like you'll be able to tell whether this client or how long your working relationship with the client is going to be.
I agree. And in fact, if you are able to see, the dance of the eyebrows, as I call it, during, your conversation, and I see a lot of eyebrows moving in this room as well, that just keeps me also, focused on my talk to say that, yes, people are listening. So, that engagement, that non-vocal, non-verbal part of engagement also helps me understand that, yes, this is going the right way. Otherwise, I'll have to also take my seat and go back to where I came from.
All right. So what advice would you give to small businesses or startups that are looking to make a big impact with limited resources?
Good one. So there's one side of me which does PR and helps tech startups, build their image. There's also another part of me who works to, build funds or raise funds for startups. So one is the input and the other one is output, and we constantly have a struggle, in between. But if you actually understand the psyche of startups, they want to get done a lot more in minimum resources, as you said, right? A lot of the times when the questions are presented to them, either they are not sure what they want, or they are too sure of what they want, right? In that, there's a lot of impatience. So all the time, my advice to a lot of startup founders is to have more than patience required to what they probably would look at building their startup, and also while building their own image and the startup's image in the media. Because without that, neither the business nor the image is going to achieve what they came out for. So, as Rome was not built in a day, as I said, your problem was not going to get solved in a day, right? So you're building a startup to resolve a problem, right? Similarly, to get famous, that fame doesn't come overnight. So patience is something that needs to be ingrained again.
Agreed. I genuinely couldn't agree more. It's very important to identify whether the startup that you're going to work with has an over-involved founder or CEO.
Absolutely.
Because that to me is a very big red flag.
Absolutely. And we've done, a lot of media trainings or, generally, assessment trainings to get to the bottom of this whole, need to either, become famous. It's sometimes, people are very aware that they need to be famous, only then can the product be famous, or it is the other way around, that if the product or their company got famous, they would ride on that success. So it's either ways.
I agree. Do you have any memorable pitches that you've delivered? How have they gone?
Sure. So, one time, and this is again, I'm going back to a very, very tech enterprise kind of a pitch, one of the #1 cloud service providers, and the pitch was actually memorable because at the end of it, they sat down to ask how much tech prowess did the presenter have. Now, if a person like me who has a journalism background or a communications background would not understand a lot of technology, I'm doing PR for technology. I would not be talking tech or codes, right? But the marketing and the comms team were actually assessing how many people at the table who were presenting that pitch understood the tech that the company was involved in. And because of the understanding of that technology, did we win the pitch? So that is another angle that is beyond even understanding the client's brief. Sometimes I think you just need to know the client's business, you need to know what their product is. Sometimes you just get to deep diving into a situation and answering questions yourself, that if you owned that company or that product, what would you do for yourself?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, this was, I think, into year 1, we had a very, very interesting pitch that we gave. And we were also invested because all of us personally really believed in the brand. Usually there's maybe 1 or 2 people that really resonate with what the client is selling, but at this point it was everyone, because it was an interior design brand. And the pitch that we gave, and not because it was that long, but the meeting lasted about like 4.5 hours. It was an online meeting scheduled for 30 minutes when the client went like, oh, I have a hard stop at 2:30. And that meeting went on for about 4.5 hours because he was like, I can't stop listening to what you guys have planned for us. Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. And again, going back to this, and I feel like this recall is so important, it happened because we work with insights. We actually brought our research team into the meeting and we asked them to start working with us from that very moment on further insights, on, let's say, okay, we've got a 6-month plan charted out. What do we do next? And that worked miraculously for us. That's honestly been great. We did the same with a diagnostics brand, and we've been with them for almost 4 years now.
Lovely.
So we've literally seen their growth from, they've already, I would say, at like 1,000, so from 1,000 to like 20,000. Sure. So it's been great.
This is, I think, the way we've evolved in terms of communications, one as an industry and then as individuals, and then to even train, teach, help, our fellow colleagues to, think a little differently and, achieve the stars.
I think that's incredible. And to that, I actually also wanted to understand one thing from you, Kajal, because that's a lot of digital and social, work that you'll do. How do you actually, measure success in your realm? Because I know how PR functions and the outcome that we'll measure, but, a lot of times, I kind of want to understand how would you measure your success?
There are so many KPIs, I wouldn't know where to begin. But it depends on what service you're providing. There are some clients that will want it all. And we can manage giving them, let's say all of the services. But there are some that only come to us to spread pure awareness. There are some that come to us saying we want our brand known in either, let's say, these 5 PIN codes or these 5 cities or these 5 countries. And we want everyone between the age of 21 and 26 to know who we are. And we give them an advertising budget to do the same. And we tell them how we're going to achieve that, both organically and inorganically. There are clients that come to us to build communities. We very recently spoke to a client who said, I'm not interested in sales. Those will follow. I am interested in building a community. It's very interesting. This client is actually building a skincare brand built on self-confidence. She is currently in the process of building this brand. It's probably going to take 8 months. But she said, I can't wait 8 months to launch my product and then launch my socials and then, get started. She said, I want to start now. I want to start talking about what matters to my audience now. I want to start helping them now. I want them to be my army starting now. Right. And the more I feel like the more I see brands adapt this, this thought process, I feel like it's obviously, number one, better for them, and number two, it makes it easier for us because it's not instant. You're not, starting today and expecting results Monday. But yeah, that's maybe one more thing. With performance marketing, it's easy. It's just ROAS. You check your return on ad spend. As long as it's above a 4, you're good. And that's also, again, that comes with, a lot of study of psychographics. But it's what goes behind these metrics is what's actually a little more interesting. Because to be honest, if I could be in any division within my team, it'd be BD, it'd be business development. I love it. I think that's what I spend most time on as well. That's what I spend most time with my team on. It's transformative because when you go in there, you understand, you learn so much about your client, you learn so much about their likes and dislikes, you learn about what their purpose is, why they've started, said brand. There's some motivation that you get, like, how you feel secondhand embarrassment, I call this secondhand motivation. Because for those few hours, I'm so motivated to just help them in every way possible. And I just want to, and not for those few hours, that obviously continues the longer we work with them. But yeah, I think that's extremely interesting.
That's great. I was also looking at, the kind of, plan or the ideas that would flow into your pitch presentation that actually impresses a client. Because, we generally have a template to follow. We'll do, a research or we'll get to insights or, whatever else. Is there something which is different that, our folks can learn that probably helps to get to, like, for example, the client said 1 hour, and then they suddenly, gave you only 30 minutes. What would you choose to present?
I would, that's a good one. I would definitely focus on my direct and indirect competitors and give them a research give them a research report. Because again, and this is something I keep trying to explain to everyone, is that you obviously have direct competitors. For me, a direct competitor would be a digital marketing agency. Sure. An indirect competitor would be a PR agency. Right. You and I don't provide the same services, but we do have similar audiences. So it's very important for me to not only target other digital marketing agencies, but it's very important for me to target, production houses, sure, PR companies, so many communication agencies. There are so many people. And I feel like this is so important. So if you're on the brand side of it, demand it. And if you're on the agency side of it, do not send a pitch out without having a clear bifurcation of direct and indirect competitors. Obviously with pointers, with markers, but it's very important to keep a track of both direct and indirect, always. How would you tackle this?
So especially with that, scenario, if you just had 15 minutes, you, of course, land an elevator pitch, but this is not an elevator pitch. I would pick apart from the competitors, like you mentioned. I typically also do a messaging house for my potential customers. That means that if I have understood their business and the brief correctly, I'm going to address what they will speak in the media for the next 12 months, which means I'm actually offering what I would do after signing the contract beforehand. What impresses them at the time is that now she knows what is coming to them at the time of signing and the next 2 quarters, right? So they are actually, while we are at, a place where we will feel that what if they run away, but that doesn't happen so often. They put that faith because then they trust you. They trust you, they will stay with you, and they will see that you have kind of, put yourself out there, given them already a plan to execute, and then that kind of, is like one more strike to, land that.
I'll ask you one simple thing. How do you get good at pitching?
I said preparation, and that's everything. I think aside of this fireside chat, which I may not be prepared for, I prepare for everything. Because, if I had a pitch on a particular time, at a particular day, you'll probably find me, talking to myself, practicing, rehearsing, and actually handling objections that you think potentially will come to you at the time of the pitch.
Understandable.
Very simple.
I think I would maybe pick a different route, or again, I think overall we may believe in the same thing, but I think you only get good at pitching when you give a lot of pitches.
Sure.
His self-reflection goes a long way. Yep. So for me, I feel like the first pitch I ever gave to now, I don't always need to see, what my team has prepared. Mm-hmm. I usually go into the pitch, obviously studying the brand. That's very important. But I know exactly, we have a framework that we work on. I know exactly what strategies we have, like, let's say, a bucket full of strategies that we use. So they're going to definitely use one of those. They're going to pick one of those. And now at this point, because we do this so often in a week, it's kind of like muscle memory. Right. But for me, I know, and I can feel, how you feel a level up after, every game you play, after every level in Candy Crush. For me, after every single pitch, I feel like I've leveled up a little bit. Nice. So it makes me feel a little more invincible. Sure. So even, in fact, every single person that I may have spoken to today, and all 500 people in all these different conferences, I feel like that's been like 500 level ups. Because every time you introduce your brand, every time you tell someone what you do is a pitch, technically. So it's about how you do it, how well you do it, how well you manage to maintain everyone's, attention or focus on you while you're saying that is very important.
And so I'll bring your attention to
the time.
Yeah. So do you have any, maybe last question? I'll probably also look at our colleagues.
I think we've covered it all. Should we open it up to questions?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. There's a couple of people, I think.
Yes, Mr. Patil.
My question is slightly on a different side, actually. So there are 2 types of companies. One is the valuation based, and second one is the real profitable ones. There are 2 use cases. One is WeWork and second one is Byju's, okay, after the recent crash. So in such cases, what should be the tactics for the crisis communication?
You want to take this because it's PR?
Yeah. So you're not going to restrict me to either WeWork or Byju's, right? It's generally crisis, and you're talking about valuation or a listed company or any such, right? Sure. So,
basic approach always starts during the time when we are talking to the client in their pitch, right? Because crisis is, we cannot miss that. There's always a, segment at, towards the end of the pitch. We are telling them our capabilities, etc. But also that crisis is something that does not wait. The management does not wait for the crisis to happen. Your prep, again, needs to start from day one. So, in typical communications scenario, what we do is we are preparing for crisis in terms of messaging, tactics, etc., and imagining what crisis could hit a brand, and it could be at any time, right? So there's a committee that is formed, internal and external. An agency or a comms person has to be part of it, or a marketing person. And there has to be, like a rule that a corporate can actually look at, to say that every quarter, let's review the kind of questions, or if you arrive at something else, because you never know what could be a next new scenario to hit you, and then have that prep done as well. So you have like a file of things with you, right from messaging to execution, and you are ready, so that in case if you are not there, somebody else, they'll actually have a playbook ready to execute during a crisis.
I also would suggest never accept a pitch from an agency if they don't have a crisis communication page, or at least a 2-pager deck added there. You can't strategize when you're actually in a crisis. It becomes extremely difficult because a lot of the people that are already in the crisis are going to find it very difficult to kind of communicate with, with you, especially with an agency when they're already dealing with maybe 1,000 other things. And I'll give you a very simple example. Are you from India? Okay. There was a very recent controversy that happened with, a fake death and whatnot. And the crisis communication for that, I think, was very, very poorly dealt with because they did not see it coming. So when you're building a campaign, whether you're working on a retainer, whether you're, just building a community for someone, you need to always have a crisis communication plan ready. And it's not as difficult as it seems. You just list your 5 W's down. You list your who, what, when, where, why. That's about it.
Thank you so much. One final question. Go ahead.
Sure. So thank you very much for your insights. I recently appointed a PR firm about 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and I find it increasingly frustrating to get KPIs. So the answer I get when I ask, what are we working towards, is, well, we can't guarantee you exposure. And I get that, right? Because not everything that you say is going to be picked up in the press. I understand. But we need to be working towards something. So you briefly discussed it, but I didn't really get any insight or in-depth knowledge of what are KPIs in the PR world. And then I've got a second part is, you did speak at length about strategy and having a plan in place and knowing what you're going to do for the year and the topics that you're going to discuss, which is great. But also things happen along the way. So do your plans allow for agile movements?
I'll take that. Sir, sorry, I didn't get your name. Gary. So, KPIs in PR, right? Key indicators, as we'll probably look at, and they can be defined by a corporate with an agency or your internal team, right? Your processes are basically going to be the same, but your success, depends on how you want to execute, right? So your KPIs could be, and I'm just trying to give some examples here, having your brand name in the headline of a story. How many times do you want to see that in a year, right? Or if you had corporate messages, business messages, or some kind of CSR activities going, what would be your weightage to each story? So do you want to do 100% one CSR story in a year? That could be a KPI, depending on what is the kind of CSR activities you'll do. Or do you want to harp on a lot of products and solutions that you sell, right? So KPIs have to be determined internally, that I want to see 30% corporate coverage, for example. I do not want to be part of any crisis story. Or I want to see 30% quality stories with 400 keywords in a quarter. Things like that, and then you'll probably get to where you want to be, right? Okay.
Thank you so much. Amazing. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies. And up next now, we have a very, very exciting session. Everyone, have you ever witnessed a brand take a turn for the worse with just one misguided decision? Our upcoming session is all about avoiding brand fails, lessons learned from infamous branding blunders. So I think we all have heard of one or the other. Recently, Balenciaga, for example, had a branding blunder. So this is what we're going to discuss. So let's give a big round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Gareth Cameron, Chief Marketing Officer at Davies Consulting Division. Put your hands together, everybody. With our distinguished panelists, Anastasia Kulibaba, the Communication Director at Input Communications, along with Mr. Nobuyuki Tomioka, CEO of GMO Play Ad Inc., Yash Verma, the co-founder of Click Bounty Global, Zuhair Zuhaid, the Managing Director of Siegel plus Gale. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our panelists and enjoy the discussion.
I see my renter crowds disappeared. I had like guaranteed claps, but they're gone. All right, shall we start? Cool. Oh, okay, let's wait, otherwise we might get disrupted. Sorry, technical difficulties. Cool. So we got probably the most controversial topic of the discussion, which is exciting in one breath, which is about avoiding brand fails. So when we looked at brand fails, we decided to go towards more recent copy or recent brand fails because we could go back in time, but they're not really relevant in today. So taking in the socio-political environment, the trends within society, which dictates the way we think and the way we act. So we looked at a few examples, such as Bud Light. There was Disney, Victoria's Secret, and there was one other, Zara. That is the Zara. So on the one breath, we look at the brand fails, which were led by brand, and then the others, which were led by a socio-political environment. But the brands should have thought about that when going live. So, Anna, we spoke briefly earlier about the Bud Light situation. I don't know if you all know about what happened with Bud Light, but would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, I think that it is important to ask our audience if they are aware of this case of Bud Light. What happened, like I think a year ago or something, yeah, with their campaign when they sent the beer to trans woman. She did an advertising, and then after this, they faced a very big boycott that caused to the situation when the brand lost their positions, like as a top one beer in the United States, and then they have fallen. So it was a very, very big boycott, and it shows that the values of people that are like the main audience of this beer, they are not including like these values that they tried to include, like this inclusivity, right? This advertising. So I think that it is important from this case to mention that when some brand is doing the campaign, They should always think about their target customers. Like they should always have this picture of person who use their product and try to like strategically think how this audience will react. Yeah, I think that maybe someone can.
You mentioned that you know, from a branding perspective, you had a few views about this type of thing. Would you like to share?
Sure. I think when it comes to brand fails, I think these happen you know, different points in times in terms of a brand's history or life. And it could be from the inside, foundational, when brands don't abide by their own purpose, vision or mission or values, whatever you want to call it. We've heard lots of conversation in the morning or during the day around, you know, brands needing to abide by their own values, deliver on that, and be led by insights and facts. And there are other cases, as you just mentioned, like the likes of Zara or other global brands that, you know, when communicating with their target audiences, they've fallen in the wrong and they've done mistakes, and then they, you know, retract or acknowledge these mistakes as they do that. I think from our side, from, you know, being from a branding consultancy called Siegel & Gale, and we pride ourselves on, you know, being fact-based and evidence-based. I think that's where the story of a brand starts, is understanding what you stand for and what you don't stand for, and being very proactive in how you deliver your brand along these lines, in terms of defining your story and delivering it and making sure that you keep that promise. Because often a brand is defined as a promise kept at, you know, at every engagement with your target audiences. And therefore, if you don't keep that promise, then your brand is going to fail. And then you're going to have an issue. So again, this is one example. It's from a communications perspective, but there are other examples from a, you know, foundational strategy perspective, and we can give a few examples here. You know, we said we want to talk something recent, but I can give some you know, historical examples, some more recent examples. The likes of, if some of you know, Enron, the energy company from the States. You know, big energy company. Had a major issue in the early 2000s and went bankrupt on a case of fraud in terms of managing their own assets and the revenues, showing the wrong numbers and kind of inflating their stock price. So they were deceiving their shareholders. Whilst their key values were engraved on the walls of the organization and their offices, and their key values were integrity, communications, respect, and transparency. The first thing that they did as part of that scandal is they did not follow these values. And so that's a case of where you do not follow your own values, and then you're deemed to fail, and that leads to brand failure. In some other cases, you know, more recently, I think, Gap did a rebrand, and you might be aware of that as well. And, you know, they shifted their identity and created a new identity and retracted in just 6 days. They changed and went back to the old identity. And there was no cause to change the identity. They basically it did a visual change with no reason. And interviews with the executives there as well, because it was cool. We were modernizing the brand. But the consumers were attached to the old brand and old identity. So I think, you know, brands need to look at it from an angle in terms of what do we represent, what is the story, why do we exist, and stay true to that in delivering our brand, whether it is on a day-to-day experiences with our customers or even internally from a culture perspective in terms of maintaining our own values and our own culture.
Cool. So, Yash, I'm going to come across to you now, but a bit more on what's been discussed here, and then maybe you can share some insight from what you think. So if you look at Bud Light and Target, for example, and we can use them because they're very well-known American brands and they're known globally. So my personal opinion is that they forced inclusivity onto their consumers. So instead of just being inclusive, they forced it. And the same as Walt Disney with what they did with their two recent movies that have been fails, pretty much because what they've done is just tokenize people. So for example, like in Target did a whole thing around Pride Month, where they pushed LGBTQ material onto children. And hence the parents boycotted Target and they lost $12 billion in 3 weeks. The thing there is, it was forced. So what they did, in my mind, is they took a day, which was Pride as a day, and which was a celebration, fantastic, great, and they took it and they made it a month. So what they did was they took people's identity from LGBTQ and they literally gave them a month of the year. So instead of having somebody having an identity for the whole year, they took their consumer and gave them a month. And also, by doing that, they pushed that agenda onto children, which didn't resonate with the parents. So my question to you is, what do you feel about the forced agenda of brands? And do you think that that's possibly one of the fails that lies around? Or do you think that brands have more responsibility to force us onto their audiences?
Well, what I think is that brands, any of the brands in any category, if you see, any brand would start failing when they start getting disoriented from their roots. The major roots for any brand when they start, like any brand that starts, they have some certain roots. Now they start getting disoriented from their roots, and then the major problem lies when, if like you mentioned that they started forcing on to the customers, to the consumers, right? And we were just a couple of hours ago we were talking about the agile marketing, right? So if we start forcing anything, any content, any product, any ideology over or to the consumers, there will come a point where people would start giving it back to the brand itself, because they'll be like nobody can force it on the customer, on the consumer, and they would not actually like getting forced onto by any brand. And this has happened with the multiple brands, not just in one category. It's happened in the tech industry. It's been there in the FMCG. It's been in the clothing industry, the fashion industry, multiple, because like what I said, there comes a point where the roots for which the brand is known, it gets different from that. And then for example, like we all know Amazon, right? Amazon it started from the from the book, the library, and then it's now they're selling on the online stores. But then it also launched its own mobile phone. I don't know if all of us know here that Amazon launched a phone. But again, they started forcing onto the people that you buy your phones, which was not priced at the right price point. And then that's how, at the same time, the entire product failed, right? So again, forcing onto the customer, on the consumer, I don't think so. That's one of the major problems where brands do fail.
Great. I was speaking to somebody yesterday, and she actually said to me, I was speaking about our topic, and she said to me, consumers aren't stupid. So,
exactly, yeah.
So we as us as marketers, I think we should think as a consumer when we're putting something together, because how is that going to land? To Anna's point, know your consumer. I think that when we force things onto people, there's generally a backlash. That's what I've seen anyway. At the end here, we have Nobu. By the way, the Nobu Hotel was named after him. No, I'm just joking, it's not. But he's got some really, really interesting insights, and his lovely translator is going to help, of a brand fail that's happened in Japan. I think it'll be very interesting to listen to.
Thank you. 資料を出してもらっていいですか?
Can we have the presentation on the screen? We got some presentation, the short clip. Thank you.
いくつか資料を持
we
って
got
きまし
just
た。
a brief about. Oh yes. じゃあ後ろあります今。
私が信之です。GMO プレイヤードの社長をやってます。
Hi, I'm Nobuyuki. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm the CEO of the GMO Play Art Inc.
Next, please. Next, please.
Can you? Yes.
私たちのグループは GMO インターネットグループです。
So just a brief about the GMO group. It's a group of companies.
8000人ぐらいの従業員がいて、インターネットを中心に事業を多角的に展開しています。
We are a diversified company all around the internet, and we got about 8,000 employees.
このグループの中でマーケティングのリサーチのツールを僕ら GMO プレイヤードは提供しています。
So what we do as a GMO ad is we are providing the marketing tool.
いくつか今日事例をブランドフェイルズの事例を持ってきています。
Today I would like to present a couple of the brand failure cases.
広告のクリエイティブを科学するためのリサーチを僕たちは提供しています。
In short, what we do is we provide the technology and engineering in creativity. That's the sort of the catchphrase of what we do.
これからいくつか事例を見てもらうのにどういうリサーチをしているのか、まず皆さんにちょっと理解していただくために1分ぐらいの動画を見ていただきたいです。
Yeah, we got just a 1-minute video clip to show you like what the tool that we have.
先ほどもありましたが、ブランドフェイルズのシグナルを広告の制作工程過程で私たちが事前に気づく必要があると思っています。
So first we speak to the customer, we have to detect where that risk could be before even uploading online or on air the commercial films, for example.
なので私たちは広告のクリエイティブの制作工程に調査を入れて、実際に伝えたいことがちゃんと伝わっているのかというのを広告を世に出す前に制作者側、制作チームで把握するというような制作工程の提案をしています。
So we propose the production team to use our tool to test run where by second there could be any potential risk of backfire.
この前提でいくつかちょっと事例を見ていただきたいんですけ
So
ど、
based on this, I share with you a couple of examples.
この事例はすでに炎上してしまったテレビ CM です。
So this example, actually, it was too late because it was already on air on TV as a TV commercial. So after, there was a huge controversial, the backfires, negative comments that we analyze what really went wrong.
ちょっと日本語なんですけど流します。
なんかリモートに慣れちゃってたらさ、久々に会社行ったらちょっと変な感じしちゃった。会社の先輩、産休明けて赤ちゃん連れてきてたんだけど、もうすっごい可愛くって、どっかの政治家がジェンダー平等とかって今スローガン的に掲げてる時点で、何それ時代遅れって感じ。化粧水買っちゃったの、もうすっごいいいやつ。にしてもちょっと消費税高くなったよね。でも国の借金って減ってないもんね。あ、9時54分。ちょっとニュース見ていい？
この CM の中ではジェンダー平等について政治家を批判するようなコメントを彼女が言っているんですね。
In this TV commercial clip, this young lady mentioned like the old politician, like outdated, old-fashioned Awardees in the political world, they're talking about gender equality.
今更政治家がジェンダー平等とかって遅いよねっていうふうに言ってるんです。
So what she meant to say is, well, all these Awardees, are they really still talking about gender equality? Mean to say like they are too late or they are just sort of, outdated.
ここが炎上ポイントでした。
And that was a very point that attracted so many negative comments or negative feedback.
見ていただくとこの17秒目の地点でバットがすごい押されているんですね。これが視聴者のバットの反応の推移です。
So this is actually a chart after we run this video clip in our tool. So this is like assessment chart. Second by second, the 17th second is the exact point where this young lady mentioned about gender equality. And that's attracted so many the negative feedback.
大体いろんな CM を検証していますが、平均と比べると今回のこのテレビ CM はめちゃくちゃバットの量が大きい、シェアが高かったです。
So in general, this is a comparison. Left is the one that we are talking about, and the right is the average of the commercial clips, like they have been running for thousands of them.
それぞれコメントも取ってるんですけど、コメントに関してもその該当の17秒地点のコメントですね。ここが非常にジェンダーに関するコメント、ネガティブなコメントが非常に多くついていました。
And our tool also can extract comments. Those keywords popped up again, seconds by seconds, and then at the very point of the 70th second, it's catched up, it's caught many, many negative comments.
ここでお伝えしたいのは、閉ざされたチームで作ってしまっていることのリスクです。
So what we like to say is like we are the creative team focus on production. Obviously, it's a closed team, and then forgotten about outside world where there are many, many diversified value, opinion, or the backgrounds are existing.
これでいいだろうって思ったクリエイティブを世の中に出したときに、文化とか公序良俗とかそういったものの差で炎上してしまうんですね。
So often it's happened when the campaign launched in public. Then here we go. The closed door people forgotten like what's out there.
なので僕たちは事前にやっぱりシグナルを獲得する必要、ブランドフェイルズのシグナルを獲得する必要があるので、制作の工程でこういった調査をすることが重要だというふうに考えています。
So this is what we do in summary. We provide the tool to detect the risk before that really happening. Thank you.
Amazing, and that's going to lead us on to our next part of this discussion. So with Zara, what happened was they released a new line of clothing this year, and they did a ad campaign around it, which someone or a group of people said that it made fun of those who are dying in Gaza. But we all know here as marketers, Zara was definitely not trying to make fun of those dying in Gaza. So it was the consumers' backlash towards Zara trying to find meaning in something that actually didn't mean what it meant. So with Anna and I were discussing it outside was how do we now avoid those type of things as brands? And Nobu was speaking about his amazing technology that they use to look at those brand fails before they happen, but not all of us will have access to something like that, or the funds to allow us to have access to things like that. So how do we do it as marketers? How do we avoid those brand fails?
Yeah, so a very similar case to the one that happened to Dara is about Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton in March 2022 launched a campaign, like new collection of jewelry with the letter Z on it, and people from Ukraine, they started to think about this campaign as a support of Russian invasion, because the tanks that crossed the borders of Ukraine, they had this letter D on these tanks. So yeah, I think that it's all about like contexts and narratives and messages and things that people have in like globally, right, and also locally. I know that like a lot of cases of brand fails happened when new brand trying to enter a new market. So that's why for us, for example, as a communications agency, is always very important to dive into the market to understand people's thoughts, what are they thinking about, what are their narratives, what things, like complex things in this country that you want to enter, speak to locals, understand their needs, and also very deeply understand their pain points, because this is something that can cause brand fails, and I think that it is like the most important thing. And if we will get back to Zara or Louis Vuitton, of course, these brands plan these campaigns like for a years or something. So that's why even if you plan something, you always should double check up if everything is all right with this topic right now. Because if we will like have a look at ourselves today and few years ago, we are like different people with different thoughts and so on. So that's why, again, it is always very important to understand your customer and check again and again what are their thoughts, what are their values, what are their like narratives, and if you launch something, you should always like be sure that it will work good on your brand and not the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think the point I would make here is that things like you just mentioned Zara, Louis Vuitton, and other campaigns that come out the wrong time, they would be months in preparation or even 6 months ahead in preparation. And it's not just at that point in time when there is war in Gaza or there's something happening in the war in Ukraine that these campaigns are launched. So they are, there's a lead time that leads to them. The timing is wrong. But I think the breakdown there is in brand governance and basically internally how the organization manages its processes and processes and its kind of review and approval processes. And that's a key component in terms of how you still deliver your brand on point and make sure that you are true to yourself. So if that was in order in-house, then at that point in time, that campaign should have been launched. So it's from where we sit, I think it's a brand governance issue at heart from a brand perspective.
Yash, so I'm going to come to you now. A lot of brands, and I'm pretty sure most of us in here, have agencies that roll out campaigns for us, that come to us with ideas that we sign off and we think are great. And they go out and they do it. So a lot of us are reliant on a third party to be the voice or the custodian of our brand. How do you think a lot of due diligence is missed as a result of having a third party run our campaigns?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, even if we talk about the same point that, Anna mentioned and the previous question as well, and the same question that you asked me, it definitely also, takes major consideration should be taken with the managerial level, the management of the company. Anybody who's, even if there's a third party, because a lot of brands, they do rely on third parties, it is the responsibility of the management of that particular agency as well as right before running the campaign, because first of all, we need to be updated with the market, what current scenarios are going on, globally, so that we do not indirectly, it's not an intention, but then we do not hurt anybody's sentiments. Because once anything is published on the internet, it's going to be there forever. We all know that. Even if we delete it, somebody was gonna there, he or she will be there, and that might hurt their sentiments. But so that at the same time, it is definitely our responsibility to actually cross-check, double-check with the brand itself. If we pitch the campaign to them once, twice, and then we discuss with the entire the internal team before launching the campaign. And it's actually the Louis Vuitton campaign that actually went viral, that could have been stopped. That could have actually been stopped if they just waited. They would have just waited for like two more days. But definitely there are deadlines. But at the same time, they should have been. I mean, that's my personal thought. They should have tweaked the entire campaign a little so that it would not have had the negative impact on the marketing.
Cool. Thank you for your insight. So I'm going to go to Nobu here because it has an incredible technology that's able to sort of scenario plan, which is amazing. So when we look at a brand and the brands that we idolize as consumers, I mean, they become a big part of who we are. We share, we promote, we love these brands, right? They are things we aspire to. Do brands have a responsibility to society to bring forth new ideological agendas or, to promote, for example, the LGBTQ thing or to be more inclusive? Or does that, in your knowledge and from what you've seen, does that create risk for brands? And should they be rather staying focused to what they do? Or do they extend their reach beyond into sort of more of a social political discussion?
To 結論必要だと思います。
To answer, or if he could say conclusion, yes, the brand could participate in the manifest, if we can say, as you say, like LGBT or any sort of, versus risk.
私自身も広告代理店で15年働いていました。
Because Nobu was working at advertisement agency for previously 15 years himself.
やっぱり各ブランドが差別化を作り出す上でそういったプロモーションは必要なんじゃないかなというふうに思ってます。特にその世界で展開されているようなブランドは特にです。
And then, as a matter of fact, that every brand wants to differentiate from others, and to be standing out, they really have to say it loud, the difference, and then try to make an impact, especially the global brand.
ナイキの事例とかあるんですけど、日本に関してはやっぱり国内の市場だけである一定のマーケットシェアがあるので、日本の有名なブランドでも海外に出ていないブランドはいくつもあります。
And talking about the brand in Japan, because we do have the huge market in Japan, and some of the brands in Japan, they are not going to global. They are already like being content in the Japanese domestic market.
日本は基本的に単一国家なので、そういったブランドフェーズのリスクっていうのは他の他国展開しているブランドと比べるとリスクが低いです。
And actually, another factor is Japan is a kind of mono-racial or monocultural society. So the risk factor is rather smaller than the multinational or multicultural societies comparing to.
なので余計日本のブランドが世界に展開していこうとするときに日本のブランドは特に臆病になると思ってます。
So that's a good thing, or kind of like living in the safe zone in Japan. But when the Japanese brand wants to go global, because they're not immune to this multicultural or multinational market, and they have no experience to do so, they're just becoming a bit timid about that.
ただ他の多国籍のブランドと日本のブランド品質は変わらないので、ぜひ僕個人としては日本のブランドが世界で知られるようなブランドになってほしいので、こういったソリューションを提供し始めました。
So what I'd like to say is, yes, in Japan we do have a good brand, and I personally feel like a Japanese brand needs to go global more than ever. And to help them, I like the company to use our tool to know about their risk and then exercise about the risk so that they can prepare to go into a global.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. So here I'm going to come back to you. I did speak to Yash about, or asked him about the ad agencies or third parties that could potentially give risk to the voice of a brand. So with multinational brands, as to build on from what Nobu said, is that with the multicultural audience, things have to change from place to place. But a lot of the brands have a centralized marketing function which would occupy a region like EMEA or North America, or whatever it might be. So they probably wouldn't really understand the nuances on the ground. And we had a situation in South Africa a few years ago where H&M did something on a T-shirt we had a huge backlash, where I'm not too sure in a lot of cultures, but for us, our parents, especially for young boys, they used to call us little monkeys because we'd run around and climb trees and do all the different things, and we were cheeky and naughty, and that's what a monkey is. So they used to call us monkeys. And H&M put and by the way, monkey is it's an incredibly racialistic thing in South Africa. So you don't use that term. It's terrible. And they put a little T-shirt with a slogan, naughty little monkey or something like that, on a young boy of color, which doesn't sit right because it's an incredibly racist thing. But you'd probably find that the ad agency who did it was sitting somewhere in Europe and didn't really understand the nuances of what was going to happen in South Africa. To build on your discussion about having your brand personality and your brand resonance and staying true to your brand, how would one do that when the marketing agencies are centralized?
Yeah, it's a very big question. I'll try to answer it to my best of my ability. Like you said, I think, yes, you would usually have a centralized marketing function, you'd have a centralized brand, but inevitably, as you grow your business and cross borders, you'd have to customize for regions, understand the nuances of local audiences in each market, and how to approach them. But I think, and that is where you definitely need a strong brand, because regardless of which country you're in, which segment of society or level of society or audiences that you're trying to target, the communication or the messaging or the experience needs to ladder up to one brand. And that's kind of the strength of a brand in terms of knowing what it stands for, being very well defined and understood internally by its employees in terms of how they deliver it, so that it can become understood externally. And a good example of that, for example, is American Express, right? So American Express is a global company out of the US. It's people hold pride in having the Amex card all over the world, whether you're in China, you're in India, in Europe, in this part of the world, or in the US. And then you'll have different levels of American Express card, but they all ladder to one experience. And what American Express is trying to do is allow you to achieve your potential. That's kind of their leading strategy. And they do that gracefully across segments, across markets. So I think that the starting point is the brand in terms of being very well defined in terms of what it stands for and how it communicates itself with the different nuances. And that we'd like to think it's a simple thing to do, but ultimately it's quite complex, but it is ultimately a very simple and rich idea, as we like to call it in the world of brand, because if your brand is found on a strategic, rich idea that is true to you, it will be able to allow you to deliver to multiple audiences in different ways, yet ladder to that same idea. And that's why we call it a simple, rich idea, compared to, as you would all know in the marketing world, a big idea. A big idea is a good campaign idea. It's like fireworks. It works for a certain period of time, but then it fades out. But a brand idea should be a rich idea that allows you to expand and grow as your business and your operations grow. And if you have that in your brand, then you are able to kind of go into markets, grow your business, and as we'd like to say, be corporately familiar, yet commercially flexible in terms of how you deliver your brand.
Great answer. Thank you so much. With that, I think we can give you back 3 minutes of your time. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you to the panel for joining the conversation. Really appreciate it. And should you want to debate any of the topics with us, please meet us outside, and we'll gladly chat. Thank you.
We don't have time.
There's no time for questions. It's 2 minutes there. Okay. Sure.
No. You can go.
Here we go.
Should we stand up?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh no, I meant you can go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, I thought you said there's no time for questions.
No, you can go ahead for the
There's 1.5 minutes for questions, so if anyone's got a question.
Does anyone have any questions?
Don't all shout out at once. Okay, cool.
Please put your hands together in another very well-deserved round of applause, everybody. That was an insightful session. We extend our deepest gratitude for your exceptional guidance. What an exceptional panel of individuals. And today we're now diving into something truly special. It's all about empowering women to shine in the fast-paced, highly competitive world of marketing. Our panel today is stacked with incredible individuals who've not only made their mark, but are also passionate about mentoring others to do the same. We're here to tackle the big questions. How do you nurture future women marketeers? And now the experts for this session allow me to introduce the individual mentors for the Mentorship and Support Nurturing Women in the Future panel. Please welcome Neha Verna Jain, the CEO of Startup Flux, as our moderator. Put your hands together. All right, and then please welcome Mr. Anand S. back on stage, along with Miss Anna Suvorova, along with Shermilan Sidoni John, the personal brand strategist and founder of influential Boss Lady, along with Megumi Roberts, the president of Studio Nint Co. Ltd. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for all of them.
Hi guys, good evening. I know this discussion has been delayed and a lot of people have left, but still we have good audience here. So please do keep us motivated. Okay, so I'm your moderator, Neha Verma Jain. I am the CEO of Startup Flux. It's a marketing and a tech consulting company. We are based out of India, Delhi. And I'm here to actually discuss on this very interesting topic, personally chosen by me, because I really have a lot of insights and personal experience on this I would want to talk about, which is mentorship and support, nurturing future women marketers. And with me, I have really special guests up there who are going to be talking on these topics. And I would also want to talk about my podcast, which has been recently started, which is called Rewriting Destiny, which is Tales of Triumph. And hence this topic has been chosen because this podcast supports a lot of women entrepreneurs, the stories of unsung heroes, and you will know more about it with these questions coming up. So firstly, let's get started, and I would like my guests to introduce themselves. Thank you.
I don't hear. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. You already heard about me, I think, a lot. My name is Anna, and the most important what I can share in this panel discussion, during this panel discussion, that I want to embrace women, to accept them true self. This is the most important. And today many people told me like good compliments about my dress, about my look. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. And I chose this dress especially because in a man-dominant environment, because I worked many years in IT, I felt this pressure on me, and I wear a black suit all the time. And right now I want to say, as women, we need to lead in our own style. We don't need to compete with men. I'm really proud to be close to men, to support them as much as possible. And I want to be just woman and to do all my things as woman, smart and beautiful. And I think this is my mission till the end of my life. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shimalin. I am from a tiny but mighty 238 square mile called St. Lucia. And to be a part of this conference, I am really proud. Why? Because this speaks to exactly what I stand for. Women using their voice to empower and to mentor others. So many of you here weren't familiar with the island St. Lucia, but I'm here representing the people from my country and all other leaders around the world. You said that you dress in black, because you wanted to, make a statement about women and empowerment and so on. And so many of you have complimented me on my colors, yellow. I'm already from a tiny island, so I want to stand out, and yellow speaks to my personality, and that also forms part of personal branding. It has been a conversation starter. So the women in the audience right now, embrace your uniqueness, embrace your authenticity, because that's what makes you stand out, but don't hold on to it. Teach other future marketers how to do it to take their careers to the next level. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anand Shankar Narayanan. I'm a brand strategist, and I run a brand strategy studio. I work with business leaders and entrepreneurs to help them in their brand building initiatives by positioning their brand with a purpose. So this topic is very critical in today's marketing world and today's business world. Women in marketing or women in leadership role in marketing is very important. This is not a challenge that is restrained only to women. It's a challenge that is equally towards men as well. Men play an important role in ensuring that they are represented equally, and the diversity in thinking, diversity in the perspectives that they bring, and diversity in the empathy that they bring to the organization is very critical. I thought I can touch upon that topic in the panel.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Megami Roberts. I am Japanese, but I have an Indian spirit. I'd like to ask you one action. So, can you pour the water or in a glass? I like to make a toast. Yeah, I mean, we have to do it. No champagne, but... Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so raise a glass, please. Okay, kanpai, cheers. Cheers. Cheers, thank you. Okay, yes, my background is a bit unique. because I left my family when I was 16. So means that I dropped my high school when I was 16. I'm from Kobe. Kobe is the west coast in Japan, and I moved to Tokyo because I wanted to be a, an actress and singer. I tried hard, chasing my dream, but 10 years after, so I faced with a sexual harassment kind of things. And then I gave up my dream when I was 21, and after, my journey was very bumpy because obviously I'm bad on paper. So I had to achieve every single steps. So, but greatly, I had an opportunity to work with Richard Branson, the Virgin Group, because at that time, almost more than 20 years ago, the Virgin Group is expanding in Japan. So I was, he's like a personal assistant, a PR person. So I, pick him up at the airport, drop him to the airport. So I learned a lot from him. My mentor is Richard Branson. He is so gentle, and then equally same with human. It's human, it's not like this. Human is this. So I've learned about a lot from him. And then after Virgin, I was working for Moët Hennessy. I had two roles in my career. One is a PR head of all the champagne brand and wines. And then also another role was private client sales. So I sold the prestige champagne and wines to the wealthy individuals. So I know about sales, I know about marketing. So, and then after, I joined, not after, before and after, I joined a Cartier, it's a French maison jeweler. So I was joined as a PR and event, and then I learned about what the luxury is. Luxury is experience. I traveled so many places, organized many parties, and now I'm 48 years old. So I turned 47, 6 or 7, I launched my brand. It's called Louis Kahn. Louis means from France. Louis is, Cartier made by Louis-Francois Cartier. So Louis XIII is also very famous, right? Louis is a common name in France. Louis. Khan, of course, I don't need to tell. Khan means king by Hindi. And then I am a big fan of Shah Rukh Khan. So I put Louis and then Khan, and then Louis Khan is my brand. Thank you. I'm sure Louis Khan is, Shah Rukh.
We have fans for Shah Rukh Khan all over the world, that's true. We have your brand name with that. I'm definitely gonna say that in India that, okay, we have people up there doing this.
Yeah. Okay, so and then that's the 46 or 7, and then 48 now. I launched my company, it's called Studio Nin. Nin means Japanese, called human. So my company is human first. So I'm now collaborating with many younger people, and what we are doing is that sake producing, many event organized, and making the movies, and athlete management. So why I'm here for next generations, next people, and I like to share. Share is most important things in the world. I'm happy to share my experience. That's what I'm here for. Thank you so much.
That's a great panel I have here, and the great Shah Rukh Khan fan. Thank you, Megumi. I would like to start with Shermalin. Shermalin, great personal branding that we spoke about even at the lunch networking hour. So I am pretty interested in knowing about balancing leadership and motherhood. So as a dedicated mom of 2, leading by example, how do you manage the demands of work-life balance? And what advice would you give to the aspiring women leaders, marketers on navigating motherhood while pursuing ambitious career growth?
I would say, first of all, it's important to give yourself grace. It's important to give yourself grace because you're not perfect. It's important to give yourself permission to fail. We will make mistakes, and you learn from the mistakes that you make. Additionally, I would say it's okay as a woman, even though you're independent, to raise your hand if you need help, right? By doing so, you're showing future leaders, your family, that you don't have to do it alone. A support system is important. Having said that, what has worked for me is prioritizing tasks. Reason because I still have a 9-to-5. I work full-time as a global marketing leader for a multi-million-dollar corporation. So I have to balance that with being a mom, being a wife. Prioritizing my task is critical. Delegating is important. I have a virtual team helping me, and it's important based on your strength to align yourself with people who could, fill in the areas where you're weak in. That's important. I would also say use the technology. Sometimes we don't make use of it. We get to do our scheduling. So I could be in Dubai right now, but content is still happening. Make use of the technology around you. Self-care is important. And a lot of times people tell you, I don't have time to take care of myself. I'm a foodie. I've been here since Sunday, and I have really been enjoying the food. For me, just taking time out, even though it's an hour in a day, when maybe my daughter is at dance class or something, to enjoy a good meal, for me, that's self-care. So you define what self-care should look like for you. And last, but certainly not least, gratitude is a must. You see that support system that you have? Men, and as a woman, yes, we're independent, but I make no bones about the fact that I couldn't do this without my husband or my supportive family. So yes, it's okay to be independent, but be grateful, and always express gratitude to those persons around you who continue to support you. And that's my advice, honestly.
That's really great. Anand would
That's
like
amazing.
to add.
That's
some
amazing.
points here.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Lovely. So I have a couple of points to add from the other gender's perspective, right? I would like to add that, right? So in general, what I observed and studied was women's career clock and biological clock are in conflict with each other all the time, right? So when they start the career in their early 20s after graduation, right? And they're starting to kind of rise up in the corporate ladder along with men, right? And then they get married, okay? That's one kind of perception barrier that the support system or the family puts on them, right? The moment you get married, you have to take care of the family, and you cannot work long hours. That's the crucial time to prove yourself at workplace, right? Spending long hours, do your contribution, and make sure like you kind of do your deserving thing. But unfortunately, there are a lot of responsibilities and mind space that are taken, or put it onto women, which will kind of divert them from the core of what they can do to the corporate world or the marketing world. And then, after they give birth to the child, that's why the huge break that happens to them, right? Unfortunately, they were at least growing almost together with men, with the other gender in the corporate ladder, and then suddenly there's a break, right? And men tends to grow much faster during that period where they've taken a break, and then when they kind of probably after a couple of years try to come back, to the workforce, unfortunately, the first thing that the HR sees, which is a hard truth, was there's a gap, right? There's a career gap in your resume, and you've probably lost what the market or the current scheme of things that are happening in the industry, right? And they have not been treated equally, at least from where they left the career. They've kind of given a role which is less than what they were doing during the pre-career break, unfortunately. That's where I think the downfall or the downhill that happens, right? What men should see, the perspective was, here's someone who've kind of given birth to a human being, okay, and understood what the human being wants without something being said, right? We don't know what the baby wants. Why is the baby crying? Nobody knows, but a mother knows that, right? There's something called a mother instinct, right? Only a woman can do it. Men can never understand that, unfortunately. That's why when a father kind of holds the child when it starts crying, the instinct thing what they do is give it to mother. Oh, I don't know why he's crying. Please console him, right? And they know why it is crying. Is there a problem with diapers? Is there a problem with hungry? We don't know what there is, right? But women understand that, right? If women can understand an unsaid emotion or need of a human being, they can easily understand what your market demands are or what your consumers are in the market, right? You have to evaluate from that perspective and give them a fair chance. Rather than seeing that as a gap, they have actually got promoted to understand human beings much better than men, to be honest, right? You have to evaluate from that perspective and give that opportunity. And I'm sure that there is a clear evidence that women leadership on top, be it on marketing or on a company level, have got more empathy towards the whole organization and consumers. They've performed fairly well. We've seen it in the case of Pepsi in Indra Nooyi's leadership. We've seen it what happened in Cheryl's leadership team in Facebook, right? So there is a clear evidence out there, and we have to just see through the difference.
So thank you for bringing that point across, and that's very important. But the challenge is not everybody understand how to leverage those skills and experiences and communicate it in a way that brings the desired impact they want towards achieving their goal. And that is the power of personal branding. You know, you understand what your unique strength is, and you leverage that unique strength to allow you to achieve those goals. And you are right. You know, as women, you know, our emotional intelligence are high. Right now, if you look at the stats for 2024, emotional intelligence is the most important skill right now that executives and leadership you need, right? A skill that we've taken for granted, persons have taken for granted for years. So it's understanding how to, you know, you go for a process of self-discovery, and that's step number one. Understand the self-discovery process, understand how to extract those experiences, those skills, and then apply it in a way that benefits the organization that you lead, the people that you lead, but later on converts into a competitive asset for you. So today or tomorrow, if you decide, you know what, I no longer want to be a part of the organization, or the organization is going through a recession, or you're laid off, that personal asset that you have could never be taken away from you. Exactly. So it's important to strategically, intentionally, and professionally leverage those skills.
Love that. Adding to both of your points, I think what we are missing here is that exactly when you mentioned about women taking break and when they come back to their careers, or when you talk about personal branding, I think that's exactly where mentorship is needed.
Exactly.
That's the point here, and that's the topic.
Yes.
And it's about men, women, I don't think so, but for example, any women up there who is even newly who've joined into marketing, a very new career, for example, somebody who could be a digital marketer or an entrepreneur who's very new into the market, but everybody needs a mentor, right? Or someone who has already been successful and then taken that break. We still that mentorship because things have changed by the time she joins back.
Exactly.
Now, what skill set needs to be developed? What are the change in the market? How do we do that? And companies probably need to actually have certain programs which supports these women, and there should be communities up there, especially for the ones who are newbies who are joining in, or even someone who's taken a break and wants to come back. These communities, these support system led by women or by men, I'm not really going to talk about it's just women out there who are going to be being the mentor, it could be a man as well. Being empathetic towards this thing is very important, and that's what mentorship will come into picture. So yeah, that's.
I'm going to add.
Yeah.
Mentorship by itself is important, right? But we need to get away from the traditional thinking of what mentorship should be. Organizations spend millions of dollars on learning and development yearly, yes, but yet still, we're sitting on a powerhouse of information, case studies that people within our organization continue to do. So if we understand, again, how do we extract those knowledge? How do we extract those expertise and transfer it in a way that, through mentorship, that our teams and our future leaders, you know, could learn and apply? That is a way of, one, increasing engagement within your organization, and it's also a way of retaining high-achieving talent. So we really need to restructure what mentorship is, how it's done, and how it aligns with our organization goals and objectives.
Yeah, so, and I would like to know on how can we address unconscious bias and gender stereotypes that hinder women's advancement in marketing?
Yes,
that still exists.
Yeah, a special question for me. Honestly, because I'm from Russia, I didn't meet any problems with the gender in Russia. We were the second country in the world when we got rights for women. And I had the highest position of Chief Operational Officer in a fintech company. I didn't meet any problems in my career. I had a very high salary, like highest than men, most of the men, because I knew I was in HR many years, as you remember. That's why, for me, right now, I see, but as I said, in IT, I really had this pressure about my look. And I wanted to prove that I'm smart enough to work with 80% of the company, they were men, and just around 20% women, because in IT industry this is normal. That's why I try to behave like a man, and this is weird. And this is weird because we are women. We don't need to behave like a man. And for me, the most important thing for all women, I hope that after this conference, the most of the women, they will change their look if they want, because we need to work together. We need to love each other. We, as in a couple, as at work. And we don't need to manage people. We need to change the system. And that's why agility can help, because when we build flat organization with less leaders, less top managers, less levels, then we have self-organized teams who are working equally. It doesn't matter, it's marketing, sales department, HR, they're working all together. Women, men, nobody cares about it. This is the most important thing. That's why we don't need to fight, because what I see, honestly, right now in Russia, most of the men, they lost their ability to lead. And I said I don't want, unfortunately, Russian men more in my life, because they are not leading. They are not leading. Most of the Russian women, they earn more money than men. Just 1% of men in Russia, they are millionaires. Can you imagine? This is statistic. Do you want in your world the same? I think not. I'm all traditional. I like when I have an opportunity to work or not to work, when my man's strong enough to take care of the family. And this is amazing. It's our nature. We don't need to change what already nature created. Thanks God that I had this opportunity to say it's for all the people. Really, this is amazing. And I believe that we need to stop this war between men and women. We need to work together. Let's change the type of organization, the way of working, that after that, everyone will live in peace. This is my wish. I just want, peace. In all over the world.
Answer. Yeah, Megami. You want to? No, it's okay. Go next. Oh, no, you want to add on point to this? Okay. Thanks. Okay. Okay, so I would like to add a little point to this with my own personal experience when it comes to gender stereotypes and stuff. So how Startup Lux or me, I became the CEO of the company. Again, it was by chance, accidental entrepreneurship, and not something I ever always wanted to be. I come from a marketing background. I worked for 9 years with different companies up there, brands. I was always on the brand side, never worked with the agency. While I got married, I lost my husband in COVID, second wave, and he was the founder of Startup Lux, and I was working with him at that point of time. And I became a CEO by chance, that, okay, let me see if I can handle it. And that was the point where, kind of I faced the gender stereotype, because again, from the clients all over the world, globally, it was more that my husband had set a certain benchmark as a leader, when it comes to even when the team looking up to him, the clients looking up to him. For me to, fit in that shoe, like she rightly said, I have to just be the woman. I don't want to be like him. I am myself, and I'm going to show my energy, my potential, my skill set. So it was challenging initially, but yes, that's with the support of friends, family, team. And again, I think with the entire mentorship, that's what I was looking for at that point of time. I need to go at an individual level, that what do I need to do to be able to be a good leader up there, where my team can look up to me is first, get those skill sets which I lack, right? Again, improving my skill set so that I can be able to be a mentor to somebody else. Then at an industry level and an organizational level, all these levels of skill sets which were required, I went step by step and did all of those things to be a leader and to be where I am today. So I'm really happy that, this opportunity that I have in Marketing 2.0 conference. Also, whatever happened in life, just the accidental entrepreneurship changed me as a person, and I'm okay with the gender stereotypes, but I've proven myself, so I'm glad there.
Yeah, that was an inspiring, quite an inspiring story, certainly. So I'd like to ask you this question, since you touched upon this topic, right? So
That's okay. We're making it interactive.
Let's make it pretty interactive.
So what do you think are some of the critical, essential skills and qualities that future women marketers should gain themselves to earn their success?
That's a great question. I think the first thing is, you have to go back. What I did, I will just tell you that I went back, like I said, the skill set that as marketing, what is required. I went back, I did those courses. Of course, it's nothing, something that needs to be, say, a certified course or just have to go and do your MBA. I did not do all of those things, but something which is required as technical skills, marketing automation tools, and all this analytical tools that are required for me to be understanding what's actually in and out, research about the B2B to B2C world, going ahead and speaking to my clients as to what their business is, going back and understanding that, discussions with the team. So that was the basic step. And I think, every woman needs to also develop empathy towards it. And then again, the value that I hold, I am very, very particular about that no matter what, my value system is this, and I need to work with people, be it my team or clients, around this value system, because that's what I'm giving it back to the world. So I stand strongly for that, and I think that's a basic skill set somebody would like to add on it.
Yes. So I'm going to add to that. I'm in agreement with everything you've said so far. But typically, as women and as people in leadership, we tend to think that and focus on the technical aspect of the job. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for formal education. If I wasn't for it, then, I've done it. But I will say, everybody in here, every single marketer in here, I'm sure, is operating at the highest level. But the truth of the matter is, to take your career to the next level, your technical ability alone is not going to get you there. Every executive in here know that, okay? It's not going to get you here. It's those soft skills that we take for granted. You see executive presence and influence, right? Your level of confidence, your ability to articulate, the company's vision, etc. Your ability to influence decisions and outcomes and people. That's what's going to take you from one level to the next. And I will add, as a guide to everybody, there are 9 steps that you could follow to take you from being a leader who is amazing at what you do, but you're somewhat, invisible, to become a leader that's impactful, that transforms industries and people. I would say step number 1, go through a process of self-discovery and extraction. That's going to allow you to understand what is that unique value you bring to the table. When you understand the unique value you bring to the table, you could build your strategy on that. Your second step, understand who you want to serve. As a mentor, becoming a mentor is not about you. It's about the person that you're best positioned to lead and influence. That is critical, step number 2. Step number 3, what is your core message? You understand? How do you get people and teams to rally behind you? And that message has to be consistent in what you do, what you say, and if you're transferring that to social media, consistency is important there as well. Step number 4, we're all here as thought leaders, right? Exchanging insights, exchanging information. As marketing leaders, in order for us to contribute towards the pipeline of future marketers, it's important to understand those unique skills that we bring to the table, not just the technical ability, your own way of creating a difference, creating impact. What is my own way? And how then do I transfer that skills to people? By doing conferences like this, by holding a workshop with your team, within the organization, your personality. What sort of leader do you want to become? Am I inspirational? Am I motivational? Right? Am I visionary? That's how you start to differentiate yourself, and you find that different people start to gravitate and pull towards you. Your image, your image is important. How you present yourself. And how many of you right now, if you go to your LinkedIn profile, is not a reflection of the greatness that you have. Your LinkedIn profile is your marketing billboard, right? Thank you. It's your marketing billboard. So any organization, any client, any investor needs to be able to go to your LinkedIn profile and have a clear understanding of what you bring to the table. While you sleep, this is what's going to continue to promote you. 2 final steps. Build a profitable network, and I reiterate that, all right? To continue to go up the corporate ladder, mentorship is not enough. Sponsorship is important, because when discussions are taking place about who needs to get promoted, who needs to get laid off, who needs to go home, you need to know that you have the right persons in your corner speaking on your behalf. And from a business point of view, build a network of persons that could take your business to the next level. And my last point, you need to become a world-class presenter. If you cannot communicate with extraordinary confidence, how are you going to influence future leaders, people, and impact decisions? Thank you. Yes? Sorry? Authentic. Yes.
Very well.
Yes, so authenticity, very good. Now, sometimes people don't understand authenticity. Authenticity is your different views, your different ideas. That's authentic. You understand? Mia, thank you. Yes, you understand? So sometimes we overthink what authenticity is. Authenticity is you expressing your views, your ideas, dress it in your own way, with your own colors, even though exactly.
And then still be confident
And
about
still
it.
be confident about it, because you know the value you bring to the table.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Shomalin.
Thank you.
I have the last question for Megumi. We know mentorship is vital. We are talking about it right now, but it's not always easy to find the right fit, right? I mean, if I have to go and figure out who is the perfect mentor for me, what strategies, if at all, have you used or would you suggest to seek out mentors who align with your values, goals, and aspirations?
Okay, very simple. Everything's so simple. If we want to learn or if we want to connect to someone, just do it. Okay. So, good people who knows about the world, they respond to you for sure, because they know how to sharing. Sharing is important, which I mentioned. So even for example, like Richard Branson, or I don't know, George Clooney or Shah Rukh Khan. So just contact them, and then we'll see how it goes. Maybe they respond, So this is so important. Don't be afraid to contact somebody you want to reach. So, because world should be gentle. And then very important things is the marketing is not number and data. Marketing is make people happy. Marketing is emotional things. So somebody who doesn't know about the marketing, they are talking about always data, number, give me. No way, it's wrong. Marketing is to make people happy, and then you're supposed to be happy too. Make people happy means you have to be happy. And if you are not interested to make people happy, forget about the marketing. Maybe you have another role to fit you well. So that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look for, typically, to add to what she's saying, if you're looking for a mentor, look for somebody who's accomplished the things that you would like to accomplish. It means that they could guide you. That's important. It's also important to align yourself with someone who shares your values. If they don't share your values, it's not going to work out. So for me, that's important, and your spirit, your vibe must align with the person.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we need to first define our short-term, long-term goals and figure out who matches their values, integrity, and have an open communication about it. Yeah, that's great. I would like to leave it to the audience for some questions up there.
If you're still alive.
Or it became the men versus women world here.
Hi, very close to my heart topic, so really love it. Great energy in the room. What I wanted to understand is, so I represent India, and a lot of times there could be countries where there is an oversupply and the demand is less. So sometimes women leaders fall into that. There is fresh infusion of talent coming. It could be any gender. And the supply is less. And here comes the time where, there is a break, you need to get back. How does one tackle that? How does, in an opportunity of a disbalanced, demand supply, one still create a space as a marketer or as a leader?
I would say again, go through the process of self-discovery and extraction, because that's how you will be able to understand what is unique to you. So here's the thing. There are a couple of 8 questions you could ask yourself if you really want to position yourself and stand out in the marketplace. Some of you are familiar with it. What you're passionate about versus the problem you solve. Why? Because you could be passionate about something, but you're not necessarily good at solving it. That's the first pair of questions. The second pair of questions, what have you researched versus what you have results in? That's important. So as you start to extract, you start to see similarities. Third pair of questions, what is it that people will be willing to pay you for, right? And what business opportunity there is out there. You understand? Because persons may be willing to pay you for something, or you may feel like you're good at something, but there isn't necessarily a business or career opportunity out there to take advantage of it. And last but not least, it's important to understand the feelings that you sell to persons, because you're in the business of feelings and emotions. And to that question, the feelings you need to sell, right, in order to attract the opportunities you want. At the intersection of these 8 questions is how you could position yourself and you could rise above a lot of the noise that's happening in the marketplace. Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you.
For me, I want just to add small things. If some HRs, they hear me, because I started my journey in Agile as a Agile HR, first Agile HR I brought this practice in Russia. We need to change the hiring process. It's old-fashioned. A lot of people, they struggle. I see some companies right now, it's forbidden to apply for a job if you're using ChatGPT. Are you crazy, guys? We are talking that we need to adapt to a new reality, and it's forbidden for marketers. I saw one lead of marketing, head of marketing. He said, "Oh, I got 20 CVs, and everyone they made some home task for them using ChatGPT." Yeah, are you surprised? That's why we just need to change hiring process to give a chance for real talent, for passionate people to get this job, not trying to, to lose them. This is, this HR approach just can kill your company.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, actually, I don't have any question, but I just want to thank you for the topic. And you're from different culture, different country. So it's really interesting to just share your perception and your emotions. So, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So, Anna, very interesting. You're a person of contradiction, eh? Possible? Because you said in the beginning what I love. I mean, I'm also a Slavic person now, so I agree absolutely to this traditional thing, which makes just sense. Yeah. But on the other hand, you say you're old-fashioned here, but you want to be new-fashioned on the hiring process. How do you actually get this together? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. how to build a bridge between old-fashioned and modern. How to build a bridge. You know that we need to balance this thing as great. You don't need to prove anyone that you are great. This is we got from God, our our power, and I think first we need to work with health coach, with mental coach. I do a lot of practices: yoga, meditation. I believe in God. I don't know, maybe some people, with all respect, they don't believe in it. We just need to find our soul and our soul connection. This is first. Soul connection. This is first. We need to increase love inside us, because this anger, this fight between women and men, it's because we're just... Yeah, it's just we're trying to get this place, but for what reason? We have hand and all fingers, and if we cut one finger, our hand will be not the same. That's why we created like as we are human. We just need to do all together. That's why I understand that right now it's a huge trend to fight with the man. And I think this is just this balance to balance later. But we can make a really huge step, and it will be wrong, because we will lose manpower. And after that, all women will cry. Trust me. Yeah. That's why just love. I don't know what to say more. Just love.
Cool. Yeah, so Anna, my wife is also Russian, so I understand what you're saying. So I get the gender roles, so it's really cool.
Shame on me, you know, when people they will look on YouTube on me, they say, "Oh, she's not Russian."
No, I understand completely. So, you know, because my wife is who she is, and she's very similar-minded, we often have this discussion because we see it happening in the public domain. And the thing that we both agree on is that there's no such thing as equality in nature. So a lot of women are fighting. Sorry, I'm going to be quite controversial here, if you don't mind. So women are fighting for equality in the workplace. They want equality. But there's no such thing as equal in nature. There's only difference. So I think that's an important thing to understand. And sorry, I don't remember your name. Yes. Yeah, you spoke so beautifully about your experience and how focus on the skills and grow the skill sets, which was fantastic. So I think that's something we need to focus on. But my question to you is, for me as a young male and pale human being, it's sort of becoming the 21st century crime. Because women, for example, there's women's awards, there's women's lunches, there's women's clubs. God forbid there was a men's club now in today's day and age, because it'll be an outcry. So I went to a mental health men's club. Well, I'm talking about in London, so I don't know where else in the world. But I went to a mental health men's club, it's not a club, it was just a get-together to talk about men's mental health. And obviously, they didn't want women to be there because men wouldn't feel comfortable in explaining themselves in front of women. So that makes sense, right? Yeah. And I posted a picture on my Instagram. It was so great to be with like-minded people and to learn about myself and things. And I got called a misogynist because there were no women there. So my question to you is, I'm all for women's rights, and I'm all for promoting women, and I love it, right? And I'm a big advocate for it, in fact. Where does it get beyond fair? Where does it get beyond the point where, okay, now instead of promoting women, you're belittling men? And I just want to get to, because as Anna said, once the men are gone, the women are going to cry, right? So where is that fine line?
I think fair is relative. Right now, based on industry stats, only about 24% of women currently hold senior leadership roles. So unfortunately, right now, it's not fair, right? And unless we don't get to a level where it is balanced, I think that those movements, those safe spaces for women will continue. However, it should not be at the demise of our male counterparts becoming invisible. We have future male marketers as well. So our male, what you now need to do is create those safe spaces, right, for those men who want to aspire to be like you. Thank you. Thank you. That's fine.
The women's rights movement is cherry picking where they want to have women's rights. Or where they want equality. You don't see women going down into a mine. You don't see women on a building site at 20 stories up laying bricks. You don't see that. So where does that balance come? Because and I would never, in my wildest dreams, if I had a daughter, I would never allow her to go down the mine. Never. I will promise you I will work until midnight every single day to give her money. But I'll never allow her to go down the mine because it's not a job for women. So again, where does that balance lie? So you say like only 20% or 25% of women are senior jobs. That's corporate jobs. So where's the cherry picking?
So it's never
May I answer this one?
It's never going to change. You know why?
May I
because
answer
you've
this
just
one?
said he's just.
May I answer this one?
Go ahead, yes.
When we're talking about equal opportunity, we're talking about cerebral opportunity. Men and women are obviously physically different.
Yes.
There's no one ever denied that. But different does not mean better. Different does not mean men are superior and women are inferior. If we based better rather than on physical strength on can you make a human being, women would be considered the physically superior specimen. So when it comes to equal opportunities, it is all about cerebral opportunities, not physical opportunities. We can't go down in a mine because we don't have the muscle mass or bone structure that men do. That's Sure, but there has been socialization where men pushed women out of those spaces. Women don't really feel safe around men in those spaces. So for example, nursing, there are so many men that refuse to go into nursing because it's seen as feminine. The fact of the matter is, women's rights started, how many years ago, right? We were able to have a bank account just a few years ago. We can maybe trace it down to two grandparents ago, but I'm really passionate about this, sorry.
Yeah,
but
clearly.
But when it comes to that, that's a fact of a matter that, all of those thousands of years of oppression don't disappear. They don't disappear, they linger within society, and that is how the socialization of women being pushed out of mines and men kind of being pushed out of nursing. But here's the thing, who makes fun of men when they go into nursing? Is it women or is it other men? It's other men. So your problem is other men, not women. Men...
Yeah, we need to love our body. We got it.
Yeah,
we need
absolutely.
to use it.
No.
Yeah.
That's
Give
a
it
good
up
one.
for women,
Good one,
everybody!
good one.
Big round of applause!
1 second.
Just
1 second. I have 1 point to make. Okay, it's a very valid question that
we
you
can
raised.
stay one more day here.
Yeah, correct. So I think the question that you've asked stems from the position of privilege. Okay, if somebody is from the position of, say, they don't have any other choice but to do it, we've seen that happen, right? I mean, from my personal experience, if you come to India, you will see a lot of women working at the construction site, putting their baby to sleep on one side, and they still work.
That's
right?
And during the war,
and
during the war.
women drive taxis and autos in India because they have to save the family. They don't have a choice, unfortunately. Right? That happened. And go to any coffee plantation and tea plantation, the entire cultivation is run by women. Right? So, I mean, for them, they don't have the position of privilege,
They
unfortunately.
don't
So
think
they have to
about
go
it.
down
They
and do
just
it.
have to work, yeah?
Exactly. They have to
Hard
do it
work.
to save the family, unfortunately. So I think push comes to shove, like, there's no discrimination at that level, I would say. I would see that. Like, if you ask me, like, if I put my daughter to it, no, I won't. Certainly
I am
won't. I'm
so
with you on
sorry
that.
to interrupt.
Yeah, I want just
I will
30
get fired right now.
Okay.
And we've just moved from the topic. It's
thank
nurturing premature women marketers, guys. It's not men versus women.
Just change your organization. That's it. Change organization.
10
Job,
seconds,
job.
10 seconds.
Because if we will change how we create a job in agile organization, it will be totally different. We will not speak about the title. We will speak about what we're doing.
Yes, I'm so sorry,
I just
everybody.
have one comment. No,
And
it's
if
actually
you-
a question, guys. I'm confused.
Gentlemen, if you want a men's
started it.
safe space, it's called the world. You're welcome.
Yeah, but wait. Before we end this, I'm a bit confused now. Yeah? So first of all, you said in the beginning, let's end this war between men and women. Then actually the discussion went further about differentiation of men and women, going further. And I'm now asking you one thing. I thought gender equality is already a reality. So what are the women now fighting for?
It's not a reality. It's
It
not
is?
already
It is?
a reality.
Where do you don't have the same rights as men? That's nonsense.
There is still social conditioning, socialization, and conditioning that we go through from a very young age that we have to unlearn. Sometimes a woman has to work twice as hard as a man to be in the same position. What? No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am so sorry to our next panelist. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
We will be all fired.
But yeah, let's take it outside, okay?
Let's, after the conference, let's go to after party. That's it. We will follow the discussion.
I'll bring my boxing gloves. We'll throw down. But yes, absolutely valid points from both sides. There is definitely a lot. Absolutely valid points in the general medium that we exist in. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands in a massive round of applause. Thank you, panelists, for your wonderful knowledge on the subject. Next up, we have a fast-paced session full of strategies to help you sell better. The art of storytelling, building compelling ads that keep audiences hooked. Everyone, please welcome on stage our session's moderator, Adishri Murdia, the brand and marketing specialist at M&E, and our panelists, Divinyashu Obiero, the founder and chief storyteller at I hope I'm saying this correctly, Kahania, as well as Mohammad Saeed Al-Marzoui, the partner of FOS, Mr. Abdullah Ad-Dosari, the CEO of Crayons ADV. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause for them.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes. Gentlemen, everyone has a mic? All good? Just test your mics out.
We'll check. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Let me keep this here just in case.
I don't mean it. I'm going to be wrong. Well, it's been a long day, but don't worry. It's the last discussion we are having today. Yeah. But it's still the first day, guys. I expect some more energy from you guys. Yeah. So welcome to our panel discussion. It's about the art of storytelling and building compelling ads that keeps audience hooked. Stories aren't just about books, movies, or entertainment. They are one of the most powerful forces on the planet to connect, influence our mindset, belief, and behavior. Between us, we will be discussing some great ideas and suggestions for you guys on how to sell ads, how to make ads that sells using storytelling. It will be more like a conversation between us, four of us, rather than me throwing questions at you guys, okay? So before we start, I'll ask my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohamed Al-Marzougi. I'm a partner at FOS. I hold different positions as well, but I chose FOS because it's quite simple. It's an automotive brand focused on upgrading cars.
Hi, everyone. I'm Adhishri Murdia. I have been a part of the media and entertainment industry in India for almost completing 2 decades now. I think content, entertainment is all about stories. So looking forward to adding some value to the room and learning on the way and the journey.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. This is Abdullah Dosri. I'm the CEO for Saudi Crimes, Advertisement and Media, and also more interesting about any joint venture in the future.
Well, thank you. I'm going to moderate this session, Divyanshu Broy. I'm the chief storyteller and founder of Kahania. Kahania is a done-for-you business and brand management agency, and with the 7 years of experience in this industry, we help CEOs to build their personal brands. So for the first question, let's delve into the psychology of storytelling. How do stories tap into our emotions and create connections?
So I think as children, right, we've all grown up listening to stories. Why was it so important? Because it gave us a complete treat into our own creativity and visualization. So stories are somewhere all about connecting with that one person in the most creative way. There are certain things in psychology or understanding of target audiences that storytelling plays a role in. For the brands who kind of look at storytelling in their own way, somewhere we've heard this word throughout the day today. I think it has to be true and authentic to the brand. You cannot really go and talk to the psyche of a consumer if what you are telling a story about has a very weak foundation, a foundation which cannot be trusted. So I think to start with, in the world of storytelling, in my opinion, the first thing is to understand who you are talking to and be true to yourself as a brand to be able to develop that beautiful story that you want to kind of talk to and pass on to the consumer.
Anyone like to add on to that?
Yeah, I think it's very important when you tell a story, you go back to your actual product and understand your clientele very well and which client you're talking to. So for example, in my previous experience working in shopping centers, we have different demographics from Arab to expat, locals, residents, tourists. Each market we treat differently. Each market we speak to differently. So this is very important to understand, and more important is to talk with your agencies or your team to understand who are your client. A lot of time we look at research and we look at Google Analytics. For example, in certain destinations, I've checked that it tells me that a lot of my audience are from Europe and US. When I walk on the ground, I don't see them. And then I realize they're using American and European account because they can get different applications on their phone. So this is very important to have an online and offline kind of data for you to understand who are your client and what story to tell them. Even in some instant, I remember we have created a very beautiful radio advertisement. It was about breakdance show. And we advertised it in a religion kind of a radio in Dubai. And it fired on us because those audience, they don't like it. They didn't like the content because it was like a breakdance. It was on a radio that it was more religion-based. So it's very important to understand like where you are putting your advertisement, who you are talking to, where, what, and how.
Exactly. So you have to understand also the culture where you're aiming or targeting the ocean for the things that you're looking for. So around you, you have to implement the ideas that you need to create it. From that point, you need to build a good messaging to deliver it to the right consumer. So these things you have to care about it. Yes.
True. Like stories are like they have to make our consumer feel something and then act on that feeling, because it's not just about making them feel, but to act on that feeling as well. So for the next question,
Just to add to that,
it's a feeling.
Devanshu,
Yes,
yeah,
it's a feeling. It's emotion, connection between you and the consumer.
Yeah.
Because finally, how to deliver that message to them. If there is no any connection, because you have to feel that you are the consumer. How you gonna reach that point to get that message? So based on that, you have to create that media.
The one thing I wanted to add to what Devanshu mentioned, right? So we are all human beings. The word being means that we feel. We are not human doings. So for brands to understand the feeling of it, of what they are communicating, is something that needs to hold, at the core of every communication that goes out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I say. Good storytelling starts with good story listening. So we have to listen to our customers and see how they are seeing ourselves and then act on it.
Exactly. Otherwise, they will feel boring.
Yeah.
They will never look at it.
True. So for the second question, how does storytelling shape consumer behavior and drive purchasing decisions? Could you provide us with some examples of storytelling impacts consumer choices?
So I think one which is a very close one, and I'm taking that first with the permission, that so I represent the country India. Wherever the storytelling is kind of narrated in a way where the consumer is put in the center. So we call it consumer centricity because, again, we are more emotional as Indians. So if I have to share an example of a noodle company, which is a very, very famous Nestle brand called Maggi, in India, they kept the consumer at the center by moving away from the functionality of the proposition, which is a 2-minute noodle, to taking the consumer as a part of the narrative. So they did a campaign which was called Meri Wali Maggi. It's a Hindi word which literally translates into what is the story of my Maggi. So there were Maggi noodles consumed by consumers across camping, across biking, across just family sitting together and enjoying, hot bowls of Maggi. So people actually had to tell their stories, and that was the campaign. It then translated into advertising on television, radio as a medium. It also, the best of the stories of how you enjoy your Maggi were also put up on packs of the noodle. So that is how this brand took storytelling by putting the consumer at the center of it all and sharing, and we also call it user-generated communication. So that's exactly how these stories played out. So it's a very close to heart kind of a brand which I wanted to share about.
Exactly. By the way, how much Maggie noodles pay for you today? You deliver it in the perfect way. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Do you have any other examples? Do you have some examples?
There are many examples. I mean, in the past, when I used to work also as part of the retail sector, we used to find difficulties, and especially with the social media and online and digital and all of that was at the beginning. And there was a resistance from cooperation to do something online. I mean, I remember creating the first Facebook page. People were like, I had to write a full memo to the CEO to get an approval for that. Today, it comes naturally with any new business line. So we had a problem at certain destination. And for us to create a story for people to come to our destinations, we made a campaign closer than you think. And basically, the story of everyone telling his story driving to our destination. And a lot of people used to complain that the place used to be very far, very far. It changed. Like, it took me only 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and the entire story came on social and digital, and it brought really good traffic to our destinations.
Well, it's really hard, to talk about storytelling and not talk about Nike. Right? Their "Just Do It" slogan have become synonymous to your inspiration and empowerment. How they have built their brand on storytelling, and they have included all the athletes and their emotions into their brand, right?
In fact, one of their campaigns, which was the Greatness campaign, actually celebrated again the consumer by saying you are your own benchmark. And that is how stories are then taken, because it connects to that soul of the consumer, puts the brand in the shoes of the consumer, literally, when I say Nike, and then take that campaign ahead in storytelling.
Moving on to crafting compelling narratives, it's essential to consider the elements that makes a story truly captivating. So my next question is to you, Adishri. So what do you think are the key elements for a good ad? How do these elements contribute to build a strong brand?
Okay, I'll take this approach. So because we are in a storytelling work kind of a discussion, let's take the acronym STORY, right? So if we look at the first letter, which is S, I think it was touched upon in the earlier panel as well. It can either be an element of shock or an element of surprise. It works. Okay, so that's the S, because it is making you really shift as a consumer from the comfort zone. So that's S. T, in my opinion, in storytelling is coming classically from books I've read, which is trajectory. So put either the product or somebody as a hero of winning a situation. So start with the pain point of a consumer in a way that the story builds on a trajectory and leaves the consumer on a high. High of finding a product, high of connecting with the story, high of taking some action. The O would stand for objectivity. So the brands have to keep the element of objectiveness in mind, where they have to know exactly that if they are creating a story, which could be a promotion on radio or television, what exactly are they wanting the consumer to act upon? What is the CTA, the call to action they want to take? What the consumer wants to take after seeing that story? R is relatability. I think we've seen enough of things that have been spoken from the brand side of being authentic, from the brand side of being they should be real. Why? Because it all needs to relate to that last mile consumer. Relatability builds trust, relatability builds confidence, and truly will somewhere make these consumers brand evangelists. There are brands who take consumers in the center, they make testimonials, because all this becomes relatable to other consumers. And finally is Y, which I think is the most important ingredient in storytelling, which is yearning for more. So if we can leave the consumer at a point of intrigue, there is one technique which we use a lot in content, which is rhetorical questions. You start or end with a question because you make the consumer really think and want more, to ponder, to get more. So that, in a sense, completes with STORY, my way of looking at it.
Does anyone want to add on that?
just want to identify also when you creating the ads or wherever want to go. You have to identify that where you're gonna take this ads. You are going to the one driving to the how I can say it, because some feeling between the connection between you and media, it's a feeling. So you need to make sure to whom you're gonna deliver this message. I don't want to also bring a woman or man in this subject, but it depends. There is a criteria. You need to create it and think about it, how to build the things or the media or the ads that you're looking for. So based on that, you're gonna what they call reach your targets or message, and with a fluent. This is what really we have to do.
You'll have to be louder, I don't think.
Because
can we have a mic for the audience?
Thanks so much. I was saying another process that I kind of use when I'm talking to my team to write content. It is called the food process. The only thing is the spelling is a little bit different. The spelling is F-U-D, not double O-D. So F stands for fear. Okay, and this is very useful when we are identifying a topic, a title for the whole article. So it should generate fear. U is for uncertainty, okay? And D is for the demand. So when you have these three elements, whether in the whole storyline or even in the title, the fear, uncertainty, and demand and desire, that definitely will have a good impact. Thank you.
For me, it's totally opposite. Like, for me, I have a really simple acronym. It's ABC. The A is for attention. You have to grab attention in the first, 3 seconds of the ad. Second, B is for benefits. What benefits are you building for that consumer with your product? And C is the call to action. The actually call, to buy the product.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, same, but it was using the different things. Yeah. So, my next question is for you, Abdullah.
Okay.
When it comes to products, how do you approach storytelling through various media channels? Can you share some insight on adapting storytelling on different mediums?
Yeah. First of all, when it comes to create, ads or media, you have to understand the audience around, that culture. And that cultures, you have to understand that audience, okay, around that culture, the needs for them, and how we gonna deliver this media to them. What is the medias or AR or VR or MR, you're gonna use it for them or deliver it to them? Is that culture using the internet, every time? Because some, cultures, they are still not using, internet. Because if you are in the Far East and you are in Saudi or Dubai, how you deliver this, the ads, what you're looking for, or the message? Is it by Instagram, for example, LinkedIn, whatever there is a lot of things. So you need to make sure that, program or software or the media or channels that reachable. to your message, and that everybody can have a look at it. So these things, you have to consider it and make sure it's available to that, cultures, what you're looking for. So based on that also, you have to make sure that clear message to reach to your, consumer. All these things surround you or around you, you have to consider the clear picture reachable to all of that kind of level to get whatever you want from that, media or ads.
So one interesting thing, right, which comes because I am from an OTT app called Z5 currently, and we also cater to a lot of audiences across languages, 12 plus regional languages in India itself, and Globe is my market, so we take it to other countries. If we look at the fact that there has to be a relatability not only on the point of connection, it has to be also from a brand positioning point of view for the brand. What I mean is, there are sometimes ambassadors which are taken, which may not even fit into the storytelling, which may not really fit into the way the story has to be told. It won't get the authenticity tick mark for the brand. The other thing is how the same product, for example, if I was talking of an OTT app, can really cater to different mediums, because the question is on mediums. So there is something called a 3-second medium or a 6-second medium, which could be an opening for a YouTube video. It could be the community-based storytelling, which is done on Facebook. It could be taking a co-curator in your stride on a TikTok and creating something by a collaborative experience. It could be just pictures or reels and all that you take on Instagram. So I think even for the same content that we market to the globe, there are so many avenues and mediums that we need to cater to on an everyday basis and juggle with it, that it is extremely important to keep, again, the objectivity of the medium in mind and then build the story around it.
Say.
There is a very important point here, which basically is culture. I believe it's very important to respect each and single culture. That's very, very important. I'm a consultant for China government, so we work with a lot of entities to promote themselves in China. And there are a lot of things that people don't know, even I didn't know until I started working with them. So for example, we have to avoid specific colors at certain times because they represent bad luck. We have to avoid number 4 or promoting something on the 4th day or whatever because it represents death. So there are very important elements. If you look at them and you understand the culture where you are going and promoting yourself, you will excel quickly. For example, even in the automotive industry, I remember when talking to Chinese automotive makers to come to this market, they were hesitant. They were like, you guys, your petrol is very cheap. Like, why you want an electric vehicle or why you want Chinese brands? And we told them petrol is cheap, electricity is cheaper. But also it's important that people here want to see something different, something new. And a lot of great examples, like for example, BYD and G-Tour, where have reached out to the right target audience in terms of they did not operate as a Chinese company in the UAE, but they operated as a foreigner company in the UAE, where they have successfully reached to specific influencers that promoted their products correctly, and they kind of created the right material for their products.
My last question is for you only, Said. Considering the dynamics or landscape of advertising today, how do you envision the future of storytelling integration across various platforms?
To be honest, I feel right now I am in a storm because you see with the AI, ChatGPT and everything that's happening, everything that you see online, you don't know if it's a people making or AI driven, what's happening, you know? So I feel once the storm comes down, you will see the future much better because as much as AI play an important role in reducing manpower and increasing efficiency and so on, But there are so many companies. I love the sessions today. A lot of them were very insightful in terms of how do you use ChatGPT, how do you use AI, how do you make it more efficient. A lot of people right now are resisting the AI. It's a similar scenario with the smartwatch and calculator. At the beginning, people hated it, but then people accepted it. Excel before, people used to go like, why Excel? I'd rather paperwork. There are specific companies to date, they're still using paperwork. But overall, the minute you start embracing technology, it will change the way you see things. With digital marketing, even physical marketing right now, when you speak with your media buying agency, they'll give you data based on AI technology. It will tell you who are the people driving at specific roads, so you can choose your marketing properly. And to be honest, I see a lot of SMEs that can promote themselves in the future in a better way, because I chose Force today for an example because it's an SME, it's a startup. And it was difficult for me to create any radio campaign, any ad, because it's expensive for me as a business. I'm a small business. With Instagram, Facebook, all these softwares that are available, I was able to promote myself, not at the same investment I will do if I am a big corporation or a holding company. I don't need to go and buy an advertisement. I can start with something and then understand where I will promote myself. So I think the future will be an amazing when it comes from a marketing standpoint, because you can get data more accurate than what you used to get in the past. You can reduce the number of working hours by creating creative, whatever it is. And more important, you can use multiple platforms. In the past, I used to hate myself in marketing because I create one key visual, put it on Facebook, Instagram, out of home, BTL, ATL, and then it's the same KV. I don't feel like I'm talking to the audience in the way they like it, because I post the same KV on Twitter. People on Twitter, they do read. I put it on Instagram. On Instagram, people right now, they want something like quick video, short, simple. The same content goes on Facebook. Facebook are completely different audience. Right now with AI and all these technologies, with all these softwares, it enables you to create different content for different platforms. Also, it allows you to do a brand integration or collaboration with specific brands. For me, as a small brand, I can create a partnership with a bigger brand, different brands, and so on. So I see a very beautiful future coming from a marketing standpoint, especially for advertisement. And I see that at certain point when everybody will relax with AI and smart technologies and all of this, to be honest, I feel this used to be from a very long time ago, but when ChatGPT came on board, people start over-exaggerating about what's happening and try to understand the better use of AI, and then it kind of grew bigger than it's supposed to be, which is the right thing to be. And at some point, there will be a balance between humanity and AI, because right now a lot of people are unthinkingly, they write prompts for ChatGPT and send. At some point it will be so repetitive that someone will break this line, and then the change will happen and it will go back to the norm, and it will allow us to be more creative and more efficient.
In fact, one thing that came to my mind when you were saying about, seeing the same creative and pasting it all around the world on various mediums. While that is not the norm, there are certain things which I just wanted to share in the realm of, and I'm not ChatGPT, in the realm of branding and storytelling is, one, the constants need to be the following. So one is your brand guidelines or the playbook that you follow. In a world which is so cluttered, I think the thumbs will stop not only at creatives which are different, it will also stop at something that people can put together and say, this is the kind of creatives this brand is giving, because I can connect with the brand guidelines and the playbook. The second is the tonality, where the same piece of information could be in different tonalities depending on the target audience it is landing to, is also a part of storytelling. Third is something which I think in this world of clutter, if the brands can achieve, it will help, which is brevity. So if you can really look at in the least of words, say a lot more. So the Facebook page of TTT, which is called Terribly Tiny Tales, comes to my mind as an example. Because in few words, they encourage people to even give whatever, horror stories. It was actually literally like a 6 to 7 word line. Go to Facebook, follow this page called TTT, and they are not paying me. But I love it as a consumer, because I think as a consumer, if I can put myself in the shoes and say, I don't have time, but I have to consume so much. So what is it that I can do? So brand guidelines, the tonality and brevity of message are important storytelling formats, specifically in written communication, because stories are not always visual, they could be written too. Yeah.
Since we also to add to that, point, if you go to the market and make the experience by testing the products, by give the chance to the people have this experience, these things also will add in the future to the, market line, So this experience will add in your also knowledge how this product can be enhanced or can be modified.
Since we have more time, I'll add on one question about authenticity. What's the importance of authenticity in building trust with the consumer, and how do brand can leverage storytelling to be stronger connection with their audience?
Do you want to make 7,642,000 dirham a day? This is an advertisement I see on YouTube every day. And I hate it because I know it's full of lies. It's scammer. And I see them also putting pictures of the head of RTA, I don't know who, and they're promoting their products. So when looking at this advertisement, it's very important to respect and be authentic to who you are, what are the product you're delivering. The same product, I see it online from a different people talking about themselves, not talking on behalf of somebody else. So if you are confident about your product, you don't need to lie. Authenticity is very important. Believing in yourself, it's very important. Exactly. Yes.
I think no, in fact, I think a very valid point put across. For me, the measurement of authenticity is a brand will achieve authenticity if they have figured out their purpose. Because the purpose of the brand does not have to come like a vocal voice from the brand. It has to be actually what the consumer believes the purpose is. Because today the consumer is aligning not to brands but the purpose. Okay, the community of Harley Davidson or any biking is a community because they believe in the expeditions they do. It is not because Harley Davidson on the top of the mountain is shouting, come for the Himalayan adventure, come for this adventure. It is because there is a sense of belongingness. So if there is a purpose that a brand has found out, it is going to be then taking the authenticity forward. The other important rule in authenticity, in my opinion, is to use the correct brand ambassador. I come from the land of Shah Rukh Khan, but Shah Rukh Khan may not be the only person who is now going and talking about each and every brand. And there have been brands for the people who are from India who know that when we look at that particular celebrity endorsing a brand, something in our inner voice as consumer says this is not true. This brand ambassador cannot be using this product. So why? Just by the power of the celebrity does not mean that will get you the power of sales or the power of selling more of your product. So rather have an authentic brand. So if there is a brand, for example, there is a celebrity called Dia Mirza, she believes in environment. If there is a brand which beautifully flows into her ideologies, there is a tick mark and it remains as a story in the minds of the consumer because she said it. So I think these two are two kind of like pillars of looking at finding the purpose of a brand so that you can be authentic and choosing the right influencer. Even co-creating influencers from scratch is something that you can look at because the influencer himself or herself is an authentic person who believes in the value of the brand, not because he's paid to do it.
Any thoughts on Zuban Keshri?
I didn't want to bring that up right now. Yeah. No, so they're very interesting. So this is, what he's talking about is almost like a tobacco or a brand in India, which took Indian film stars and Bollywood artists into the picture of saying, right? There was a massive trolling which happened on Twitter, because how could you firstly promote tobacco, so this thing, you know, like openly, and nobody believed those brand ambassadors ever had these brands, right, as consumption. So why encourage others to follow them? The celebrities in India or any other country are like gods. So you better have the word across to the consumer which you want them to believe, rather than using the power of celebrity for just communicating anything. So,
Sid, you were adding something to that? It's okay. So now we'd like to open the floor for our audience. So if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask.
Everyone's looking at me thinking, oh God, there has to be one, you know, in the room. So Microsoft did a study about 2 years ago on the attention span of a human being. And they came to a number, 9 seconds, and a goldfish is 7. So with 9 seconds in mind, that probably means you've got 2 or 3 realistically to capture the attention of somebody. So how do you do that when you're trying to tell a story?
I think call to action is very important. When you start any advertisement, make it very simple. Don't complicate stuff. Don't use sophisticated words. Start with call to action. Tell people exactly what you want from the beginning to grab their attention. Yes, people's spam have been very short recently. They want something for 16, 15 minutes with social media and all of this. But still, there are people who enjoy watching long videos. And I've seen this myself. I usually get irritated very quickly. But then there are times where I want to sit, watch a specific video about specific content. I don't mind the advertisement coming on the background, because that's my moment when I think of nothing. And when having something in the background, it helps a lot.
for me, I think I had covered it in that 6-second span of taking either shock, surprise, or a rhetorical question. Just put something that makes the person want to either get the answer at the end of the ad or think about it and spends a little more time. So 6 plus 6 becomes 12. Anyways, I think the maximum you can go to telling a story on, say, an ad medium is like a 30-seconder, which is understood to be good. So the more time you can hook the person with something which is of surprise, shock, or question, there are more likely a chance to kind of cover it up for the later part of the...
Yeah. A few moments could be memorable to the audience. So make sure it's reachable.
If I can quickly add on. So not really it's about advertisements, but if I talk in the sense of white papers, there's a rule that says 3, 30, and 3. So what it says is, the first 3 seconds, if you have a title that can, attract the audience's attention, right? You will make him read the abstract of the white paper for the next 30 seconds. For the next 30 seconds, if he does not go away and it tells what he's going to read in that white paper, he will spend the next 3 minutes reading your white paper. So it's all about the attention span thing. So, yep.
Yeah, there's also the same with the PDF document. Yeah? So when you're working in procurement, actually, and you're sending a purchase order to a supplier, and if he's not seeing in the first half of the PDF all the important information he needs, he's not even scrolling further. I've evaluated this with more than half of them. I've done it, yeah? So that way. So then we changed it and put all the information which is important at the top. So we didn't care anymore if they're scrolling down or not. Similar. I have another question. It's an open one. Yeah, so this is not a yes or no. It's more, I would like to hear your opinion. Yeah? What do you think is going to happen in the next years? So in the next years, what's going to happen? So not in a general theme, yes? Not in automation and all these things. In terms of us humans and our nature, how we behave together. So we talked today a lot about authenticity, mission, vision, purpose, intention. No fake, no blah blah, all these kind of things. So do you yeah, but yeah, it is. So anyway, do you think it is going to, are we winning this together? Will we evolve and become actually more together authentic, more truthful, more trustworthy, and these kind of things? Or do you think we are actually, we are not too many people actually to fight against this one?
My answer you just said, I was going to say there's going to be a no blah blah world from today. But I think, see, it's about the compounded force, right? People coming together. Each one of us represent the globe. We come from different cultures, companies, self-businesses. Most of the people here have their own business. I feel if the culture can be infused downwards, we can achieve it together. It's going to be collective force that is going to be required. But yes, if small steps can be taken where we go back and we feel that something that has been going ahead with, like I had marketing for a particular brand and I feel that whatever ambassador has been chosen, I don't believe that is the true ambassador for this brand, or the tonality which is being used is not, and I can say a no. We'll have to start learning to say a no and reviving it to what the solution is going to be. That is my understanding, because there is a lot of people in this room and in the conference that we will go through like 2-3 days of learning together and unlearning together. So if we can, in our own spaces, kind of go and implement it, we become the first brand ambassadors of what we've kind of learned together here.
Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands together and make some noise. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for that engaging discussion. You are all truly, truly a wonderful audience. You're so intellectually engaged. You're interested in the panels and what everyone has to say. So I truly thank you. You're also extremely patient. Thank you so much for your patience. You know, I know the last panel of the day, it's difficult. So can we please put our hands together for them one more time? Thank you so much. Really, your spirits are all so, so wonderful. Yeah, one more photo in the front. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That was an absolutely lovely panel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to another recognition session. Can I ask everyone a favor? Can the people sitting at the back come to the front? Just come here on stage. Everyone sitting at the back, if you could come to the front, that would be really, really cool. We were so immersed in these intellectual conversations that we stayed back, and we stayed back to celebrate each other. So that is absolutely wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Perfect. Everyone at the back? Nope? No? Not even a little bit? Okay. So now we are going to start the award ceremony. I hope you're all excited. But before that, I have to say what a fantastic day one we've had at the Marketing 2.0 conference. Before we call it a day, let's look forward to what's ahead. Our upcoming editions in the US and Dubai are on the horizon. Vibrant gatherings, insightful speakers, and more. Now, before I begin the recognition ceremony, I invite you to seize a fantastic networking opportunity with fellow leaders. And also, I would like to thank our bronze sponsor, Accelera, for their constant support. And remember, everyone, don't forget #marketing2conf in your stories and posts. Let's keep the conversation going. And now, beginning with our first awardee. Do we have drum roll music? Yes? May I get some drum rolls? Can you do it for me? That would be wonderful. And the first awardee is Mr. Amit Kapoor. Put your hands together for Mr. Amit Kapoor. Mr. Amit Kapoor is on a mission to facilitate the transformation of the Indian education and MSME sector. And may I please invite Mr. Kunal on stage to present him with his award. Thank you so much. With his impact aiming with the lives of 50 million plus students and MSMEs in the next 35 years, the goal is to help generate employment, entrepreneurship, and business opportunities. He believes that this initiative will contribute to the awakening of the Son Hi Shirya. Did I say that right? Which it is Bharat. Now, everybody, please put your hands together in another very, very well-deserved round of applause. Is this my word? Yeah. All right, everyone. On 3. 1, 2. Thank you so much. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, thank you. I think since morning I was waiting. Like I genuinely I bought this blazer for this special moment. When I came to know that my award may be given tomorrow, I was like, damn, I'll be having to wear this again tomorrow itself. So that said, thanks a lot, Marketing Conference. Nora, you have been a fantastic MC. Once again, give it up for her, guys. It has been amazing. Talking about my journey, it's been like almost 23 plus years I've been in the industry. And the first person I would really genuinely want to thank from the bottom of my heart is my wife, Richa. I think she might be watching it in India on the YouTube. It's going live, I know. So thank you, I love you a lot. And without you, I won't be here, giving this speech. And my son, who might have gone for his maths tuition right now, I hope when he comes back, he'll see. And Nishchay is his name. He's a fantastic video editor. He's getting into class 10th this year. Big year for him. So wishing him all the luck also. Apart from that, definitely like 23 years is not a small journey. I have worked with many fantastic teams and a lot of peers and colleagues in the industry. And I would specifically like to thank Mr. Sairam Vedam of Signity Technologies. He really, asked me to get onto the content marketing bandwagon. And I have been there for the last 9 years. And, I think that has been my, niche and my area. And I love that area. So thank you once again, Sai. And yeah, everybody else who's been in the industry. And thank you for all your love. And help me make, awaken the golden bird, as Nora was saying. I am a part of an initiative called Sone Ki Chidiya Ko Jagao. There is another amazing person called, Anshav Jain, who I am working with. And we are trying to help entrepreneurs and small-scale startups, to do something more, to learn and grow bigger as, entrepreneurs. So help me on that journey. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, and I have to say, you've kept up the intellectual energy all day, always engaged in every single panel, asking questions. Another massive round of applause for Mr. Amit Kapoor, everybody. And now, up next, please allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Adishri Murdia. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. An industry leader with an impressive 19-year journey in media and entertainment across reputed organizations like Z, Turnal International, UTV, and the Times of India. She's a performance-driven expert renowned for crafting cutting-edge marketing strategies that drive business growth. She excels in brand management, strategic planning, and digital media.
Let's go ahead on a 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much. I'll make it quick. It's been 2 decades, and it feels wow. So I think after this award and so much of appreciation and claps, I am ready for another 2 decades of a lot of work. Definitely want to thank my team, because I think as a leader, I strongly believe that it is basically not a position. It's the action that you put in, to build teams. So I think this is going back to all my organizations I've worked with and my teams, because they've made me the leader, and the award that I'm getting today is of celebrating 19 years of my leadership. Lastly, I think I want to really thank my family. We've just had a very, very interesting panel discussion on gender, men, women. I think this award goes back to my home. I have a 10-year-old son who's eagerly waiting for this to celebrate me. And it goes to my husband, who's been an absolute support for years and years to me, to give me the wings to fly in this media industry. Always been supportive. And I think lastly, to my family where I was born. I am a child of a mother who took on the leadership role and entrepreneurship role after my father passed on. Every part of my family back in Rajasthan would be very proud today as I receive this award amongst this audience, because it was a true story where everyone changed their roles first. My grandfather trained my mother in business. My grandmother became my mother and my siblings' mother. So that is exactly how we have seen this whole leadership in my house, which is for me and my brother. So I think this is going for all of them, for who I am today. And thank you so much for being here, applauding for me, and just being such a great support. I'll truly look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you so much. A huge kudos and congratulations.
Does anyone want a really bad marketing joke to kind of wake you up? Yeah? How many marketeers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They just rebrand darkness as an immersive experience. All right. I hope that woke you up a little bit. And the next award for Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ahmed Ben Askar. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause, everybody. He has been the Chief Communication Officer at the Sports Boulevard Foundation since 2021. He has also been a member of the Advisory Board for the College of Business Administration at Prince Sultan University since 2020. In his current role, he is centered to the foundation's goal of making Riyadh an international hub for sports, well-being, and encouraging the people of Riyadh to participate in sports. Put your hands together one more time.
audience on 1, 2, 3. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Conference of Marketing 2.0 for this great, gathering where we meet each other as leaders. We exchange great ideas and learn also from each other where we can continue the journey. Special thanks to, first of all, my country, for the big support and the encouragement that we are lucky actually to have. Also my family for supporting me during the whole journey. And also I'm very grateful to be here. Looking forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
A huge, huge, heartfelt congratulations. And now it is my honor to present our next award. Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Mr. Anand S. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause, everybody. Mr. Anand is a seasoned brand strategist, marketing and communications leader, and the co-founder of TMA Global, a brand strategy studio. He helps brands find their purpose and get people to care about it. From the US to the UAE, Anand crafts brand positioning and strategic narratives that resonate, elevate, and captivate the target audience. He works with businesses to solve their challenges through branding initiatives and transforms them into beloved brand categories. Put your hands together one more time. On 1, 2, 3. Oh, huge, huge heartfelt. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much for the recognition. And it's been an amazing conference so far. I believe, and I think we all agree, that marketing is a bit of a thankless job that we all do day in and day out, right? So marketing has always been a scapegoat. When things don't go well, it's an easy blame, okay, marketing is not done right, it's gone wrong, and all of that. In spite of all of that, and I know while we all are attending the conference today, we have so many things that are running at the back of our mind, like what's happening in back home, like back in our business, in the office, what is the next big strategy that we have to crack, where's the next sale that we're going to do, what's the next big drive that we have to make, right? In spite of all of that pressure, we do it only because of the passion that we bring into the table and the craft that we want to kind of build into this world, right? So I strongly believe marketing has a huge responsibility, and only marketing can drive a big change in the world and make a big impact and build a better future for the business community. And for all the marketers out there, we have to do it cautiously and with conscience, right? So with that, I think it takes a community to make a better world. So I accept this on behalf of the entire community that we all are here to make the change in this world. Right? Thank you.
A huge, huge, heartfelt kudos and cheers to that award and to those inspiring words. Up next, everyone, it is my absolute pleasure to announce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award to Mr. Gareth Cameron. He is a marketer that has spent the past decade marketing and performing strategic functions across several business sectors, with the main emphasis on understanding consumers and consumer behavior through big data and positioning brands or offerings to the target audience in the most innovative emotive, strategic, and relevant way. Put your hands together one more time in a massive round of applause.
Okay, don't worry about a video. It's fine. No, it's fine. Don't stress. It's like. I asked too many questions. Yeah. So I think as the marketing influencer award is so great for me is that I've been, and I suppose it's something that we should all maybe pass on to our teams as we grow and our companies grow. I had two mentors, one who's my current CEO and one who's a former CEO, who really give me the reins to go and do what I would like to do and to achieve what I would want to achieve, and without fear that my job will ever be in jeopardy. So I'll give you an example. One of my mentors named Sean McCarthy in South Africa, I asked him, I said, Sean, what do you think I should do here? And he said, well, what do you think I should do? So I was like, well, I don't know. So he's like, okay, well, what do you think? So I told him what I thought, and I went and I did it, and it failed. So in terms of like, Sean, it failed. He's like, oh, okay, what are you going to do? And, so that sort of freedom is, I think, what gets to this award, being, a marketing influencer. So I'd like to thank those mentors, and then I'd also like to thank my family and my friends for always pushing me to do better. So thank you very much.
All right. A huge kudos and heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Gareth. Up next, everyone, it is my absolute pleasure to announce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award to Mr. Gregory Mugner. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. After a PhD in marketing and consumer psychology, Gregory founded the global marketing agency Axon & Partners. In Europe, Axon & Partners help companies in the design and the implementation of their marketing strategies. In 2022, Gregory founded another company, Fleche, that is an SEO/SEA agency. In parallel, he is an international conference speaker and a renowned marketing teacher for 12 years. So put your hands together one more time for him. All right, everyone. On 1, 2, 3.
You want to speak? Thank you, Nora. And it's not difficult to say my name, of course, Munier. It was, as I said in the morning, it's my second time in Dubai, in the Marketing 2Conf, hashtag Marketing 2Conf. I follow the rules. The last year was amazing, and today is fantastic. Thank you very much. You inspire me. It was really insightful. I want to also thank the whole organization, the whole team for the organization. Thank you so much. It's really, really nice, pretty nice. This award is about passion and hard working. I'm really passionate about my job, about marketing, about consumer psychology, and I really work a lot for that. So I'm really grateful for this award. Thank you. I will also thank my team. Of course, they are amazing. They work so well. They are crazy. They make me crazy. But I really love them. So thank you so much. And for you guys, I want to say and conclude with that. It's a really famous sentence in France. I want to say it in French. Je vous souhaite des rêves à n'en plus finir et l'envie furieuse d'en réaliser quelques-uns. Maybe do you want to translate, maybe? Or we can ask Siri? No? No, I wish you endless dream and the furious envy to realize some of them. So thank you so much.
Congratulations! You are all truly so inspiring and so passionate about the industry you're in. It really makes me regret going to pharmacy school because who needs modern medicine? Okay, coming up next, everyone, please allow me to present the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Mr. Huang Li. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Miss Huang Li is a driven PR practitioner with 14 years of experience. Haley's creativity, strategic thinking, and structured approach have helped multinational brands to navigate the Vietnamese market and media environment. Notably, she always ensures her team acts proactively and goes above and beyond in providing the measurable and impactful results. Put your hands together one more time in a massive round of applause. Who's on their phone? I'm gonna be like my mom. Who's on their phone? Okay. Alrighty, everyone. On 1, 2, 3. You're very welcome. Would you like to say a few words?
Hello, I'm Haley, and I'm from Pioneer Marketing and Public Affairs, which is in Vietnam. Have you ever been? Great, that's great. It's an up-and-coming country, and of course, a very potential market. Yeah, so friendly people. So if you want to come check it out, I'm on LinkedIn. Just give me a message, and I'll show you around. Yeah, I just want to thank Marketing 2.0 for this honor. Thank you, Nora. You have been quite inspiring, as well as Anna. I hope that, I wish that I had worn a beautiful dress as you guys to show, girl bossing. But tomorrow, okay? Yeah, and lastly, I want to thank my family who is actually taking care of my 3 very small children at home. So thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad, and thank you, guys. Have a wonderful night. Thanks.
A huge cheers and kudos, and I cannot wait to see your dress tomorrow. So I will be looking for it. All right. Upcoming, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Mr. Mohammed Al-Sayed! Mr. Mohammed Al-Sayed is a telecoms veteran of 25 years. He has held leadership roles in many of the region's telco giants, including Du in the UAE, Batelco in Bahrain, Fastlink in Jordan, Zain Group in Kuwait, and the Saudi telecom company, STC, where he was the advisor to the chief commercial officer. During his tenure, Mohammed has coached, mentored a large number of employees, and has created a number of leaders that have gone on to do amazing things, both in the companies he worked and outside. Put your hands together for him one more time. All right, our wonderful audience on a 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a very hard act to follow to say anything after all of what's been said. So I will say all of what they said. And thank you to the organizers, Nora, and especially the guys running around with the cameras and the mics and giving us water. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Cheers and kudos, and I'm sure we will see so many of you back here next year. Coming up next, allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Mr. Mohammed Saeed Al-Marzoughi. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Mr. Mohammed Al-Marzoughi is the acting CEO at Hala China, leading the internal team and managing its resources to execute high-level objectives that bridge both cultures and attract investment between the United Arab Emirates and China. He was a part of the team at the birth of Hala China, playing a pivotal role in building the relationship between China and the UAE. He reports directly to the board members of Hala China on managing and delivering citywide events like Happy Chinese New Year celebration, an event that attracts more than 50,000 Chinese visitors in a week. Everyone put your hands together in a massive round of applause for him. Alrighty, everyone, you know the drill. On a 1, 2, 3.
I won't talk too much, but I just want to say thanks to everyone. Thank you, Noura. Thank you, everybody who've been part of this event, organization, everyone. I think I am very lucky for the people I've been around. If you want to grow, always choose difficult people. If you want to be happy, work for an ice cream shop. That's my motto. Again, I'm very lucky for the people I've been around, I've learned from, and so on and so on. And always remember that you are as good as your last job. So this is today, and we look for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Does anyone own an ice cream shop? Please hire me. Okay. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Influencer Award to Ms. Neha Jain. Driven by her passion to succeed, Neha Verma Jain, the CEO of Startup Flux, stands as a relentless force, immeasurably distinguishing herself with 9+ years of experience across various industries in the field of marketing. Her experience and finance background have carved her into becoming a prominent leader that she is today. Her ability to strategically plan, execute ideas, and focus on the bigger picture has taken Startup Flux to new heights. Put your hands together one more time, everyone. On a 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Marketing 2.0. Last year, I was awarded for the Outstanding Leadership. This year, it's Influencer. I hope I'm able to influence a lot of lives out there. So, yeah, I'm grateful to my team up there, Startup Flux team. You have been having great support. Thank you so much, guys, for working so hard. It's not a one-man show. It's actually the team which works so hard, and hence I'm actually taking this award for my team up there. Also, I'm grateful for my clients who have been a great support, who have been actually nice, and who understands the efforts that we put for marketing. Like Anand said that we are not really appreciated for marketing. I would like to disagree, but we are really appreciated for that. So I'm grateful for that. And lastly, I would like to thank my family, both my families, my in-laws and my parents, who have believed in me, pushed me really hard to be here where I am, and not just, be in a zone where I was thinking that, hey, will I be able to achieve this? Will I be able to do this? But yes, thankfully 2 years it's been and it's growing. So I plan to really grow and help people grow up there. And yeah, that's next year. I hope I get awarded again. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I am absolutely sure that next year will come true. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to announce the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Mr. Rakesh Prasad. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Mr. Rakesh is the driving force behind Pivotal Media, an influential player in the dynamic realm of media and communications. He has led the company to the forefront of the industry with a remarkable blend of vision and innovation. Under his guidance, Pivotal Media has become synonymous with cutting-edge creativity and strategic brilliance. Put your hands together one more time! One, two. Oh, you're gonna do that again. On a 1, 2, 3.
Thank you guys for the second cheer. It's been, I'm very happy and honored to receive this award on this esteemed stage among the industry leaders such as yourself. I would like to thank my family, especially my mom and sister. Love you, mom. So without you, I wouldn't have been here today receiving this award. And more importantly, my mentors and friends, Kiran, Alina, and Kwesi in London, and few of my friends in Bangalore who have helped me grow this, come to this level and help me grow in my career. And lastly, I'd like to thank my clients who have tried their best to improve my patience so that I can receive this award in a very calm way. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. You've been an amazing crowd.
I have to say, I have done a lot of crypto and finance conferences, but being in a marketing conference, I see how much passion you have for each other, not only for yourselves, not only for this field, but the respect and admiration you have for each other. So truly, everyone, thank you so much for that. I want to applaud you really quick. Coming up next, allow me to introduce, last but certainly not least, the Marketing 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Yash Verma! A postgraduate in MSc International Business from Montpellier Business School, France, he is currently running 2 companies in 2 different industries, Supremo Terna and ClickBounty Global. The company of Supremo Terna is registered in Dubai, while ClickBounty Global is registered in India. His companies are marketing companies and business trading commodities such as rice, sugar, and pulses, mainly exporting from India to the UAE. Running 2 companies is no easy job. Put your hands together one more time.
Hi guys, it's been a very long day, right? And we've all been tired. We're all tired now. Thank you. But kudos to the entire team. I mean, there are, I think, 3 to maybe 4 conferences going on around in the entire hotel. and 5 conferences. Can we have a big round of applause for the entire team? I mean, really nice and really, really smooth. Really, really smooth. Thank you all, and I hope you guys listen to me tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So I'll be joining you on the stage. And well, you know, I just noticed that I think I have the least amount of experience. I mean, everybody over here has so much of experience. Dude, there's so much to take away from this conference. And honestly, like, you know, it's been very long since morning, but then there are a lot of key points to take away from this conference, and mostly from all of you. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, everyone, let's go. As you said, it's been a very long day, but who answered? We can still clap for you. Who said it? You gotta clap the hardest. Okay. In 1, 2, 3. Heartfelt congratulations. And with that, everyone, I would like to invite all the awardees up on stage for a group photo. I would invite all the awardees to come on stage and take a picture together. And afterwards, everyone, you can get your pictures, every single photo taken of you today, by scanning this QR code right behind our awardees. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. You are all stars. Thank you for staying back and celebrating with us. Everyone, I will see you here tomorrow. This was a fantastic first day, full of extremely insightful panels and sessions, advice, and leadership insight. We'll see you here tomorrow for day 2. See you soon and have a lovely evening.